Rebellion. They're trying to contest these objectives. You're not able to really outplay. To be fair, you don't have much play potential there for a disruptor. They're not finding anything. You know, Abed's off to a slow start, but still a little bit better than the rest of his team. Saberlight's not able to build up as fast as you'd want him to. Artur is going to have to AFK farm for at least 15 minutes here to get his initial itemization up. And that's going to give a lot of openings out for Team Spirit. Again, you're in a comfy spot for Yatoro to just play a farming game into the Battle Fury, as they can make plays onto mid here.
Glimpse is there, Fly trying to help out by glimpsing back Maposhka. Does keep Crit alive. But a 3k advantage now to Team Spirit. Like this is getting a bit worrisome now for Shopify Rebellion. Like Yatoro's gonna have a really fast timing on this Battle Fury. You look at Arteezy's farm, he's actually the lowest of all of the cores on the map.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, once you give this Jug the Battle Fury, like, you give him that farming tool, and suddenly the Medusa is not exactly overtaken very easily. It's mid lane Abed. Oh, no. Again being focused, Lal's gonna zip in. Glimpse is out onto at least Lal, so they'll lose the Storm for this. Abed getting gazed, but is gonna survive as Crit will jump in with the blast off. Mirror should go down, and eventually will. Maposhka unable to help keep him alive. Very close call onto Abed on the Timber, I might add, John. Abed is not feeling very safe in this mid lane.
No, he's not. Laurel, unfortunately, with the Glimpse, does not manage to really apply that damage that you'd want onto the Tim, but a lot of magic to come out here. Trying to keep him bot, want to punish Collapse somehow.
They want to try. Stop him from just abusing this Meteor Hammer timing, he's got on the tide now. Collapse though, he's a very tanky boy. Just with that level 2 Kraken Chill alone, it's not going to be that easy to take him out. Glimpse him back into the Chakra, but now a Ravage comes in, Collapse! Look at her fight back. He's found Abed. And he's still running. The Frost Shield keeps him alive. Collapse is not going to drop. Arteezy. Arteezy's the one in trouble. Arteezy's gone.
Oh my
Crit.
god.
He won't even get the blast off. Saberlight. Saberlight, run. It is not safe. 4 down for Shopify Rebellion. Team Spirit, they only lose the Rubik. What?
Yeah, that's just insanity. The Frost Shield keeping Collapse alive with a sliver of HP in that final part of the chase down. The Sinister Gaze from Maposhka to pull back that blast off from Crit. The stolen proximity mines coming in from Mira to provide more damage as well. Shopify Rebellion, they're trying to jump the Tidehunter. They don't have damage for him, man. I mean, just with a Meteor Hammer alone, you talked about the points of this Tidehunter. You talked about Clairvoyance pointing this out, but Kraken Shell, just a ridiculous spell. And with just a little bit of regen on hand, you're just unshovable from a lane. Great Ravage, a great read from the side of Team Spirit to just collapse on top of Collapse and punish Shopify Rebellion. And that's so much free space for Yatoro. So you get all the kills, you have the freest Jug in the world right now. You are getting some build up for Saberlight at the very least, who is hanging in there, keeping up ahead of the Jug for the time being, but it doesn't feel like your Beastmaster matching the farm with Jug's really what you want with this lineup right now.
There certainly is not. Top lane, there's going to be big rotations coming in from Team Spirit. Smoke is there from Maposhka and Mira. They're going to run right into Saberlight. Zips forward from Lal. No messing around though. A nice blast off and now a Static Storm to hold them in place. It will save Saberlight. The turn back around onto Lal, but Lal is still able to zip away. They had Roar up on Saberlight, but they never committed it. Maposhka, he would at least drop, so they get the Lich. Bit of a shame though, they miss out on the Storm Spirit kill.
It's a big kill to miss out on.
Toro.
Find Yatoro, but he has Omni.
No Roar committed either. They're just not confident in the damage output. There's a Roar committed now onto Lal. But it's all too late. It's just to allow them to escape from this fight.
They're not going to be able to do anything. Like, the glimpse back to Yatoro provides that opening for Lal to just zip in, buy some space out for Jug. Yatoro actually wanted to run forward and on. That's how confident he is. Like, this is not the target you want to glimpse. As long as he has The Blade Fury into Omni, he's happy.
Good lane. Arbit being jumped again by Lal, who's just so confident on the Storm. Already removing half the HP pool of Arbit. More TPs incoming from Shopify Rebellion to try and ensure this tier 1 mid does remain defended. There's going to be a glimpse back on the Poshka. He's got help around the corner though. Mira and Lal are still hanging around. Crit, thinking about the blast off, won't bother popping it. Probably would have been too hard to hit anyway. The Team Spirit, they're doing a great job of just running Shopify Rebellion across the map. That's what it kind of feels like. Like from the top lane to the mid lane, you know, they're just constantly running, trying to chase down Spirit and try to keep their towers defended. At least Arteezy is free farming now on the Medusa, but he's still very far behind when you consider Yatoro has a Battle Fury now, and is top of the net worth board on the Jug. Very scary times already for Shopify.
This does not improve for Shopify with this kind of start. The Jug will just constantly stay in control of form. Will be ahead now with that faster Battle Fury timing. You're going to hit that Sanjin Yasha timing with the Diffusal. Omni Snatch is going to be a massive threat in the middle of these fights with no real counterplay from Shopify Rebellion. They'll try for a smoke out now. And they've got damage. If they can connect all their spells, they can get some punishment off.
Well, Yatoro, he's going to be the target they look for. They can't quite see him with that Observer Ward vision, but they'll move their way up, and now they'll have the vision they required. Yatoro just going to go for the spin and walk away. Seems like they won't bother trying to chase for a glimpse back. Yatoro's going to be just fine. Even picks up a Wisdom Room while he's at it. Mid lane, I mean, Arbit's still being chased down as top lane Collapse now fighting with 3 heroes. Pops the Ravage, not able to find Cree yet. The disarm was there, so they will rotate 5 heroes in to ensure Collapse will die. And even then it takes a marathon to get it done. But eventually they will kill it.
It's a good kill to find Collapse. He tries to run in for the Wisdom Rune, doesn't quite find it. Is punished as well. I'm rather curious why they decide to make this play onto Collapse, whereas in their gank they could have just started with Static Storm into Kinetic Field, followed through with Blast Off, or just Static Storm, charge up the Blast Off, get that control, find that kill onto the bigger target, which is Yatoro. So killing Collapse is still good. Still a good chunk of network coming back your way for Shopify Rebellion to try to even out this match. It just feels like you had the same opportunity to do that to the Jug instead. Like, at this point, the Tide, with the mech up and the Meteor Hammer, it doesn't feel like he needs that much more outside of Guardian Greaves. Like, you have to reword more about Yatoro.
Oh, Omni, it's gonna bounce through the creep wave. Whoopsie daisies. Quick thinking from Crit to move up north and try to hope for the RNG as Yatoro just gonna spin away. Spin TP out, no messing about. Yeah, I mean, you missed out on the kill opportunity, but what the hell does he care? He's still top of the net worth board on the Juggernaut. Still having a great old time. The Shopify Rebellion, they're the ones that need to really start creating more and more space here to catch their way up, as they are going to go for a 3-man spoke now, it seems. Towards the west of the map, Shopify go. Spirit, they are looking mid lane for Saberlight. Zip forward, Saberlight already caught. Not bursted, but no, there you go. The Chain Frost will have it done. Shopify maybe trying to bait with Saberlight, but it does not work out in their favor as he just drops way too quickly.
And he does. Saberlight's going for the old Dominator Overlord build. Doesn't quite have the Overlord yet, but that means you don't have Aurus. You don't have that much durability on the Beastmaster, unfortunately, especially up against this magic damage coming out from the side of Team Spirit. I'm wondering if he goes for the pipe next. It feels like you really need the pipe here. You need some of that magical barrier. You need a way to stop that first play coming out from Team Spirit when the jumps do come in. They'll find the top tier 2 for the trouble on Team Spirit's end off the back of that kill. Shopify Rebellion just not able to really fight back. They've got the Manta up on Artur at the very least, so he has some stats to play with. I'd say this is definitely not enough to sustain true, but it gives you a little bit more play at the least, and you know, you're not going to get insta-gibbed now. You have so much durability on hand. We'll see if you can keep up that farm scaling here on the Dusa, as again, you're kind of still pulling ahead on Yatoro anyway.
Yeah, Yatoro currently on the run though. Will spin away, so the glimpse is not going to really matter. It's going to be fine to go back to the farm game. In Shopify, they will have a decent idea of where Yatoro is around, but I just think with this, unless you commit the roar immediately, you just can't catch him. He's a bit too challenging on this Shug to actually hold down. I think they're just more than happy buying RTZ time, who's now third in net worth on the Medusa, so he has done a decent job of catching his way up. Spirit, on the other hand, they're just hanging around the bottom lane. Looks like they aren't too interested in trying to defend that top tier 1 tower. Just pressure the bottom tier 2 instead with Collapse, but even he's going to back away from that. There goes the tier 1 top. And Jumpify, they're trying something cheeky here, John. They're going to try for a Roshan play.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Could be a quick one. The scan is there though. Team Spirit manages to read it well.
Yeah, half HP is the Roshan play.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Shopify, they're going to be careful. Spirit are getting rather close now. Roshan still dropping very, very low. It should go down in time, and it will, but it seems like Spirit's still thinking about the fight. They might still just go for this. Arteezy, he'll frontline for the team. Abed was the one to take the Aegis away on the Timber. Eventually, Spirit, they do just retreat. So it seems like they don't find the opening they were looking for. They'll leave it be for now. Get back into the mid lane as a team. And suddenly Shopify Rebellion are the ones trying to chase them for a fight, it seems. But now they've split up. So Spirit might capitalize if they're not too cautious. But they are grouping up once again, so it doesn't seem like it's going to mean too much.
No. I have to say the decision to give Abed the Aegis is rather curious. Miposhka?
Yeah. Tries to walk away. Glimpse is there. Miposhka is actually still alive. Abed! Oh, he's going to reach for the chakra, but it's still not enough. Oh, that's so demoralizing. Like, Miposhka just pops Frost Shield and Pavis and walks away every time. They just can't kill him.
No. I mean, the lift back was nice, not enough to save from the Glimpse, but even the Glimpse wasn't enough to line up for that kill. They'll find a mid-tier 1 at the very least, but we are 20 minutes in. That has run its course. Still a decent objective for Shopify Rebellion to find. They're applying a lot of pressure with this Aegis, to be fair. I think they're playing around this timing quite nicely. It's just they're not finding the openings they necessarily want to take in these wider fights just yet. Still have issues with Yatoro farming up like a madman. Oh.
Now, bottom lane, I thought maybe they'd think about trying to go for Abed, but I suppose with the Aegis still up, they won't even bother trying. And Shopify are doing a very good job, John, of keeping this game pretty even. Like, the net worth just needs to be on Arteezy anyway. You don't really care too much about the other cores. Just make sure the Medusa gets farmed up, and that's all you really need. Mid lane Collapse and Arteezy currently having a look at each other. Glimpse is there onto the Tide. Static Storm to hold him down. Stone Gaze popped on top. Collapse is dropping rather low. And this time looks like he should drop as they will commit the Roar as well. Just to make sure he finally dies. And it does open up the T2 mid tower for them.
Yeah. You're seeing the damage output now from Abed really kick in. Once back again.
Getting a little bit too far forward, not respecting the glimpse back of Fly. But Shopify, they should have this tier 2 mid tower freely. Spirit are not really around to defend, they're just kind of farming the map. So they'll let it go for free the way of Arteezy. Lyle is hanging around in the storm now by the mid tier 3 tower, but he doesn't have a team to play with. Interesting choices by Spirit.
I think it's fine. Like, maybe they could have grouped up around Collapse a little bit better, tried to play with a Ravage there with all the commitment coming out, but they are just working the map. They do have Yatoro finishing up the Fusel Blade, so the process in melting down Medusa is a lot simpler now. Going into the MKB, preempting that Butterfly that Arteezy is trying to farm up. Inside of Spirit, they still have a pretty good advantage. You are starting to sacrifice Laurel and Collapse's farm. Abed and Saberlight have managed to pull ahead now. Along with that Dusa, only Yatoro in the commanding lead. So a little bit of that stronger early start has faded away. The big difference still lies in your supports though. Miposhka and Mira are pretty well farmed for the pause 4 and 5s. With a Pavis and the full Solar Crest up. on Miposhka, and with Mira having the Glimmer Cape and Atrolon. So you have some saves on hand. They just need to play together as a team for Team Spirit. Again, your scaling here is pretty good, but you don't want to tempt fate having to play the late game up against Adusa, Timbersaw, and even the Beastmaster can feel a little bit dicey with how they scale up. So you don't really want to take too many chances here on Team Spirit. We shall see. Shopfire Rebellion kind of bouncing back into this game quite nicely. Take a look at the graph. It has equalized just a little bit. It's evened out at 68% for Team Spirit, not gaining any further advantage just yet. Shopify again are doing a great job of just stalling for the Dusa to become a massive threat. Full butterfly up now on our tour. So the MKB now a necessity for Yatoro, and that one is still a ways off here.
Yeah, it's going to be a while. Mid lane. Hal's going to show up to defend. Shopify will move up to the top tier 2 tower. Net worth advantage now down to 4k for Spirit. Nothing really to write home about. There's a blink item, big item timing. The blink coming up from Collapse. Now available as the top tier 2 is going to drop. Mind you, Yatoro found the bottom tier 2 tower, so it's not the biggest deal. Question is, will he have that time to get the MKB up on the jug?
Dire's top tower is under
Well, there's going to be a 5-on-5 smoke engagement, it looks like, as both teams are running right towards each other. Not many buybacks available on the map at the moment between these two, as Shopify unknowingly right behind Yatoro at the moment. That's the big one they'd love to secure. Yatoro not hitting the creep wave. Will break his smoke on Arbed now. Spin is immediate. Gets a haste rune on top of that. So Glimpse back is going to be kind of hard for Fly to get. And ultimately, these smokes have not really ended up in a fight.
No. Just a bit of a repositioning play. That should allow the side of Shopfire Rebellion to get a push in the bot tier 1, but the mid tier 2 now under threat from Yatoro. And can just comfortably push. I do have to say I appreciate the wards coming out here from the side of Shopfire Rebellion. They've got some good vision to reach across the map.
under attack.
A good line to play with and just kind of try to catch out Team Spirit. They will trade towers tier 1 for tier 2. Not the best for the side of Shopfire Rebellion, but they can take out that last tier 2 standing here as well. Although Yatoro is just starting high ground as a jug.
Are fortified.
I mean, why not? T3 took a bit of damage,
Dire's
nothing
top tower is under
nothing too big of a deal here as Team Spirit, they can back their way out again. They'll TP up towards the top lane and start defending the top tier 3 tower. Sableye just had his Ancient Black Dragon hanging about that area, but he'll end up just taking another creep instead. Will deny away the gold that they wanted. Bottom tier 2 is the focus right now of Shopify. Rotations are incoming from Spirit to try and defend. I mean, just the Frost Shield alone is going to buy so much time here from Aposhka. Shopify is still very hesitant. Wait for the creep wave to move in again. Spirit now grouped up completely, seeing the Medusa. But an immediate retreat here from Shopify and an immediate smoke out. Keep in mind, you do have the blink up on Collapse, so that Ravage could be very detrimental for Shopify. If they do get caught with their pants down, though, mid lane, Yatoro gonna get caught for a moment, but it's not perfect. The kinetic field did not hold him in place. And so Team Spirit, they will get away with their jug carry. He'll have more time to farm the MKB up. And Shopify, they are forced to retreat once again.
Yeah, that's not a good time for Shopfire Rebellion. They saw the jug farm jungle with their forward ward right below the high ground, but their smoke doesn't reach in time. Spins on point from Yatoro. You needed more through the lineup with a Static Storm. You might have needed a Roar there from Saberlight, and just they don't manage to get it out. Now Team Spirit, they can look for the kill. You know, at least the Static Storm's down. The retreat is there from Shopify though, so Team Spirit don't get that opening they're looking for. But it's starting to get a little bit awkward. The game has equalized for Shopify Rebellion. You're doing a great job again of just reeling in some map control, dodging out some rough engagements, but when it comes down to them starting fights, it's a little bit touch and go. It's a little bit hit or miss here for Shopify Rebellion as to whether or not they can find these openings. Now, if Saberlight can get the Roar and they can set up for a bigger Static Storm kinetic field, then things can start to feel like Shopify Rebellion can actually find the fights and go into the high ground. But if it goes that way, where you're committing your spells one by one, piecemeal fashion,
Mid lane.
Yatoro doesn't care.
We'll get caught here on the techies. So pop the chain frost. Arteezy gonna move in. Lol, he's out of mana. Lol, I don't know if it was worth it. Though he is lifted up and saved by Mirror. So he will get away with the crit kill. Shopify unable to punish him. Real shame as well, because he should have had no good way out of that. But just one lift up from Mirror gets the job done. There wasn't much lockdown from Shopify. So he moves in again. Here comes Arbed. Mirror lifts his way out again, but the glimpse is there. This time they will at least catch themselves a Ruby.
Yeah. Nice kill to find. Tips out from Crit. Inside of Shopify Rebellion again, finding some pretty significant openings. I think inside of Team Spirit, they had to expend a BKB charge on Laurel, so down to 8 seconds here. They have gotten a lot of space out for their Jug. Again, the farm up has been coming up quite nicely for Yatoro. He does have his full itemization up. That is the MKB done now in the Jug. So Deduce are really not an issue anymore. And this is where things can get rather interesting with the back and forths. No Swift Slash for Yatoro just yet, which is one of the big difference makers in that matchup. So you don't have that second invulnerability state. And Shopify Rebellion, they still have Roche control. And they have all the vision in the world to come out. Good wards. You've got the Hawks to play with. Not too much to be worried about going into the Roche.
Now Roshan going to go down free here for Shopify. Team Spirit not in a position to defend. They are moving their way up, so they could still force a fight after this Roshan, but it's probably not really worth their time. So Aegis again given to Arbed. Cheese will be given to Arteezy. Team Spirit have hung around a little bit longer than expected. Perhaps they are looking for a surprise initiation. They're going to see Arbed. They'll see Arteezy. Lal's going to jump in. Does not find himself a target yet as Lal forced to zip away. Yatoro, he'll spin through this team fight. Clap still waiting for that proper Ravage initiation and now finds it. He's got 4 targets with that. But where's the follow-up damage? It's not coming out. Yatoro's the one in danger. Yatoro's gone. Collapse trying to at least chase down Fly. Will not be able to get him. Will lose his own life. Oh boy, John, they've got no buybacks on Spirit.
Yeah, it's messy from the side of Team Spirit. Shopify Rebellion, they found the angle in. There was hesitation on Laurel to try to zip forward. He was trying to play tag with Abed. With that big kill, it's a massive commitment that they finally nail that combination with a Static Storm and the Roar.
They'll find another. Poshka gonna try and run with the Glimmer Cape usage, but it's not enough. Lau at least trying to get Fly, but barely misses out as Lau's out of mana. Oh, he'll get a bit now. The stick charge is coming in clutch here for Lau. Still trying onto Arbed. Arbed about to drop, will go down. That's the Aegis down, but Lau still able to get back towards the fountain. He's okay. Really playing on the edges of the storm. Collapse. Will jump in. Tendrils of the deep are there, but ultimately will not be able to lock anyone down long enough. Spirit chasing, trying to find stragglers. Shopify, though, sticking as a unit. Team Spirit still on the chase. Shopify still on the run. Collapse. Again, jump in. Arbed, he's the big target. Shopify will turn for this one. Arbed still able to turn back away and chain away as Lal is the big one in danger. Now the roar comes out. Yatoro, he gets silenced again. Oh, tips out from Saberlight. Yatoro not having the ending he really wanted. This is not it from Team Spirit.
No.
So Poshka now being chased down on the lich. Mirror will buy back. But without your buyback available on the Jug, it's just so tough to defend.
This is a mess. Team Spirit felt like they should have had the matchups, but Yatoro is just forced to run up. He's just trying to run into Dedusa to get the Omni Slash off. Like his 2 front lines move a lot faster. They move too fast, in fact. The zips forward from Mile Will from Laurel and the blink chase from Collapse means that they know your openings. And your Jug is just stuck trying to run up. Ravage.
Collapse. They have at least found Saberlight. Onto Arbed they go. Team Spirit, they are still trying without their Jug available. And they are defending, at least for now. But Arteezy's going to jump back in onto Mirror. Mira able to get away. Abed still chasing and will take him down with the chakram. There's Abed. He actually survives. Team Spirit could not take him out. Lyle trying to run, but the blast off from Crit will land. Will get the job done. But they aren't finding any racks. Arteezy, he's able to TP away. But at the end of the day, the top melee barracks is still there. The mid T3 tower is still there. I thought they found a little bit more than that, but apparently not.
No, not quite there. A messy back and forth situation here for both sides. Shopify Rebellion coming out a little bit cleaner, of course, but it was all of those kills, all of the forced movement out from Team Spirit. Team Spirit, for their part, it felt like they should have had so many more opportunities to make use of Yatoro, but just being kited around. He's the primary roar target now. He's the primary static storm target. Even if they catch just the jug, it's more than enough. No one else is doing that much damage on the side of Team Spirit. They need the Omni Slash to fly out here from Yatoro. And he is just rushing a blink now. Understanding that he needs a way to actually be in front of that Dusa. Actually needs a way to keep up with the Storm and the Tide because they are moving way too fast and forcing these fights out. We just haven't seen an Omni from Yatoro in like a good, I don't know, 10-15 minutes almost feels like. And that's what they need to play around here on Team Spirit. They have a pretty big disadvantage with at least one lane that's just going to constantly shove in. You are massive right now on our tour. Has the full Daedalus up now on the Dusa as well. So the rundown damage is there. And as long as Shopify Rebellion kind of stick together for the most part, even that Omni Slash might not be enough. There are quite a few tanky heroes now in the form of the Timbersaw and the Beastmaster that if you do waste a couple of your slashes on the Omni, on anything but the Dusa, then you might not have enough to even find that kill.
You may not. Team Spirit remaining as a unit. Shopify Rebellion grouped up themselves here through the mid lane. Blink now up in your Toro. Like he needs that mobility to really jump the targets he wants. He cannot afford to keep getting caught by the Static Storm of Fly. Just has no answer for it. Team Spirit, they're going to smoke up as 5. This could be the final team fight for them. So if they can't pull off this one, the game just kind of falls apart. No buyback available on Yatoro for this one. Shopify, they will stand their ground on the east of the map by the Dire Tormentor. Team Spirit trying to move high ground, should have their smoke broke, but they'll see the Medusa. They'll jump Arteezy immediately. That's the only target they really wanted, and they've got him. Shopify, they had no answer for this. A perfect Ravage initiation from Collapse. They will find more. Crit will go down. 3 down for Shopify. Team Spirit losing nothing.
Yeah, and that's the kind of fight we were looking for from Spirit. That's how it feels like every other fight should have gone. Just an instant blow up on the Dusa. No counter control coming out from Shopify. Saberlight on an entirely different area of the map. They don't manage to stick together as a complete unit. A few of the tools were missing there for the fight. And Spirit keep themselves in that game. They drag it all the way back to a 1k lead for the side of Shopify Rebellion. They can start to continue that build up on Yatoro. He is trying to work himself onto the Lincolns now on that jug. So just wanting the protection from the roar. Even through the spin. It's going to feel pretty impactful if you can find a space to fully farm that up. You see Laurel going for the Ags now as well on the Storm. The AoE Vortex to provide more teamfight control. And Collapse just rushing into the refresh. Double Ravage. So this game, again, there's a good moment there for Shopify Rebellion. They open up a little bit. They take top range racks. They take a lot of good fights. But as long as Spirit execute this way and you're not able to roar that jug, Yatoro will rip you apart. You have to watch this jug every single time now.
Absolutely. This jug's certainly getting to a scary stage. Net worth advantage down to 1k, 53% win probability here for Shopify Rebellion, but a very close game. Hard to know who pulls off this victory now. Team Spirit, they are casually just waiting for Roshan to respawn, hoping for an early timer. And it will be one. 25 seconds in the Roshan respawn. Not long at all to wait. Shopify, they have got everyone back up though. Scythe the Vice now being picked up on Arbit. That could be a game changer here in this this next fight. They are going to move their way up to the Roshan pit. Roshan now 5 seconds away from respawn. Spirit already in position. They've got some wards around this Lotus Ball ready to go. Yatora's going to see the targets. Shopify still moving in. Ravage out. They found Arteezy. They've got Arteezy again. Collapse without hesitation. Will jump on the Medusa with the Ravage. Securing the kill with the Omni. And now he has the sight device up. They might be able to do it a secondary time. Crit does get caught. They'll drop the static storm into Yatora, but the lift away is there. This Fly. Fly is trying to get out, but he is caught to boot. So they will roll up the jug. Yatora, he is gone. He'll commit a buyback himself. Mirror, he'll drop right after. His Arteezy's got a double. But they've got the jug back into the fight. Yatora has brought back for this. But can they start Roshan? It's a tough one. Without the Omni slash up, without the Ravage up, can you really fight Shopify Rebellion?
Doesn't feel like it. And they'll still hang around, maybe go for a steal play here.
They have the tendrils up at least, so they can mess around with that. Hex also available here for the Tide. However, speaking of that Tide, he's kind of getting jumped right now. Collapse, needing to back off, dropping lower and lower. Instead, they'll jump Arbet. A double stun here from Collapse, holding a couple down. The gaze on Arbet to boot. Arbet still surviving, still trying, barely alive, but he is finally down. As Yatoro almost going down with the dieback, but does spin away. Instead, they'll find Lala Maposhka. Yatoro, he's just going to reset with the healing ward. They cannot allow Roshan to go the way of Shopify. They are trying so hard to ensure that they do not get away with this. And they are forcing Shopify back once again. It's all about buying time for Ravage and Omni to be back up. Because once those are up, you can ensure a dieback on Arteezy. And you can ensure Roshan to go your way.
They're not even going to try to pressure anymore on the side of Shopify. It's so difficult without Abed around. He's your fall of control. He's the Hex carrier right now for Shopify Rebellion. I mean, Saberlight still has his as well. But you need someone else at front line that's beyond Arteezy. Arteezy can't afford to die first.
Roshan's just gone. Refresher shot is available. There's your Omni, but a nice Lotus coming out. Who did that? I think it may have been Abed with the Lotus saving the day, as Arteezy is not going to drop by yet. In fact, who was that? It was Crit, not Abed. There we go. Lul's down on the Storm. On they go to Yatoro, but they're losing mana on the Medusa. There's your Ravage from Collapse, holding them down. Aeon Disc, it's not going to save. It doesn't seem like it, at least because Yatoro, he is not backing off. There goes Arteezy. There goes Saberlight, and there goes Fly. Only 2 left. No buybacks available. Crit, he will go down.
Oh, man. That is not the way that Shopify Rebellion wanted it to go. Good save coming out from Crit and Lotus.
Yatora, he's not done. He wants Arbet. He wants the final piece of the puzzle. He's not going to get it though. Arbet does just hex and chain away.
But I don't think Abed can stop this high ground push by himself. He can clear out the creep waves for sure. There's no creep wave here for the side of Team Spirit to play with, although it is inching forward now. He can't really stop the full push. At least the Fortify is there. They can clear out the creep wave that way. The backup is going to take its time, but Yatora has more than enough attack speed to at least clear out one set of racks here. And they can just follow through elsewhere. Mid being shoved in as well. So backdoor is not going to kick in. 60 seconds for Artur. I mean, that's a lot of time for the side of Team Spirit to just clear out. They'll take 2 racks, it looks like, with a split up.
Yeah. Bot Rax goes down, mid Rax goes down, Team Spirit. May as well just go for the Megas, knowing that there's no Medusa for 45. Huge comeback here from the Spirit. And that last team fight looked like it could have been a little bit rough, but Spirit still managed to make it work. Arbet moving back in. Omni is back up. So Yatoro does have that big ulti ready to go whenever. He will lose a lot of HP to get started, but they do have the healing ward right behind him as now the tendrils do come out. Arbet has been trapped up. Static Storm was dropped. They only caught Collapse with that. The Tide, he's a tanky boy. He's walking away. Meanwhile, the Omni onto Saberlight. Saberlight, they're not going to die. The Glimmer Cape will save. Arbet has gone down. They've got to try and fight as Arteezy, he is respawning now. Yatoro, he might lose the first life, or maybe not even. Here comes Arteezy, he'll TP into the tier 3 tower, but they are not aiming down the jug. They'll go after Collapse instead. The Tidehunter release is down. They might find Maposhka to boot. So they do save themselves from the Megas. 2 racks is down, but they are not against Megas yet. Shopify Rebellion still well and truly in this game.
Is under attack.
And with one dieback at least on the Lich, maybe you can pressure high ground. Though Collapse at least does have buyback on the Tide.
Yeah, they've still got the buyback with a Ravage ready. I think that was a pretty forced fight out from Team Spirit, going for the Omni on without any detection up front. It's a little bit risky. You don't have your Swift Slash as well, so if it jumps around a lot, you don't have the follow-up to just burst down, get that extra bit of damage in for Yatoro. They can try onto the high ground. It's still risky. If you die on Artur here, it could spell the end, but at the same time, if you find Yatoro, you can also bank on this game going your way on Shopify Rebellion. It's all in now with his push.
Even tier 3 tower, already quite low.
Dire's structures
Toro, Omni slash up in 25. Lol's gonna zip through,
is under attack.
try and deal with the creep waves.
Dire's
There goes even tier 3.
has fallen.
Onto the mid racks they go, Shopify.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Still waiting for Collapse to respawn, and now he will. Again, Omni slash still about 20 seconds away though. Make that 5 in fact. Time just flew by. Won't matter though, as they are just going to retreat here on Shopify Rebellion. Double damage is going to be found here for Arteezy. And they're going to smoke straight off the back of this. But they've got double Ravage. They've got Omni. This could be very dangerous.
Certainly not something that's going to be very simple for the side of Shopify.
Are scanning.
With Spirit, the Aegis will expire soon on Yatoro, so this is the opening. They've got the full Ags now as well on Fly. So the mute on the Static Storm is going to be complicating the process for Spirit, but they'll smoke up as well.
They're going to try. This could be the deciding team fight here, John. There's just not many buybacks left on the map. Only Saberlight's the only core here on the Beastmaster that can actually buy back into this game. 26 to 28, 6k advantage. None of it matters now. Smoke is going to wear off for Shopify. Team Spirit still have theirs going. Through the die triangle they'll go. Into the mid lane, they'll get that ward placement down from Maposhka. Arteezy about to show himself on the creep wave. It looks like that's the target they love to burst down with this Ravage Omni. They've got to be a little bit wary of the Lotus Orbs though, because we saw Crit last time around in the team fight. Just completely abusing it to waste the Omni. They are going to go for another smoke again. Double damage has now worn off, so you don't have that bonus damage for Arteezy. Collapse is going to break the smoke on the Medusa. Has not made the jump in yet though, as his jug was not nearby. Arteezy's still walking through the mid lane. Is being watched. Collapse thinking about it. Lyle's going to jump in. There's your Ravage. It's connected on 4. Yatoro, he's in with the Omni, but it bounces the wrong way. It bounces the wrong way. Ravage is out again, but they don't have the damage now. Yatoro, he gets so unlucky. Side device out onto the jug. Yatoro is still trying. Maybe he's got enough. Arteezy's out of mana. It's completely drained. Arteezy's gone. But the buyback is there. Crit with the blast off, trying to make more time for Arteezy to join the team fight. But there's nowhere to TP to. It's a triple kill for Yatoro. The Ancient, however, the tier 4 towers, they were under siege. Well, they've got to be careful. They're a bit split up right now. Collapse mid lane. He's been caught. Slowed up by the Skadi. Yatoro's trying to move in and thread it. It'll be enough for Collapse to back his way out.
Oh man, this is...
Oh, what is this game?
It's a lot of back and forth. Like, the Omni Slash really unlucky, but the Jug in a free area, uncontested, not being controlled up, has enough damage. Like, you do have enough right click to get that done. The damage from Medusa is just not enough to really melt you, and they'll go for the Megas.
Final lane of barracks. Yatoro moving in, trying to put the nail on the head here. It's going to back off. 1 melee barracks has been left. They'll go for the Tormentor while they're at it. Yatoro will just solo it himself. The shards goes to nobody? Everyone's got
Yeah,
a
it's
shards,
just
I
gold.
guess.
Just the gold coming out. Very helpful in trying to get up that buyback that's still lacking in collapse here.
Very nice. Zip forward. They've got a static storm on Yatoro. That's an ag static storm. He is muted up, but Lal is saving the day. A huge vortex coming out. Lal, you'll find Fly on the disruptor, but now he's been caught. A storm down for a disruptor. Pretty good trade for now for Shopify. Yatoro is going to jump in. Not finding the Omni Slash quite yet. Is being very patient, but they've drained the matter of Arteezy. The stun coming in from Collapse is actually going to land with the Meteor Hammer, but Arteezy, he'll turn without mana now. Back in onto Yatoro and Collapse, but it looks like he'll go for the reset. His Team Spirit are still trying to go for the Megas. Yatoro, he's getting the job done. Glyph will be forced. Reset is there for the Medusa. They'll move back in now. Yatoro with the spin. He can get the job done. There goes your Megas. It's incoming. A Saberlight will jump in with the blink out, but it had no roar available. So Spirit now with the Mega Creeps up, feeling confident. They'll hang around this Radiant base. They will not back off quite yet. They want to get the creeps in the base and start applying pressure. And keep in mind, John, Ravage is back up. And double Ravage is available in 10 seconds.
It's a scary timing. Shopify Rebellion, they've got the BKB up for Arteezy, so at least the Ravage won't be able to catch you out here. Roshan is only about a minute away. Team Spirit, not willing to risk it. So much on the line. One bad fight can go either team's way. Mega Creep's not the biggest deal in the world for the side of Shopify Rebellion, as they can hold with the turret that is the Medusa. We shall see. Roche, a minute spawn. It should spawn down south with his timing as well. It's going to be a daytime spawn with free Ags on hand. You might have preferred the free refresh. Like even a double Vortex for Laurel could have been amazing. Double Omni Slash for Yatoro. But at the least with, say, a daytime Roche here with the Ags, Yatoro will have the backup of the Swift Slash. He should be priority. So, we'll see if they're given the opportunity. Again, Shopify Rebellion kind of stuck in their high ground. But they don't mind playing against the Megas. They can hold all day with this kind of draft. Inside of Team Spirit, I mean, it's getting really hard to deal with. We're seeing all the hex spam coming out from the side of Shopify Rebellion. We're seeing like everything being thrown out onto Yatoro. But Mira with the saves, man. He's got the Wind Waker. So even with the Ag Static Storm, with the Wind Waker ready, with Mira standing a mile away in the back line, with his own ninja gear as well, like he's got the save. You're not able to really burst down Yatoro, despite multiple hexes and the Static Storm being there.
Roshan, here we go. Aximus going to be available for Yatoro. Could also hand it to Lal if you really want. Just give him an extra slot, and I think Yatoro is going to make the call to take this for himself. That Swift Slash just so handy. The Omni is not available, and there you go. Ag's now up for the Jug. Aegis will be taken to boot by Yatoro. The cheese will be handed to Lal instead. The double Ravage, Omni Slash, the AoE Vortex, everything is available. They're still playing cautiously, because you are still playing against Medusa. You're playing up against the Disruptor with Ags. So you are still going to play with caution going into this high ground. But with the secondary life on Yatoro, he may just be too much to deal with. 28k net worth advantage on top. They'll move in through the bot lane. The final defense from Shopify. Unless they can kill Yatoro twice. Yatoro jumps in immediately. Fly. Fly is gone. Buyback is available. Saberlight, he got hexed up. He's going to be just fine. It's the Static Storm. Will get dropped on the tide. They want to get rid of that double Ravage, but he is not dying. They don't have the damage yet to lift away. Now Lal jumps in. A big AoE Vortex into the Omni Slash of Yatoro. A double kill. Make it a triple right in the fountain. It's over. It is well and truly over. Team Spirit proving to be too damn good in this game number one. Shopify, they were close, but not quite close enough. Spirit proving to be the better team here in game one, and what a game it was, John.
Oh, what a game indeed. It looked like it was all over for Shopify Rebellion much earlier on there with a lead that Team Spirit was building up, but they rally, they get some punishment out. Team Spirit in the later parts of these fights, they were pretty scrappy. It all boiled down to a couple of things on those last few engagements. Really down to Mira with his positioning on the Rubik, getting these left backs with the Rubik Ag Shord, getting the usage of the Wind Waker during the Static Storm, bailing out Collapse, bailing out Yatoro. And that was the real key thing, that they didn't have backline jump here on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Yes, they had the Timbersaw, but to drag your Timbersaw all the way back with no tree line made it really uncomfy. And just the fact that this Rubik was uncontested and getting these saves out gave Team Spirit all of these openings that more than likely they shouldn't have been able to find. You know, a few of those fights were really scrappy. They're running forward with Yatoro, but again, just these Wind Wakers during the Static Storm and the left backs, it was more than enough to give them that time they needed to get these spell usages off.
Yeah, it was an incredible performance here from Team Spirit. I mean, props to Shopify Rebellion. They almost pulled off a victory there themselves, but the jug just proving to be a bit too much. And, well, quite frankly, the whole squad of Team Spirit just looking so strong in a game like this. Just, you see that coordination really starting to shine here from Team Spirit, and maybe just really getting the hang of the hang of this current patch. The Shopify Rebellion, I mean, they still do have their chances to try and force a draw in this best of 2 series against Team Spirit, but they are going to have to win game number 2, which doesn't look like it's going to be the easiest of tasks considering how game number 1 went. But at the very least, hopefully a draw to be forced out from Shopify, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, again, it was pretty close, all things considered. The fact that they found these openings up against Team Spirit was already a big win. I think, again, it's hard to say it's a draft. I think perhaps Abid's mid-timber didn't feel like it was the most impactful. It felt like they needed something else to really jump the back line. You had some issues with Arteezy taking front line, going into Roche. Like that one Roche fight where everyone bought back, it started because Arteezy was just running forward himself. It's like, he shouldn't be tanking that as the Dusa, despite being so durable. Not the hero you want to die first. So a few things to clean up for Shopify Rebellion. We'll see if they correct for that game too.
Yeah, absolutely, John. We are going to head off to a short break, but of course, before that break comes, enjoy the largest integrated resort in Bali, Ayana Estate, with its beautiful ocean views, secluded beach, lush jungle, and of course the rock bar. Ayana Estate, you go ahead and check it out right now. Apart from that, though, Jonathan, we'll head off to a short break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Team Spirit and Shopify Rebellion. We'll see you soon.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan.
Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar, dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru on the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Hello, Mike.
Hey, John.
We're live.
Oh, hello. Good to be back, Jonathan. Welcome back. We're into the game number 2 of this series. Good to know that somebody told me we're going live. It's MLP Dota and John X5. John, welcome back, sir. How you doing?
Doing great. Looking forward to what this game 2 provides. Already starting off with a bit of surprise, Mike.
Yeah,
and that
no
was
kidding.
already a very big back and forth, of course, for Team Spirit and Shopfire Rebellion. I'm keen on seeing what happens here for game number 2, and I know what to say. I'm looking forward to it. Is the least that I can say here. So yeah.
All right, game number 2. I mean, Team Spirit obviously dominating game 1. It was quite a close matchup here between these two teams. I mean, props to Shopify Rebellion for putting up a great fight, Jonathan, but obviously wasn't quite enough. Going into game 2 though, like, what do you think we need to change up here from Shopify? I mean, it was a pretty close match, but is there anything in particular you'd like to see changed up?
I think the mid here for Abed, they need some backline jump here on the side of Shopify Rebellion. No one was really contesting Mira. It felt like he was allowed to get a lot of saves that he really shouldn't have been allowed to get. And I think that was just a really big part of those later fights. Just the fact that the Rubik was able to get everything he wanted to do. He was able to get the saves. It made the game a lot harder for the side of Shopify Rebellion to kind of find some openings. Also some positional things, like RTZ taking point in that Roche fight was really less than ideal. Unsure as to why he felt the need to take point going into the pit, and that does cost him. Again, that Roche fight led to like the extreme amount of buybacks that ended up working for the side of Team Spirit. Otherwise, they had some pretty good moments. They're finding some openings where Team Spirit themselves were playing pretty lousy, and I think they've they've got to be a little bit cautious about, you know, misplaying like that, because a team like Spirit will find these openings and kind of use it against you quite nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be going into Game 2 draft soon enough, I'm sure, and we'll see what they try to change up here for Shopify Rebellion's end. Again, like, they were sitting in, what, 6th place last time we checked in the standings here for Shopify Rebellion, so obviously they don't really want another draw if they can avoid it, but they can't avoid it now, so they need to try and force a draw here against Team Spirit. Team Spirit were tied up in 4th place with Team Master last we checked, so trying to move their way up to the top 4 placement and to secure their position. Shopify, though, again, in a very dire kind of position, because they are in the red at the moment in 6th place, so need to make your way up if you can. How many series do they even have left? Like, what, they have this one, they have IG after this, and then tomorrow they have nothing. So they only have this series and the next one coming up to try and get the points on the board here for Shopify. Otherwise, you might be stuck in the red zone.
Yeah, certainly not quite in the safe zone at all for Shopify Rebellion. If they get 2-0'd here, that could literally be it. You know, like, they kind of have to go all in here, try to find at least a draw, and then hope for a 2-0 win in the next series. Otherwise, you know, NA is not going to be in a very happy spot, Mikey. The good old Shopify Rebellion fans will be asking a lot of questions like, Miracle sub for this, Mikey sub for this. You know, I've already seen that quite a fair bit in chat, and I'm expecting that to continue. You guys keep it up.
Yeah, I mean, why the hell not? Why the hell not? Anyway, again, game number 2's draft should be underway rather soon. Looks like we are having somewhat of a delay here, but we'll see what they look to change up. I mean, you kind of talked about the mid Timber Saw. That was kind of destroyed here by Team Spirit. They just did not allow any kind of impact from this Timber to come out from the mid lane. The Techies was shut down quite a bit. Saw Maposhka getting some lovely gazes off, getting some lovely lifts off there with Mirror. I just can't say it was a complete outdraft. It's very hard to say that. I think it was just Team Spirit completely outplaying Shopify at the end of that game number 2, rather game number 1, and well, we'll see if they outplay again in game 2. Again, it still hasn't begun, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much we can talk about in circles here, Mike. We tried that in the first game. So how was your night? You know, what's been with you, Mike? You know, what's new? We can have a podcast session, it's fine. The first 2 bans are the same anyway as well. Techies, Undying, Pugna, Timbersaw, perhaps. Who cares? What's new with you, Mike? What's not much, in your opinion? What is that?
I was going to say, Jonathan, I only realized the shirt you've got on looks very, very nice today. This is a new one that I haven't seen quite yet. Jonathan, when did you pick this one up?
It's also from H&M. One of the 2 shirts. You've seen both of the shirts I've ever bought from H&M, so there you go. Sponsor must be very happy. H&M, shout out to you guys. Bought it at your Abriza branch. Stock is pretty decent, so I'm happy. Yeah, Abriza and Davao City. Y'all are getting me docs now. You know where I'm from. And if you don't believe me, there's a bunch of people out there who don't believe I'm from the Philippines. I am. I'm from Davao City, down south. Abriza Mall. That's where I bought this from the H&M there. H&M, I'm very happy again.
Oh.
Doing you guys what you want.
I thought you were American.
Oh, well, sometimes I am, Mikey. Sometimes I am. Sometimes I'm not. I can choose. I can pick and choose.
Let's head into the draft. We've got it underway now. Game number 2. Team Spirit vs Shopify Rebellion. You talked about those bans that are going to be removed anyway. Do you want Undying, Techies, Timbersaw, Beastmaster. Plenty of heroes that can get removed here between these 2 teams.
5 seconds remaining.
See what they do prioritize getting rid of.
Probably Pugna first phase ban every single time, followed by the Undying. Wouldn't be too surprised in that order. And then either to Timbersaw, Broodmother, Lycan, either a core like that, or something like the Ench can be banned out. Occasionally we see Batrider being a priority first phase ban. It's pretty open. There's a lot of heroes. And they will actually just ban the Storm. Team Spirit, recognizing that, you know, maybe Shopify Rebellion, maybe they start off with something like the Storm this time for Abed, so force them to play something else once more. And they do ban out the Ench. Again, respecting what Team Spirit can do with that hero. So I'm wondering, yeah, will you let the Pugna through with the Storm being banned? Is that still a concern? Is Undying a concern here? Is Techies, was crits Techies really that big of a concern to ban out? Doesn't feel like it, honestly.
Still thinking about these bans. Storm Spirit being removed here by Spirit, not wanting to give that away to Arbed, of course. The old break if an emergency hero. Still thinking about the second ban out though.
Dire team back.
Undying will be removed, of course. Unsurprisingly. Techies? Do we remove Techies, or is it just going to be left again?
10 seconds remaining.
So they're going to think about this this second ban out here for
5
Shopify's end of
seconds
things.
remaining. Team spirits.
They're getting rid of the
turn to
Tide
pick.
Hunter. I mean, that Tide from Collapse was doing a lot of work, I suppose, so just really ensuring that that they do not give this away again to Collapse.
Dire team pick.
They're going to go down the Morphling route.
Dire team pick.
It's like we've lost John X Fire, which is a real shame because his Lion is going to come out here for Shopify Rebellion. Right into the Visage as well, which is a Saberlight special. Bring out the micro heroes for Saberlight. Yeah, Spirit with the Morphling, they're going to be pretty damn strong. Like, this Morphling hero in particular has just felt absolutely busted
10 seconds remaining.
throughout the whole of this major so far. Of course, even before the major, the Morphling was proving to be extremely potent. We'll have a think about the second pick. Hello, John. It looks like he's still trying to come back. Team Spirit.
Hello, Mike. I do apologize.
Hello.
I'm back. Power surge. It's because of you calling me out whether or not I'm Filipino and American. Suddenly the electricity goes out, so you know which I am.
Very good. Actually, I probably still, to be honest with you, John. It comes out for Team Spirit. So that'll be I mean, we've seen the Spirit Breaker be very, very
10
effective,
seconds
obviously.
remaining.
Such a strong position for to have right now. Obviously, just being able to get it away from
5
crit to boot.
seconds remaining.
So you won't have to waste the ban on that if you're Team Spirit. So we do go back into the second ban phase.
Dire team back.
Yeah. I do have to say, the side of Shopify Rebellion going into this Visage is... It's rather surprising. I mean, it has been a top tier hero. I think its normal combination is something like the Spirit Breaker on the offlane, but with a Lion Opener, it
10
can
seconds
work.
remaining.
You have enough damage to kind of dish out. You can play with a Soul Assumption, Grave Chill. I'm wondering if they do go all in on something like the Grave
Turn
Chill
to
here,
ban.
as we have seen that prioritized a couple of times in laning phase, come like a 3-1-1 build by 5. Which, honestly, it feels a little bit weird. I don't know if you're really maximizing the Grave Chill a lot in these chases, in comparison to just dealing damage up front with your Aura build-up. So I'm keen to see what Shopify will do. You can see what Saberlight, I'm assuming, will do with that Visage. You do have hard control for the Morphling, just with the line pickup, so Blink Hex. Again, a lot of pressure on your line here to perform. And we've seen this happen before as well, where if you're not able to blink in, Hex, break the Lincolns with Mana Drain first into the Hex, it's pretty complicated for a line in trying to get that Morphling out. Like, there's enough of a small opening for the Morphling to just instant shift or instantly
10
waveform away.
seconds remaining.
So I don't think this is clear cut at all for Shopify Rebellion, even with something like hard control on the
5
line.
seconds remaining.
Another aim getting removed as well. Like the Morphling does not enjoy the aim hero very much. Shopify Rebellion. So far focused on the mid ban outs, getting rid of the Pangolier. A lot of time being used up for these ban stages, it feels like.
Team spirits turn to ban.
Bat Rider going to be removed. I suppose just really trying to emphasize Arbed having a good laning stage in the mid lane. Which is important because, again, last game the impact wasn't really there for the mid timber. Meanwhile, of course, Team Spirit's still focused on just trying to ensure these
10
position ones of
seconds
Arteezy aren't going to be directly countering their Morphling.
5 seconds remaining.
Still have some illusion spam that can be annoying for the Morphling to deal with. Something like the Naga, I suppose, or the Terrorblade. Naga may be a higher priority. Naga PL, if they are concerned about that in Team Spirit's end. Those are probably one of the only heroes we see kind of winning out up against a Morph. So I'm interested to see which one Team Spirit will allow through. Like, you're fairly secure already with just the AM ban, it feels like, but yeah, we've seen a PL kind of win out. Just run him down, melt his mana. Even if you shift into the PL, sure, your illusions hit a lot less hard, but at the same time, it is painful, and they won't just respect the PL. Again, Naga's an option here for side of Shopify Rebellion if they want to pick that up. I still don't mind that, even though, again, Morphling can just turn into Naga through her illusions, and Naga loses a lot of damage and stats, but and no one feels good playing into Morphling directly. It's just atrocious once the axe is up.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Final ban to come. Shopify Rebellion. Are they going to ban out another mid or another off lane? Either way. They're going to have another heavy think about this one. There goes the Mars now. Shopify right into the techies again. So they're just going to go ahead and take it for themselves. Again, the stats on the techies with Shopify has not been too high, to say the least. But it's kind of the matter of the hero's still broken. You can't really leave it to be taken by Team Spirit, so they're just going to go ahead and take it themselves.
Yeah, I don't mind that too much, but support duo of Techie's line is at the very least a lot of burst damage on hand, a lot of aggression. I'm a little bit surprised they opt for the Techies over something like, say, I don't know, like maybe a Shadow Demon, right? Like, you're up against a Spirit Breaker, you want to save, you're up against a Morphling. Morphling's own illusions kind of hurt back, so maybe a Shadow Demon might have given you a lot. Demonic Purge is pretty good on Morph when his waveform's down as well, so you can try to get that chase down. With the Techies that released this Techie's Visage lane coming out now, it starts to feel a lot more comfy, although you could still run the Visage Lion lane, depending on how Fly and Crit want to flex here. I do love that Team Spirit just go back into that Mira Rubik, or maybe flexing it out again. Probably a little bit of flex opening here, unless they just go all in on like a collapsed Spirit Breaker, but Mira had a fantastic time in the Rubik. Maybe not in the spell steals, but certainly on the saving plays, the lift back with a shard, the Wind Waker plays, the Glimmer Capes to stall for time. And you still don't have the clearest backline jump here from Shopify Rebellion. Like, you've got the Lion Blink, I suppose. Techie's Blast Off was there last game as well. You need something on mid. I think... No. I do not. Yeah, nah.
They went back
Dusa
to
into
Medusa.
Morph. This is...
Yes.
I mean, you have Dusa Lion, but it's really a moot point because you barely reach level 15 on Lion fast enough that you can help your Dusa out when she's having a bad start. So that timing's out the window. They're laning into Beastmaster, which, to be fair, feels decent for a Dusa. Mystic Snake spam out, but Collapse here can just go for the Axis build. You don't mind that too much. I don't like this hero, Mike. I don't like the Dusa coming out here. I don't think it fits with the tempo. It has a really bad core-to-core matchup with the Morphling. It does not feel good.
No, it does not. The Morphling's certainly going to have a very good time against the Medusa this game by the looks of it. And Shopify, they have drafted this into the Morphling, so they must have some kind of idea against this Morph. Just once you get the Ags timing on the Morphling, things just become so challenging. For the Medusa, that is, at least. Final bans to come, though. They'll get rid of the Snapfire here for Team Spirit. I believe they are still looking for a mid lane hero for Team Spirit's end of things. See the mid snap by popping up here and there, proving to be pretty damn strong. Team Spirit, they do get rid of the Ember Spirit for now.
10 seconds remaining.
Love the fact that Timbersaw has literally just been left alone to be picked up by either side. Neither one banning it out for themselves.
No. It's rather funny, because I think either side could look for it as in mid again, as you mentioned, but I don't know about putting Abed in something like that. I feel like you really want to be able to jump forward, regardless of whether or not there are trees in the area. Your movement as the Timbersaw is a little bit more constrained. Your durability as well, it's not like instantaneous, so running up is also not the best feeling, which is why maybe a couple of times Arteezy was taking point. Man at the puck now as well on Team Spirit's end, so again taking away anything that can cut through your Morphling's mobility here. I suppose the Storm is... well, Storm's first phase ban, so... Quap, Lena, Zeus, maybe a weird pocket Lesh. Maybe again that Timbersaw. Those are all open. A DK perhaps? I can see a DK lining up for maybe more in Team Spirit. I like it with the pushing pace a Beastmaster can provide. But you could also gun for it on Shopify Rebellion. It's fairly open.
One more ban to come.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
There goes the sniper ban out now. It's not something I was quite expecting to see, but it does get removed. It's Team Spirit, final pickup. 4 seconds reserve time left to think about this. Still need a mid here for lull.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ango is an option as well, I suppose. If you wanted that, nothing to stop you from rolling around here. Diffusal Pango can just rip... oh no, Pango was banned. They go to Quap. So, straightforward. Just Quap. It can crush most lane matchups. If you are looking for something like the Timbersaw or the DK here, Quap feels pretty happy up against that. Although I'd say the DK probably still finds what it wants. Just Dragon Tail stun and deny. You're happy enough. But I don't like the DK for Abed either. You know, it's like your point about more active mids. You don't want them to be stuck playing one-button heroes in lane. You want them to be able to do a lot more with their kit. They actually go for the DK. Okay.
Yeah.
Not the biggest fan. Again, I mean, I get why. It's a stable lane. It's a stable lane, but you don't want Abed to just get a stable lane, right? You want them to do so much more. It's...
I mean, they are going to have the tempo at least with the Visage Dragon Knight. Like, you do at least have the push potential coming in. But yeah, I agree with you. I don't like it. Like, it's not exactly the kind of hero you expect Abed to be playing. And this kind of draft, it feels like you fall behind and that's just it. You know, it's all the eggs in the Medusa basket again. And the thing is, they have the Morphling, so it's... they already have a very, very strong counter in the Morphling against this Medusa. Ag's timing is going to come up and things are going to be pretty rough, I think, for Arteezy, unless Shopify can set a pace that you can't really keep up with. I don't know if this is going to be really possible with this draft. I have my doubts. I know you have your doubts, John. I think we can both agree, at least Spirits seem to be having the better draft going to this game too. But I suppose only time will tell.
I'm not even sure of how well this push potential comes out from Shopify Rebellion, because you've got the Beastmaster who can also apply laning pressure push. You've got the Quap who can clear out these creep waves pretty nicely. So how much you can really get done onto these objectives remains to be seen. I think you have crit at least on the line, so flies on the techies. You've got the techies Dusa lane, which is pretty decent. You can kind of play with that. You can try to make it hard for Collapse to find his opening. But again, like, techies with anything that interrupts blast off feels awful. Mira can always just left back if he sees the movement up. And suddenly that aggression onto Collapse is cut off. I'm not sure. I don't know what to say. I think Saberlight has to have a faster start with this Visage. We've seen Visages go off to a slow start, and it's funny because it was Team Spirit we saw with a Visage play really slow at that hero. So they should know what the weaknesses of that Visage is, having lost with it recently. They should be aware of what to do. Like, if Saberlight just camps a lane, farms into his Solar Crest, and doesn't do anything to stop the enemy core from farming, doesn't do anything to tie into his team with that aggressive push, then the hero falls flat. It's not a hero you really want to farm too late with. Wants to apply pressure, so that's what we need to see here from Shopify.
Let's get into it. Game number 2 between Shopify Rebellion and Team Spirit underway. Good luck, have fun's coming out once again. Tips being handed out all across. And an immediate smoke on smoke, but it's just going to be for some ward placement. You know, so we are going to have a pause coming up from Collapse straight off the bat, it seems. Some TeamSpeak issues happening here for Team Spirit.
Fun!
TeamSpeak or Team Spirit issues? Oh.
It could be either. Yes, if it is TeamSpeak, they're not the only ones having audio issues, John. So the good news there for me, at least. It's Shopify Rebellion.
I mean, did you hear that a lot of players are having stomach issues for some reason?
Bali belly, you mean?
I don't know how they're in the Ayana estate. You know that shouldn't be an issue at all. I'm pretty sure they don't have time to go around.
The thing is, though, like it's from what I've heard, I've never had the pleasure of being to the beautiful Bali, but I've heard it's pretty easy to get an upset stomach early on. You know, if you're not too careful. Maybe just like ice cubes in your drink could have done it, perhaps.
Yeah, but again, like it's the Ayana estate. You know, it's like
Well,
I don't think it's. Maybe they couldn't handle the spice of a food. You know, like I
Perhaps.
slather on a lot of sambal onto my nasi lemak every morning. You saw this when we were at Malaysia. It's a whole lot of spice. I would always look for that rice. To be fair, how many times were we even awake for breakfast, Mike? I count one time, maybe two. So maybe
That's
not
true.
seeing that much. That's fair.
I can't remember going to. Shopify, still 5-man smoked. We'll run into Team Spirit. Smoke will be broken. Immediately Team Spirit are back in their way out. The Maposhka has stuck around a little bit longer just to get a proper view of what's going on. But he is fine to back his way out of this. Some wards placed down here from Shopify, but that's about it. Arteezy still tipping Collapse. Collapse will hand it back to him. The last lane around, Collapse had a fantastic time, killing Arteezy twice in the first like 5 minutes. Arteezy maybe just paying his respects.
Yeah. Just paying some of that respect out.
Battle begins.
Let's see if they get respected in lane though. As even start on the bounties, nothing too exciting there. No big movement being forced out. And gonna be keen on seeing again how much happens in this laning phase. Do start off with a little bit of forward movement out, Collapse and Arteezy just waving at each other. No high fives to really be committed. Still, so while we're here, might as well take a look. Collapse and Mira on the Beastmaster and Rubik. They are up against Arteezy. And Fly on the Medusa Tactics lane. So honestly, not too bad of a lane for Dedusa. This shouldn't be too rough for Artur. He should be able to hold out and farm. Collapse should also be able to play what a wild axis. And I think the one thing for Fly here is that if he does blast off, he has to be cautious about where the Rubik is and whether or not he committed that lift up at level 2. Because once you have the lift, anything that interrupts Techie's blast off makes the hero feel pretty damn awful. That's the one counter. Just stop him from landing the blast off and suddenly his laning presence is just down to right clicks, which Mira doesn't mind trading with a Fade Bolt. So it evens out that Techie's trading lane and it becomes a farming lane for Collapse and Artur.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, Saberlight able to secure first blood, it seems. Maposhka going down already. Just can't underestimate how much damage you can do with this Soul Assumption. Of course, Yotoro, at that level 1 mark on the Morphling, needs to be pretty cautious himself. So we'll sit back, let Maposhka die, and just wait for the creep wave to push into the tier 1 tower. At least for the earlier levels, Shopify Rebellion at this bottom lane should have a pretty damn good time.
Yeah. You can maintain aggression. There's a positive feedback loop of the lines damage tying in there, and they also managed to catch out that Rubik, although Fly.
Fly should go down. Collapse eventually will reach. There you go, 1 for 1, but Shopify certainly looking a lot better already during this lane. Laning stage just being so much more aggressive with their heroes. The last game around, one of the big problems they did have was the laning stage was just so rough for them. But it seems like this game around, they've got it on lockdown. They're doing a pretty damn good job.
And they're ensuring that Maposhka's not really having presence down bot. I think that's the bigger issue. Like, the Spirit Breaker plus Morphling doesn't do too much. They do miss the blast off up top. Again, the left back was there on Mira. Not going to get any kill opportunities out. Arteezy, he is at half mana pool. Has to be cautious about a couple of wild axes coming out. Could be enough to melt him down and provide a kill opportunity. But so far, so you mentioned Shopify Rebellion finding a lot more in their lanes, even the mid lane for Abed. Again, it's DK up into Quap. You can always just Dragon Tail stun. You can always just look for the CS, play with a Breed Fire. It's a more passive lane. Lart's not going to be able to look for any kill opportunities with all of that regen on hand. Maybe by 6 you can, with the Scream of Pain emphasis and the Sonic Wave. That's when you can start to dish it out to Abed, but again, it's just slower on mid. Still trying up top.
Yeah, they jumped onto Mira, Fly. Sadly, didn't have a blood grenade to throw out that time around, so could not really keep Mira down long enough.
You know,
In that mid lane, the one lane we haven't really talked about at all, like Abed and Lal are just going at it. Pretty boring lane here in the mid, but Abed seems to be having a pretty good time, so is Lal. Of course, it is going to be a pretty even matchup between these two, so I suppose not too much to talk about up until maybe the level 6 timing of the Queen of Pain. For now, Abed sitting there pretty safely just hitting some creeps.
I'm happy. Just play that farm game. Hit that level 6, get a push going. And see if the aggression comes out here for Lol. We're not able to get any rotations out, and Pashka not able to really look for any charges out of this lane, as it is a high pressure lane for Yatoro. Yatoro is starting to lag a little bit behind in farm, but it's still having a slightly better time than Artesius, at least overall in CS. We're more than happy kind of playing this spacing right now. Both sides are looking for really support levels to get aggressive. Like, you do want the Spirit Breaker to start to hit level 4 or 5. Heck, even maybe wait for the 6 to truly commit onto the chase. Same thing goes for Shotfire Bell, and you kind of want the finger to be ready at some point.
Poshka being targeted here by Saberlight, but that'll be about it. As Arteezy up at top lane, finding Mirror again, has the hand up, but is very low on HP. Collapse will be able to take out the Deucer. So really not the worst trade here for Team Spirit. Fly is still trying for Collapse, does actually land the sticky bomb. Collapse trying his best to juke that one out and turn back on Fly, but will end up going down.
Good openings being found from both sides. A lot of aggression up top. The kill on the Medusa is still the bigger one. And Poshka again, though.
Poshka, very, very low, is going to drop. Yatoro has adaptive, will throw it. Crit not going down yet, though. Really playing on the edge. Is barely going to survive.
Salves up. Feeling pretty happy. Again, having a lot of impact in that lane. Do like that. Saberlight, again, he's having a much better time with the Visage. He's showing off what can get done when you can constantly dish that damage out. There's just no play here for Miposhka. He goes for a charge. He's going to get Grave Chilled up. Loses a lot of movement speed. He can't really just run up and right-click trade up against 2 ranged heroes either.
Fly's going to go down top lane. Mira will hand the tip back the way of Fly. Meanwhile, mid, rotations coming in from Crit. Lal already backing off at the right moment. Abed not even bothering to try for the Dragon Tail. Just didn't see the real opening as top lane. Arteezy, he has been left alone. Miposhka's rotated. Arteezy is down. No support incoming to help out.
That's the kill you want. That's the kill you need. Just slow down the Dusa. Try to buy space for the Morphling to have farm parity, or at least, or even a lead if possible. And just apply that pressure, finally leaving the lane with Poshka does. As, again, he's really doing nothing bot. They are camping mid here, though, with Abed and Crit, trying to get that push going.
Yeah, charge does connect onto the Dragon Knight. Abed, of course, going to be more than tanky enough to get through this. Miposhka now the one in danger, but a nice Sonic Wave from Lyle stopping the blast-off follow-up. Miposhka is still trying to juke through the tree line. Actually makes it out. Instead, they will focus on Lyle, but Lyle will jump back in onto Crit. Lee's finding himself a lion. And the Spirit Breaker, he has made it. Abed's still trying to snipe him with the Breathe Fire, but it's not going to be enough.
Some sick jukes out from Miposhka. Really good angle in the back line. They don't find a DK kill, but you know what? You don't mind finding Crit right now. You just need everything you can take on the side of Team Spirit, considering this much more even start. So they're feeling good about that. Great rotations out from Team Spirit. Collapse up top, though.
Does get caught. Fly with a nice blast-off initiation. No helping coming for Collapse. He's going to just try and fight back by himself. And she does do a decent job of it, because Fly's now being charged. But Collapse does go down. Very, very nice pick-off here for Shopify Rebellion. There's Miposhka rushing through. Actually, the sticky bomb, though, gonna land.
That's
so
slow.
Miposhka's having to do this a very slow way. Jumps in, looking for a bash. Not actually gonna go for it. But Mira will get it done. Instead, now Mira gonna be in trouble. Mira's being chased, and Mira looks like he is set to fall. So I suppose you gave an even bigger kill away now, as Mira could not juke them out. Easy to take the kill. Perhaps not worth the charge in.
Definitely not. A little bit of a fiesta up top. More than happy on Archer to find that kill for himself. Good wards to watch here as well from Shopfire Rebellion. To see these stacks being built up, they can contest later on. Stacks still being formed up by Collapse, so we'll see if they can contest. It does feel like the triangle stacks and Radiant are a little bit harder to invade down bot, though. Saberlight, just a little bit of a chase.
The Grave Chill's going to be enough to get his way out of that one. Still a very even game between these two teams. Slight net worth lead to Shopify Rebellion. Even with the couple deaths that the Medusa has had, he's still having a pretty damn good time in net worth. Just top of the net worth board at the moment. It's in some weird way, it's a similar situation to last game, but not so much. Saberlight, bottom lane. It looks like they were going to try and go for a charge onto the Visage, but they decide better of it. And now Shopify are around. Yatoro, oh what a charge! Maposhka! I mean, was that even on purpose?
I believe it might have been. I think it was. He was charging onto a different target as well, so he saw the angle out.
Familiar.
Yeah, onto the familiar.
Worthy tribute.
And timing just lines up, giving Yatoro that space. Still under threat, but not as much. You are seeing Abed start to switch gears here, though.
Yeah, he's moving his way down bot. I mean, you've got the dragon form available. Let's spike out. Yatoro. Oh, hexed up. He's got the strength morph going. He should be safe for at least a little bit longer, but the perma stun coming. Not quite enough. Maposhka able to stop Abed from going for the dragon tail. Shows it never comes out. And so Shopify, they are unable to commit to the kill completely. But they can commit to this bottom tier 1 at least.
Again, they're playing through their strengths in push, trying to shrink this map as fast as they can to prevent that arms buildup by Yatoro. Should be able to find it no contest. Maposhka really can't get too much done here on the Spirit Breaker. And we'll just sneak away with it. No counter push coming out from Team Spirit elsewhere. And he's still farming up with the Collapse. He does have the Dominator up, is rushing into that Overlord timing, and he does have the stacks to fall back to. The one thing you'll need now on Team Spirit, some good defensive wards. You can't allow Yatoro to be jumped up by the Visage. He can't be scouted out by these familiars. It's just a massive risk with how much jump Shopify Rebellion do have on hand. Abed is going for a little bit of a greedier play, trying to scale up in the DK, going for the Midas, which I do think is the more preferable route on the DK. Something like Midas over a Blink Rush, maybe even like a Midas Manta. Go Ultra Greed. Smoke out here, though.
The mid lane, Abed can be the target. Mira will get the lift up. Abed cops the roll, charge in as well, and there's just no protecting him. They might try to punish Shopify, but there's 3 heroes in the mid, and I don't think they have enough to really turn this fight back around. Spirit now, with the siege creep up, they're going to start pushing in through the mid wave. Plenty of units here from Collapse to abuse this tier 1 mid tower with... Tier 1's just gone. There's no protecting it. There's now the Nether Strike. But Poshka landing onto the Visage with the charge to boot. It's too much for Saberlight to deal with.
Much too much. Not respecting that chain control coming out here from Team Spirit with a stolen Earth Spike as well from Mira. And the equalized map control. Arguably still a little bit better coming out for Team Spirit with a mid as they are invading the top jungle. A lot easier. They can start to apply that pressure. Arteezy still left alone on the Dusa though, and that's all that matters here for Shopify Rebellion. The Manta style timing for Arteezy not too far off. Should have more stats to play with, although it's still susceptible to that burst, but not under major threat yet. Yatoro inching towards the Lincolns into the Ags. Until that Ags is up, your threat on the Dusa isn't as big. You really do need a stat steal to make this Dusa a lot squishier. Not quite to that point yet, but again, this is not a simple game for, sit back and farm and scale for the Dusa. It's not a straightforward matchup at all for this hero up against a Morph.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Fly. Chased down by Maposhka. Charge is going to land. Get the strike out up to Fly, and he's got no chance of escaping. Meanwhile, top lane, Arteezy. Yatoro and Collapse end up taking down the Dusa. Arteezy going down a 3rd time this game. And it seems like they're onto the tier 2 top tower now as bottom lane. A jump is there. They've at least found Lal, and they should have the Quap. So not the worst trade in the world for Shopify Rebellion. But Poshka forgot to press the S button, I think. Does not cancel the charge out, and he's giving another kill away.
Yeah, it's a freebie coming out for Shopify Rebellion now. Managing that the flank onto Laurel. This is the line without the blink. So once Crit has that, it's a much simpler process, and getting that lockdown onto something like a Flop here. Saberlight really starting to pop off with the Solar Crest up. Just camping a lane, applying that pressure. All of Shopfire Rebellion looking a lot sharper in this early game. Although Laurel is on the hunt, but doesn't really have the follow-through control to look for that kill. Your concerns for the side of Team Spirit are still with the fact that, again, you haven't really contested RTZ as much outside of laning kills. He's still free farming in that jungle up top. You're not using Hawk Vision to hunt him down. You know, it doesn't feel like you're ready to face square off against Adusa, which is always a little bit strange when it's still relatively early in the game. You don't have that much stats on RTZ, but I'm sure they're more worried about the response from Shopfire Rebellion. They just want to play the safe game. Shopfire Rebellion, for their part, again, really good warding coming out. That's been something that's consistent. They have good wards watching that bot lane entirely. So they know when a support's camping, looking for farm, they can always punish. And they have a rough idea as to where side of Team Spirit's farming up. Because they don't see the course down bot, so they expect it in the triangle. And perhaps up top, they can just play a little bit safer in those areas. And just not give any openings so far. Much more even back and forth here this time.
1k advantage for Spirit is still standing. Toro. Another Lincoln Sphere up in just a moment. Shopify Rebellion. We've got the blink up on Arbet, so they might be able to make some plays off this. Got that instant initiation now with the Dragon Knight. It is on the courier, that is. They'll start with the mid-tier 1 tower. Dragon Form will get that done. And Team Spirit, they do glyph and they actually rotate a couple heroes around, so it looks like they are going to slow this down just a little bit, but the jump is there onto Lal. Earth Spike to follow. He's in big trouble. The Quap is barely going to go down. Almost making it out. No, not quite. The T1 mid tower. It will melt. Shopify, they'll take that easily. But in the meantime, Roshan has begun. Team Spirit are just casually taking Roshan with Collapse and Yatora.
Yeah. Not the fastest Roshan in the world, but they are getting a lot of space out, although Shopfire Rebellion, they know this is happening. Mass TPs up top.
I mean, there was no defense. They know so. Oh, Abed. He blinked into the right time, but he does not pick up the Aegis. Yatora has got it. They might catch Collapse for their trouble. And it seems like Collapse is set to fall, but he might roar before he does go down. In fact, roar was already committed. Never mind. Instead, they'll move in for the fight. Crit is down. Onto Sableye they go. A big Sonic Wave. Arbed getting caught by that taboo. Arbed still trying to fight. Is eventually going to fall. It's 3 down for Shopify. Make it a 4th. Fly is gone. Arteezy the only one left trying to Giga Chat it up against 4 heroes. But it is not enough damage for Arteezy. A full team wipe.
Well, team wipe. That's Yatora without a single point in Morph, Mike. He's just standing there as the Morphling.
Yikes.
He doesn't even need to turn into anyone else. He doesn't have the stats stealed, so why bother? Shopfire Rebellion, they get a good read onto that Roche. They force the issue, not stealing the Aegis for Abed. I mean, it's a really hard one to time. Faster fingers coming out for Team Spirit. It was a massive risk. Like, they just find that win down mid. They want to ensure that Team Spirit don't have any openings, so they contest, but they bleed out so much. 4k lead coming out from Team Spirit now. The Ags for Yatoro, still 3 parts away. So only about, well, almost 2 parts away. So halfway through. Well, once this Morphling hits Ags timing, like, I mean, that was him without morphing into Dusa. You know, that's him without stealing stats. What happens after that?
Oh, top lane, Fly. Gonna end up going down to the techies. Both side lanes being pressured now by Team Spirit.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Shopify Rebellion now 4k behind. Nowhere near out of this game yet, but this is that point where the Medusa does not feel very good against the Morphling because the Ag's timing is coming. Sure, you're building up a Skadi on Arteezy, but I question how much it's going to matter in a game like this as the charge is out immediately. They want the Dusa. Sableye is around to help out. Arteezy's already lost half his HP, but he's going to go for the Stone Gaze, trying to catch Yatoro. Will not be able to petrify him up yet. The blast off is out, but he got the strength morph in time. So the perma stun's incoming. They'll get the Aegis down. That is one life, but they've committed everything for this. So Collapse is going to jump in. Arteezy's been caught already. The Medusa is completely out of mana. Just trying to walk out of this. But the lift from Mira. Going to lock him down. You got the Aegis, but you couldn't get your position one out. Not the best of trades here for Shopify.
Certainly not. Just all in on trying to stop Yatoro, but not respecting, again, the saves, the stall outs coming out from Team Spirit, the lift backs from Mira, the angles being found for these big sonic waves from Laurel, catch multiple heroes. Shopify Rebellion. They need a lot more in the tank here before they can start running. The Scotty has to come through from Arteezy just for the stat padding. You need a BKB ready from Abed so you can stand up front much more confidently. Otherwise, the solutions are there from Team Spirit. They are TPing up top. They could try to punish Mira here. They saw him D-ward, but not even going to jump to Rubik. No one there to back Mira up, but he's just free to go.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, they'll just take their time.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Spirit. Keep all the lanes pushed out. Shopify Rebellion. Looking for an answer, I think, here in this game number 2.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Has not been, the draft has not been working the way they would have intended, I'm sure. Now on a Crimson Guard to come from Collapse to make matters even worse for Shopify Rebellion. All of that damage you were dealing is just going to be nullified completely, as we are going to see a smoke with a double damage on Arbed.
Radiant are
So head down towards the bottom lane where Mira is hanging about. Scouting out Arteezy on the Medusa. Will now reveal his position. Down towards the south, Lowell may get caught in the quap. X is instantaneous from Crit. They've locked him down long enough, I think, here to take him out, and they have. Nice pick off for Shopify Rebellion. Finding the Queen of Pain. Mira's still actually hanging around that pot lane
A free smoke.
as well.
Mira finds a free smoke.
Very nice.
Did he drop that smoke, or did Artur drop it from his backpack?
Won't matter. Crit ends up catching the Ruby. Mira should really have no way out. He'll try for a TP, but the blast off is out from Fly. That'll be Mira down.
It's a little bit funny. Maybe he dropped it on his way out to try to bait, but no one bites the bait, so he walks back, picks it up, gets punished this time. Inside of Team Spirit. Dropping a couple of kills. Not the biggest. You could argue losing Laurel is a pretty big deal, but it doesn't feel like the Quap's really what you want to nail with your combination coming out from Shopify Rebellion. It really has to be the morph. Speaking of, Yatoro has the full Ags up going into the BKB. Once the BKB is up, then that chain control from Crit's not going to land in the same way. And you can start stealing the Medusa stats, just become the better Dusa here in the middle. Doesn't quite have the Scotty to really get that into full effect, but you are at the point where, again, the Morphling is going to be your major concern here on Shopify.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, top T2 tower now under siege.
Dire's top tower has
There
fallen.
it goes. Easily being taken
Radiant's
out
bottom
by
tower
Team
is
Spirit.
under attack.
Take the outpost while they're at it. Ag's now available on Lal. So even more damage coming in through the Shadow Strike now. It's Shopify Rebellion. They're going to find an Arcane Rune on Lal to boot, so even better timing now for Team Spirit to try and get a fight going. Crit and Fly going to break the smoke of Yatoro, immediately blinking away. Poshka actually finds a charge on Arteezy. They've got the big target. Shopify, they're backing off, but the Medusa's been caught. But it seems as though Poshka's actually not going to chase him down. Maybe just trying to find the back of Shopify. Arteezy puts the hands up, waves him goodbye. And Team Spirit, surprisingly again, just not willing to try for the Medusa.
Yeah, maybe understanding that there's no way Arteezy would be this far forward for the nth time without his team, surely. So they respect the counterplay from Shopify Rebellion. They were right. They're hanging around the area still. But Arteezy's still alone. He's fully alone now, under vision.
Poshka will scout this out. Yeah, the strike's gonna land. Charges there, locking him down as long as possible. There's your morph from your Toro now with the axe up. So they have caught Lal again in the Queen of Pain. That's a big deal. Lal needs a way out. A big blast off from Crit holding him down. Lal is still alive though. He did manage to blink away. Instead, however, Yatoro now being targeted by Maposhka with a nice charge, putting an end to it. It's Yatoro. He'll turn around and fight back, doing a great job of it. He's full mana. The Sonic Wave gonna fly Abed. He is gone.
Oh, the stolen
Mirror
finger.
will finger him down. Shopify, they need to get the hell out of here. This is not a team fight. Arteezy caught. Earth Spike from Crit trying to help, but they are just getting slaughtered. The Medusa's gone. Another loss to team fight for Shopify Rebellion. They try their absolute best here to fight around their minds. The team spirit, they will wipe them once again.
That was dicey as well coming out for Spirit. They jump forward, really good stuns coming out from Shopify. Get them to chain control off with Saberlight and the Familiars, just not enough. You know, like, what do you do about this Morphling once he steals 20% of all of your stats for some reason? You know, it's like, he gets so much tankier. He's very hard to contend with, and you don't have instant bursts. You know, you have level 1 finger on Crit. He's not even level 12. He's not able to look for the burst play follow-up. I mean, sure, you have some additional damage, but yeah, the cooldown's long, so your uptime isn't that great. And it's harder and harder to melt down his heroes now coming out from Team Spirit. You have no solutions for Yator, and that was probably the best circumstance for Shopify as well. Getting the blast off chain stun with the Familiars into a Morphling with no BKB. Now that the BKB is coming out, I don't know if you'll ever find any opening now, unless Yator is severely misplaced somehow. It doesn't feel like you can handle the big old water 1 polygon boy.
It doesn't feel like it. Not right now, it doesn't. At least Team Spirit is still paying respect to Shopify and not going too wild here. Charge out on Crit. He will blink away. Hex is out in time. Maposhka actually ends up on the high ground. But he'll be able to just charge away later. Spirit. Maybe looking for the next Roshan before they try to go high ground. Mid lane. We'll see Maposhka again, but unable to catch the man. And Maposhka's gonna have his own halberd up soon, so that makes life even tougher for this Dusa. You don't have any other cores that can carry the game for you. It is all the eggs in the Medusa basket. They'll head down bottom. See if they can try for the tier 2 bottom tower instead. I mean, Abed is getting to the stage where he's working for the Aghanim Scepter, I guess, so he could turn into that big scaling kind of core. That ancient black dragon. While that's happening, Team Spirit, they are currently just waiting for Roshan. Collapse has scattered this out. His team is making their way over. Shopify, they could try to get through the twin gates, but it seems like it is going to take a bit of time for that to happen. And they may just let Roshan go the way of Team Spirit for free.
It's a risky play to sneak through there. They've got the 1 stolen Techie Mice, giving them some information here on Team Spirit, and Roche does fall pretty damn fast. They'll just trade the objective. Tier 2 for Roche. Team Spirit more than happy with that, as they're the ones to gate instantly across here.
Abed will blink away, seeing them incoming. Team Spirit desperate to try and find a straggler here. Might run into Crit.
Abed's still there.
Jump in, they found Abed. That's an even better target. The Mid-Dragon Knight is going to get bursted down by Yatoro. So have a look around for more. Shopify do basically get everyone else out of there. It's only really like 5 that was left behind on the techies, and he'll creep skip the bottom lane. But Spirit, they might just go high ground now. With the Aegis Cheese up, there's not really much in the way of stopping them.
Yeah. Just dive in deep. Nothing to stop them from getting all of this information out. You've got protection now. Up for Laurel. BKB up and running on the Quap. Just needs to fly out. Heck, they use the ult just to kill the courier off of Arteezy, and that is the Eagle Song gone, so you're really not comfy. You're not doing enough damage on Dedusa. Your Butterfly is still a long ways off now. At the very least, it's nowhere near being completed, so the courier being on cooldown doesn't hurt, but just lacking that extra stats feels painful for Dedusa, as you need every single bit of damage you can get, and you're just not getting enough. It's not, especially with Yatora around, with the threat of the morph.
Dire's bottom tower is
One more objective to go, bot tier 2, mid more than likely coming up next, if not the high ground.
Dire's bottom tower.
And the side of Shopify Rebellion, 15k behind.
Dire's middle tower is
You're
under
banking on scaling with Dedusa and DK, and again, it just doesn't feel like you're finding that here.
No, you certainly are not yet. But Poshka, top lane, I could think about a jump on him, but he's just going to walk away. AC now up on collapse to make matters worse for Shopify. So even more defense from the offlane of Spirit against this
Dire's
Medusa.
middle tower is under attack.
Gonna start feeling like RT's just doing no damage. Mid tier 2 tower gonna go down for free.
Is under attack.
Team Spirit, they can start moving into the tier 3 tower pretty easily with the Sages up. For the morph on the Deucer if they can. Last off is out. Glimmer KP is going to take off pretty much all of that damage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Lal will jump in, fly, being targeted, immediately taken out. The charge from Aposhka will get it done. Tier 3 tower,
Dire's
almost
fortresses
gone.
are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yatoro onto the mid-racks now. Seems like he'll get away with this one pretty single-handedly as a crit is at least going to jump in for an Earth Spike and maybe a Hex. He just can't commit, and Arteezy's just on here. Like, he's farming right now, trying to get towards that butterfly.
Radiant's top
Not
tower
interested in defending because he knows he really can't at the moment. Spirit will just move in for more. They're on to Saberlight now, and the Visage just gets destroyed.
Just like that.
Tier 3 bottom tower. Not looking like it'll last too long.
Look at that universal type steal, Mike. 3k HP on Yatoro.
Very nice. Arteezy losing half his mana already. Charge through onto Fly. Lal will be protected. Saberlight will be respawning. Does move back in with a buyback. Poshka has been caught by a blast off, but is so tanky. Everyone on Spirit are just so damn tanky. Nobody is dying. Sonic Wave comes out, killing off Fly. He'll buy back immediately as Lal is still just casually jumping in with his BKB up. There's just no fear. They'll use the Stone Gaze on Arteezy, but it literally petrifies nobody. Yatoro is still going. Butterfly now available on Arteezy. Charge out again from Aposhka, cancelled by the Hex of Crit. The Mystic Snake, starting up quite a few of them on Shopify. Lal's gonna jump in for the Shadow Strikes again. Arthur's trying his best to do some form of damage. But with the Crimson Guard up, nobody's taking damage.
No. Nobody is. It's just a little bit of a tickle. Take 2 racks here on the side of Team Spirit. They force out a ton of buybacks. Aegis will expire in half a minute, so maybe that opening onto the last set of racks, not quite there. And they will need an MKB to come out in Yatoro to just kind of handle that too. So although he's still queuing up the Daedalus right now. You can see if he does just kind of want to go all in, it doesn't feel like the impact is there at all for Artur. Like, one stolen Dusa form and suddenly you're dealing with the Mystic Snakes bouncing around, stunning you up. If they get the Shard out with the Tormentor down the line here for Yatoro, then when you cast spells on the Morph as well, it will bounce back. Like, it's an atrocious feeling for Shopify Rebellion to have to play against the Medusa, having the Medusa themselves. Jeez, just breaks the smoke.
Yeah, he literally just charges in and breaks all their smokes. And they can't even catch him. Abed's trying his best to reach for the Dragon Tail. But Poshka just so quick. Hasn't even used Bulldoze yet. There you go. And he'll just charge away. Bye-bye.
Oh my goodness.
What do you do?
I don't know, if you're Shopify Rebellion, you must feel pretty bad about that one.
Jump in Lal. We're doing a black crit. Really quick pick off here onto crit. Buyback is available. Arteezy though, he tried a TP. He gets caught. Half mana gone, full mana about gone now for Arteezy. He's getting taken out.
Oh my god.
Sonic Wave to connect, no buyback available. There goes Saberlight. Fly to be chased down a bird, but they are just falling apart. Shopify Rebellion as they call GG. No, not even a draw for them. They will lose 2-0 to Team Spirit. And props to Spirit John taking nothing away from these boys. They played fantastic here in this series. Deserving of a 2-0 victory against Shopify Rebellion. Shopify, not looking the cleanest.
No, certainly not. They had some ideas in the draft. Their shake-up here for Saberlight into the Visage looked like it could work out early on, but they fall back to the Dusa. They go into this Abed DK, just a stable mid, but not something that play makes. Whereas on the side of Team Spirit, you had a lot of opportunities to play make and Laurel. Sure, he dies a few times. He manages to find a jump in the back line quite a fair bit. You have even Mapashka who can do some fancy tricks. You have Yatoro who can weave in and out, and you just don't have that sort of play opportunity from any of the heroes in Shopify. It's all about coming out with strong lanes, just crushing by very basic execution, and even that doesn't really line up here. In Team Spirit, it did look like Shopify Rebellion earlier on. Found a couple of openings, crushing the supports, finding some kills on Mapashka. It felt like the Spirit Breaker in the first 10 minutes of the game had no real impact, but in the end, even with that kind of start, as long as Yatoro farmed up, what were you ever going to do about this Morphling? Like, sure, theoretically, a Blink online, yeah, hex him up, finger him down, it's fine. Once Lincoln's is up, that combo is a lot harder to pull off. And then just the direct core-to-core, it's Morphling into a Dusa, it's Morphling into a Universal hero. It's like, the Morphling will just win. You don't have a Morphling counter, Dusa's not it.
No, it certainly wasn't. I mean, they tried something here for Shopify Rebellion, but it doesn't pan out that way. The way they anticipated at first, it seems. And well, again, props to Team Spirit, Jonathan, who do pull off a 2-0 victory here against Shopify Rebellion. Again, very well deserving. They look very clean in this series. Nothing to take away from the boys. And that does mean we get to move into our next series, I believe, between Bleed and EG for the D stream. So that should be a bit of fun, I'm sure.
It's going to be a bit painful for me to watch, my god. EG, to be fair, haven't been doing so hot either, but well, we'll talk about it when the series comes up, because I'm not sure if you saw, but Winter always has words here, so I'll quote Winter a couple of times.
Well,
yes,
what's Winter got to do with anything, John?
Well, he loves Bleed, Mike. He's a big Bleed believer, if you believe it or not. Yes, he is.
Okay.
He'd bleed himself dry for that team, for sure.
Okay. Well, with that, Jonathan, we are going to head to a break. But before that break, of course, shout out to BizNet, our official internet partner in the Bali Major 2023. Hashtag PakeBizNet and be a champion. With that, though, we are going to head off to a very short break. And right after that break, we'll be back with game number 1 between Bleed and Evil Geniuses. We'll see you soon.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Asik ya, Waika.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
pakai di oven nih. Hai, ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini, Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality. Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Back, we are going to our second series of the day. It is, of course, going to be Bleed up against Evil Geniuses. And it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again. John, welcome back. So, how the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. Chugged down some sinigang and barbecue in 7 minutes. So that was a very good record for that short break. Had my lunch, energized up to watch our bottom two teams in the group. This is going to be a rough showing. EG has, I believe at this point, no real chance of climbing up. This is their last series. Even a win here, I don't see a scoreline of 1-11 really bringing you anywhere right now for the side of Evil Geniuses. So it's more on Bleed, perhaps, to get motivated to wake up and try to climb out. They still have an opportunity with 3 series left. So down to them to try to get things all together as we do take a look at those standings. Again, EG at 1-11, Bleed 4-6. I don't see EG climbing out, Mike. This is their last series here.
I mean, I think it's not exactly very highly likely, but it seems as though they might still have potential chances of making it through.
Even if they get a 2-0 here, wouldn't that put them at 3-11? So Bleed already has 4 wins, right? That it's theoretically impossible to climb up.
I suppose so. We'll have to wait and see, Jonathan. I have no idea. I suppose you are correct. I mean, the scorelines don't make sense even if they do get a 2-0 victory, but We'll have to wait and see. There's the standings coming out. Of course, Bleed probably much more interested in getting the win here against Evil Geniuses to give themselves a proper chance at still having a chance at this major. Of course, it is not their last series either here for Bleed, because they do have one against Nine Pandas tomorrow. So they do have another one today as well. Bet Boom is later on. So they've got 3 more series if you count this one for Bleed. So it's still plenty of opportunities for them. But like you said, Evil Geniuses, well, it's not their last series because they do have Gaming Gladiators up last. Which is probably why they still have a chance at pulling off a bit of a comeback here in the group stage standings. But, against Gaming, it's not very high. There's not a very high likelihood you're going to be able to pull off that victory. So I suppose maybe that's how it becomes very unlikely.
I suppose so. I didn't realize they still had to play Gaming. So 2 more series for EG. Very important then for them to find a 2-0 here. Because if they manage to claw their way to a 5-win scoreline, then that's where things get a little bit interesting. Because potentially you see some ties coming out if now LGD or Nine Pandas don't find any wins going forward. There's still opportunities there, but very small opportunities for EG. For Bleed, every win counts as well. Again, 3 series left for them. They've got to find some solid wins here. This is a lineup that I think all of us in Southeast Asia have been expecting to kind of pop off since Tour 2. Kicks in Tour 3 with her coach change onto Misery. A great fella, giving them great insight and good team vibe, but they've had issues, Mike. I'm sure once we can take a look at the team rosters, we can talk a little bit about those issues. I don't want to spoil you. I don't want to leak anything before you see these players on hand, Mike.
Yeah, sure. Should we have a look at the players, perhaps? See exactly who was on what squad? Maybe. Maybe not. Can we have a look at the teams? Yes, we can. Bleed. They're going to have DJ, Corden, Jackie, Ice, and Dubu on their side of things. Again, you've already kind of mentioned it, but they have been struggling quite a bit, so see if they can turn things around. Did you have some problems you wanted to mention here, John, with this side?
You're saying they have problems. They did place #1 in Southeast Asia, so
yeah,
it's like yeah. If they're having problems, the rest of C is in the bin for sure, and that is showing up here. Bleed. I mean, this is a veteran team with veteran players. It just doesn't seem like it clicks. I think that's been my biggest issue with Bleed. They don't coordinate, and Winter, the biggest Corden fan in the world. I'm sure if we could hear him on the main panel, he'll just fire random shots off the Corden for some reason.
That's Winter for you, always taking a shot at somebody. Of course, we do have our other team as well that they're going to be up against Evil Geniuses. We can have a look at their roster as well. Obviously, some handsome lads here from Evil Geniuses. You've already kind of mentioned it, John. They are in a bit of a struggle right now with only 1 game win so far. Looking for their 2nd game win here today up against Bleed. Let's see if they can make it happen. Because they are still in the running to try and climb their way through the groups. But they've got to beat 2 teams, preferably with a 2-0 victory. The second one being Gaming Gladiators later on tonight. So it's not an easy path for them through these groups. But they can start with Bleed at least. Arguably the easier opponent. And see if they can try to get themselves a nice victory here first.
Yeah, we can see it's rather surprising to see EG underperform this way. Again, maybe it's down to a little bit of that stomach flu we've been seeing from Matthew. Maybe that's been affecting just how the team plays, but it certainly has had a lot of impact on the entirety. And we can take a look at how well these teams play up against each other, of course, as we do have the draft on hand. So we can take a look at what both sides are kind of building up here. The Pugna, the techies being banned out by the side of EG. Bleed taking care of that Timbersaw and Broodmother. Showing a lot of respect for some of the offlane flexibility that Whisper does enjoy pumping out here. I'm wondering what sort of heroes we get sliding out, because the one thing with Bleed is it doesn't feel like there's any hero I can call like signature heroes. Ice with his versatile offlane hero pool, I suppose, is one of the more interesting players to watch out for. I mean, he still runs stuff like Abaddon offlane, stuff like that, although not post-nerf, but he used to be one of those players who would go into Abaddon off and go for a Dominator or something like that. So you've got Ice with his eclectic hero pool.
Let's see, I mean, they do have the... I was about to say they don't have the Timber, they don't have the Broodmother either, so Bleed. First pick, they're going to prioritize the Shadow Demon pick up here for themselves. Not a hero you and I have got to see very often throughout the major games we've casted so far, but... Well, there it is, Bleed do prioritize.
Yeah, this is something that we've seen DJ play a lot of. Some flex as well for Dubu if necessary to run on pause 5, but DJ with the farm Tends to hit that Ag's timing pretty well. Tends to have his shard.
5 seconds
Gets
remaining.
farm prioritization. So I don't mind this too much. I think a Shadow Demon is a pretty good way to foil any sort of big hero pickups as well for EG on the safe lane. Stuff like the Pakas heroes tend to feel pretty good when you can take your illusions. Make some illusions of them for yourself. So I like this way of going around it for the side of Bleed. It is within comfort. I'm wondering what the side of EG will want to do about that here. Don't like, what do they have left? They have an Undying they can fall back to if they want that. For someone like Matthew here, they've got the Rubik, pretty good spell to steal from that Shadow Demon. Silencer's on hand. It's still pretty wide to open up here.
That it is. They'll have a think about it here, Evil Geniuses. Have a good think about it.
Evil geniuses turn heel.
The Morphling, of course, was left alone, so they'll just go ahead and take that for themselves into the Enigma. Enigma has been rearing its head here and there. It does pop up once again. More importantly, though, they do get the Morphling, which has been arguably the most contested carry in the whole of the Bali major group stages thus far. And arguably the strongest carry in the game right now.
It's a hard hero to shove away. It's a hard hero to find an answer for. Bleed could try for the AA, but frankly, with Shadow Demons to support, that doesn't sound like a very strong combo. I suppose you have a cold feet setup, but it's like you're not going to do anything in a wide AoE. You're going to lack control. You're going to lack BKB Piercing control for the Enigma. So I don't know if you really want something like that. They'll just go with the Doom here. So a straightforward here for Ice 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 on the off lane. I say that, but I do recall DJ playing a support Doom at some point, so I suppose there's some flex, but seeing your safe lane matchup, you'd likely just run it off. That should be Ice's hero. But you can never count the madness of Mr. Daryl out. Of course, sometimes he just says, I don't want to play Doom anymore. DJ, play it. I'm going to pick something crazy for last pick.
Yeah. At least he does do a decent job against the Enigma at least, so they kind of have the answer towards that. More bans to come out. This is where you start seeing Evil Geniuses banning out all the position 1s that do well against the Morphling, so you're probably going to see the AM get banned, the Jug get banned. I don't know if you really bother banning Medusa, because we just saw last series, the Morphling deals with the Medusa quite easily. I think AM Jug are definitely the scarier carries to have to go up against here as the Morph, but for now they actually get rid of the Pangolier, so not bothering with the counters yet.
I'm keeping it open. I think right now you're just looking to take away Cordon's hero puddle, and you know, I mean, you've probably gotten the hint as to what Winter loves, or what Winter finds the hardest part about Bleed. Cordon has just been underperforming for what feels like 2 tours. I think Tour 1 was pretty okay. Tour 2 was a bit rough. Tour 3 was equally as rough, if not worse. It's just that the rest of the team have picked up the slack, but that is one of his best heroes, the Pango. And his next best hero is like the Ember, which you can kind of manage with a Morph. You don't mind that. They'll take care of the Naga instead of Jackie. Wondering if they'll ban out the PL or the Faces Void. I think those are the 2 viable options for Bleed to get into, if not maybe a Slark. Although a Slark can be hit or miss up against a Morph, depending on how long you can actually last in those fights. I would prefer something like the Jackie Faces Void if possible, but you don't have the damage to tie in just yet into the Chrono, so that can be concerning.
Final ban out for Bleed. Still focusing on support ban outs here. Undying Bounty both removed. 1 more to go for Bleed.
You want a fun fact, Mike?
What's that,
I'll
John?
give you a fun fact. Jackie still stays in touch with good old Alphon from Boom. They still talk.
Very good.
Yeah, and Alphon still calls him his dog. For some reason. Just still his dog, you know? I'm sure they miss each other. Well, maybe Jackie doesn't miss Boom as much, considering if this is the bin, Boom is in the dumpster right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I do miss that old Boom squad. It's good old days.
I'm sure they all miss each other.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. Evil Geniuses, final ban out to come.
5 seconds
They got rid of the Naga Siren. Do they want to get rid of the AM or the Jug? I mean, the AM, I personally don't think it's that big of a deal, but we have seen a lot of teams just banning it out against Morphling. I think the jug's a bit scarier, but they're just gonna get rid of the drow instead.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I think Drough's a very interesting counter to Morph because he doesn't ever build any plus armor, so you just pierce right through. They go to Clockwork Pick on EG as well, so covering the base of the Enigma, ensuring that there's no piercing long-range stun. That kind of counteracts your Enigma here, and it gives you a pretty nice aggressive lane. Now, mind you, Clockwork hasn't been the most successful hero of the patch. It has kind of faded in obscurity for most regions, but you are a specialist here for Matthew. This is probably one of his best heroes, if I recall right. So, shouldn't be too off the mark for EG. Bleed straight into the Storm for Corden, so he's within his realm here. Spirit Brothers does come out. One of the Spirit Brothers do come out. And it doesn't look like that bad of a Storm game. You don't have the hardest lockdown coming in from EG. I'm wondering what the mid matchup will be from Chris Luck, though. Like, there are still a lot of mids left. They'll get the Rubik now for Bleed. So you've got your Shadow Demon Rubik support duo. You've got some saves on hand. You can steal the Black Hole, which can be your counter now. So maybe not the smoothest of times here for Whisper to try to maximize it off lane. But you always have the off chance of just running a support for Enigma. A very remote small chance, but it is possible.
There's the puck pick up here from Evil Geniuses now. Just against the Storm, we do see the puck come out often enough. Just a very nice counter towards that Storm Spirit. And now they finish things off. Like, Bleed is still lacking a position 1 here for Jackie. You do still have that big Medusa available, though I highly doubt that's the road you want to go down. AM also still there if they want that. And we have seen Jackie been playing quite a bit of AM throughout the major, but I don't think it's been too much success. Using all this reserve time for this final ban out.
Evil Geniuses turn to ban.
They can get rid of the Darkseer here for Evil Geniuses end of things. So believing they are looking at a support Enigma, which I imagine it should be. Don't necessarily want to play the core Enigma against the Doom, I don't think.
Yeah, it's not the comfiest. Again, with a Rubik there as well. There's a lot of threat coming out. I'm not a big fan of Enigma support either. I think its laning is just weird. I don't know if you can really maximize that depending on what we get for Whisper off. I suppose he has a couple of options. Batrider is still available if they don't ban it out here, and I guess Batrider into Shadow Demon's already pretty iffy, but for lane at the very least, it's pretty alright. The catch potential down the line for the Storm is pretty nice. Again, you have to worry about the Shadow Demon. Ban out the Beastmaster as well. So again, just taking quite a fair bit of the Whisper heroes left in the off. I'm wondering what Jackie will get to play. Like PL, the illusion heroes are gone. The natural, sort of a quote-unquote natural counter to Morphling's gone. With a Drow as well. I suppose it's either Slark, Ursa, or Faces Void that you go into here for Jackie. Mind you, again, a Faces Void here, you don't have the best damage to dish out in Chrono. Well, they'll take out the Elk, so I suppose Slark, TB, Ursa, or Faces Void for Jackie. Those are the only options you have left.
Final pickup now for Bleed. The Jackie hero to come out.
10 seconds remaining.
And you have AM as well.
5 seconds remaining.
But as you mentioned, like, it can't fall flat. But Jackie was a prolific AM player on his Motivate Trust days. And the good old disassembly player. So, maybe, but I'm with you on that one. It's not the biggest fan. Yeah.
Evil Geniuses turn to pick.
Oh,
They're
no.
gonna go down the Medusa route.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he's a Medusa specialist, but against the Morphling, it just never feels good.
No. Certainly doesn't. If you've got enough lockdown here, hell, even in lane, right? If you're running the Clockwork on offlane somehow, just run down and cogs, and what does the Dusa do? No, you just melt her mana every time. You spam that spell out. You run into Dusa, just cogs push back every single time. Early on, that is significant damage to her because of her mana shield. So, I know. I know about the Dusa. Theoretically, again, there's no hard counters here from EG. You don't have the best of hold. You don't have the best mana burn coming through. You can kind of figure out what you want for Whisper here. the Medusa can answer the Enigma Eidolons quite nicely if they were expecting the offlane Enigma, but they were banning out for offlanes anyway. Maybe expecting, again, as a support Enigma, you still go Eidolons, which is fair. But, I don't know, like, we've seen this before, Mike. We saw it in the last series. And that was Shopify Rebellion playing Dedusa into the Morphling. For Bleed, I don't know if my confidence is any higher.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, final pickup for Evil Genius is still lacking what appears to be an offlane. Alright, they're gonna get down the Lycan round. I like that. So here they can kind of outpace the side of Bleed. There's no answers towards the Lycan this game either. Seems like a pretty strong kind of last pick here for Evil Geniuses, and I mean I already just like their draft better, quite frankly. Just the Medusa last pick just weirds me out when it's against the Morphling.
Yeah, it's not going to be the smoothest of times for Bleed on Court Core. Again, we've seen Medusa up against Morphling multiple times in the Major, in the DPC. It just doesn't feel good in a lot of those cases. I think this lineup of EG, it has a lot of push. Arguably not enough hold for a Storm, but you do have Dream Coil, which can be enough for you to get that burst window open. There's a lot of pressure here on DJ to get some amazing plays out with his Rubik, get some good steals, turn these team fights around for the side of Bleed. And for Corden to kind of pop off in the Storm. Like, if he can get a fast 6, and he really only needs to worry about the coil. If you can kind of avoid that on Corden, then theoretically you have a good time here as a Storm. It's just, I'll be frank, I mean, I haven't seen Corden pop off that often.
Right.
So, I don't know if I can confidently say this is the kind of game where he can set up his team for success. I think, again, Bleed, they've got a lot of issues that apparently going into the Major have not been sorted out. So maybe I'm hoping they prove us wrong. But EG is a very hungry team. We've seen teams pushed with their backs against the wall in their last few games in groups kind of rallying. And I'm sure EG's in that position now to rally into this one.
Well, let's get into it. Game number 1 between Evil Geniuses and Bleed is underway. We can have a look to see exactly how things are going to go.
What a surprise.
See if Corden does end up popping off on this Storm or not. So they will pop a smoke for Bleed. EG will just walk the old-fashioned way, not needing a smoke hit. Bleed look like they're trying to set up for a level 1 team fight already, as they'll head down through the bot lane into the Radiant jungle. So the Evil Genius is not so much interested in that level 1 team fight. They're going to hang around the top side of the map. Pretty standard kind of start here. Just, you know, Radiant goes to the top, Die goes to the bottom. Whether they actually give themselves an opening here on EG's end of things is a different question entirely. You do have Chris Luck around, and Pekaz is there to do.
30 seconds to battle.
The level 1 timing isn't that amazing either from Bleed, to be absolutely fair. They will get a nice ward down though, by the mid lane. Maybe that's all they wanted. They're going to leave the area anyway. They're not going to stick around on that high ground any longer.
Looks like they might lose more runes, though. Maybe at 2 for 2, and yeah, alright. EG not going to contest for the Riverside. But they're also not running towards their own Riverside rune, which is very strange.
They're actually going down bottom. Pekaz, or rather Panda, excuse me, able to pick it up. Pekaz was disrupted throughout all of that. It's actually going to be a 3-for-1 the way of EG. So nobody from Bleed heads up top to secure those bounties. So 3-for-1 start, nice little net worth bonus here to get things started for Evil Geniuses. We are having a look at the top lane, but you are going to see Whisper against Jackie on the Lycan vs Medusa matchup. Of course, Matthew will be there on the Enigma to support. And you're also going to have Dubu moving in as the position 5 Shadow Demon. Pretty passive looking lane though, between these two teams in the off lane. I can't really imagine too many kills happening up top.
Yeah, I'd say it's a little bit more passive for Bleed. I think the side of EG has some aggression once you hit, say, level 3. If you prioritize Malefice here for Matthew, Enigma actually hits pretty hard. Well, once you get maybe your full wand up, maybe get a couple more grenades up, Malefice chase down can be scary. Dubu's always save at the very least with Disruption, so it's not going to be too bad. And there is some counterplay, but overall it should lead to farming. And a farming lane here for Dedusa feels pretty nice. You have range advantage, you play with Mystic Snake, you'll clear out these summons once you have some value points in Split Shot. So you're pretty happy overall. And you can even use those summons to line up more damaging bounces onto the heroes if they don't micro properly on EG. Let's see, we're taking a look down bot now with Ice 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 and DJ on the Doom and Rubik up against Panda and Pakaz on the Clockwork Morphling lane. And this one's also, again, pretty straightforward for the Doom. You should just be able to farm up. No threat coming out onto Pakaz. At the same time, Pakaz can't really chase down the Doom. Perhaps once Panda hits his own level 3 timing, that's where that opens up a little bit more. Can chase down, has the Blood Grenade, has a bit of a spell shield with the cogs, and can look for some aggression, but has to respect this early output.
Yeah, certainly so. Panda taking a fair bit of damage is going to go down. Nice pickup here from DJ already on the Rubik, able to secure first blood. Happy days for him. Plus the Clockwork, maybe just overextending it a little bit too much does get punished.
Yeah, just trying to get some harass out. He is giving space to Pakaz. I think overall you're more than happy with that. Taking a look at mid, Corden is having a stronger start up against the Puck. I mean, to be fair, the Puck matchup, Puck as a laner overall just feels a lot slower. Now, in most matchups, we see it at least draw even. So this isn't an unexpected result for Corden. I think the one thing I'd like to see from the Storm is whether or not he can get more denies off. Because slowing down that level 6 timing from Chris is going to be a big factor here for the Storm. So again, if you can eke out the level advantage, the Storm can pop off quite fast, but at parity, I don't know how much of a threat you can really apply onto the Puck with that early level 6. It doesn't feel like you're going to be able to do as much unless both DJ and Dubu really set up for you.
It's certainly going to be pretty tough. One kill happening across the map so far. Mid lane, see Smile going to be Vortex by Corden, but looks like he wants to go for a bit of a fight. Very, very even mid lane matchup thus far. Corden very slightly ahead. And all lanes seem like they're set to be pretty passive between these two teams. Like you can't really imagine too much fighting with these drafts coming out during the laning stage. Maybe once the support rotations do come in by the 6-minute mark into the mid lane, you could see something happen. Assuming that Chris Luck or Corden both haven't hit level 6 by then. Which it looks like they are set to hit 6 before that mark anyway. DJ, bottom lane. Panda was trying to sneak up behind him. Does have the level 2, but hasn't decided whether he wants the Rocket Flare or the Cogs. So we'll hold out for now. Meanwhile, topside, Dubu's taking a fair bit here from Matthew. Eidolon's up plentiful, though Matthew, realizing he needs to back out, is going to go down. Dubu, with the Shadow Poison stacks, able to get the job done. Secondary kill here for Bleed Esports. Matthew just unable to TP out in time.
Yeah, great start for Bleed. Again, a little bit slower, but you're finding these support pickoffs. The side of EG just overextending quite a fair bit on Matthew and Panda. You're finding stable farm, for the most part, on Pakaz at the very least. DJ?
No, DJ's in trouble, top, or rather bottom lane. We chase down. Barely able to survive thanks to the one charges. Bit unfortunate there for Panda and Matthew, or rather Panda and Pakaz, unable to actually secure the kill onto the Rubik. DJ going to be just fine. Goes for a D-ward on the large camp as well, so just prepping for the pull here for Ice Ice Ice. I suppose you can still try for D. No, Panda, he'll get himself cancelled. Very unfortunate. The top lane, Dubu, this time around has been caught. Matthew and Whisper able to get a little bit of revenge here onto the Shadow Demon. Bottom lane, Panda, he had himself cancelled earlier, so he really had no HP to speak of. And eventually, again, gonna die for a second time this game.
The side of Bleed just punishing this more passive start down bot. And the only good thing coming out is, again, Pakaz is farming pretty damn well. He is starting to inch ahead of Jackie now in terms of the CS, slightly ahead of Nutfort as well. So you're pretty happy as long as the Morphling farms. You are concerned about how much Ice 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 can get out on the Doom, but your win condition is stable at the least, so you're not losing out too hard. A very even start despite the 2-kill lead for Bleed. 1k up their way, but not really a margin that's worth mentioning.
Oh, he's trying to get out, but he's not going to make it. Dubu able to get the kill. Nice pick up again on the Shadow Demon. Really abusing these early level timings on Dubu. Getting revenge back the way of Matthew. Mid lane in the meantime, Corden kind of being surrounded. Coil is going to be there. Panda is going to try and make his way over, but doesn't get the Cogs pushback. Corden is going to be able to barely zip away Bit of a shame, because I believe he wanted the pushback to secure the kill. Just didn't quite have the position.
Would have been a nice one to find. Again, level 6 timings lining up, so you wanted to get aggressive on the puck, but not able to find that opening. And did have the haste rune as well there from Chris Luck to try to get the chase down. Now fully reset. Cordon's going to be pretty happy going back into it. Again, for the side of EG, their launching point for aggression has to be on that puck. A nice movement out here from Bleed, lining up for the Wisdom runes. Dubu already sneaking by.
Well, Matthew's going to show up, but you've got disruption available on Dubu, so he should be able to get away with this. And he does. Double Wisdom rune pickup from Bleed. Dubu probably going to die for this, though. We'll get body blocked up by Whisper. He's still running, still buying himself a little bit of space. Going back towards the Ancients now, hoping for a deny. Dubu almost gets it off, but not quite. Matthew able to secure the kill. Thing is, though, picking up those early Wisdom runes usually pretty worthwhile. So, Dubu going to be level 5, Matthew stuck at level 4. You're kind of happy to tank the death for that.
You certainly are. Like, the supports of EG need so many levels to be effective. It's a clockwork enigma. They need their level 6s to be up and running to have that threat, and it's going to be extremely stalled out with not a single Wisdom rune coming out. So Bleed again working the map very well here.
Top lane. Jackie going to be chased. Panda trying to break the gap here for the battery assault. Does eventually get there. Jackie needs to probably stick around that creep wave, but can't really do so. He'll head down south, but he's just going to melt. Once the mana's gone, he has no chance of survival. And his team just never came in to try and help him either. No TPs to support the Dusa. Oh, Pakaz! DJ! He actually just fade bolts Pakaz, who was very low in HP. He was fully agimorphed. Oh, that's a shame. That's a real shame.
Yeah, and that's just such a weird position to push from. There's a TP point in the outpost. Just no respect for the response from Bleed here.
Panda now. Chase is on for the clockwork. Panda going to be lifted up, but not lifted back by DJ. Had you lifted him back, you may have just committed doom and secured the kill. They miss out on the clockwork. Not the biggest deal in the world. Mid lane. Coil
Corden
has been snapped by Corden. Silence is there from Chris Luck. Corden is going to turn this one around with the Vortex back out onto Panda. Is going to find a kill before he just leaves the area. Very nice from Corden. Finding another pickup for his team, and Evil Geniuses thus far really struggling.
Yeah, it's not looking good. 3-6 start. You would have been very happy with that kill on Jackie if you didn't lose Pakaz, but again, positioning right behind the tier 1, closer to the outpost, not respecting that as a TP point, just gets bursted down. Inside of Bleed, they've got a strong foundation. You know, Ice has a pretty free time down bot, has a Vanguard up going for the Midas. Corden has kill under his belt. He's been surviving this onslaught mid. So the Storm's pretty much able to do what it wants. Going almost into the power treads. Panda?
Corden. Again, jumping in. Panda. It's being destroyed here by Corden. So he is completely out of mana now. Chris Luck's going to move in. No coil is available, but Corden needs to get to the low ground. Problem is the silence is making it very hard. Stubu tries to give him a chance, but Pakaz just waveforms right through the storm. Secures the kill. That's a pretty big one. Like, you dived very deep for the clockwork kill, but you end up losing your life as the mid-storm, which doesn't feel very worthwhile for yourself.
No, and you feed that kill over to Pakaz as well. So he catches up, he feels great in the Morphling. They start to group up for this mid push.
Here we go. Dubu being dived by EG. Not going to be able to survive the damage up from Whisper, I don't think. Is going to go down. Looking for more. DJ on the high ground is going to be able to TP out of there just in the nick of time. But Evil Geniuses, it looks like they're ready to just push the mid-tier 1 tower in. With the draft they have, it really just doesn't take very long.
No, it certainly doesn't. They've got the output with Whisper. They're slowly coming in for the defense on Bleed. Even Jackie forced to show up to try to stop this, but the tower will still just fall. No deny coming out here as well. It's a nice win for EG to find that objective. They just need to find more. They've taken mid and top. They have control over the jungle. They've got good forward wards here from the side of EG. For Bleed, again, you've had a strong start for Jackie and Ice. But with this kind of draft, you are sitting back and farming. Jackie does have jungle space to go into, but you shouldn't expect too much action coming out from Bleed as the side of EG start to approach level 6 under supports.
Yeah, it's a bit of a scary time now for Bleed, just off the back of these mid tier 1 towers, or just tier 1 towers in general going down. And Bleed want to buy as much time for Jackie as they possibly can. Pakaz is right next to him when it comes to the net worth board, so it's you know, he's not exactly out farming the Morphling by any stretch. In fact, now Pakaz is on top, even with those stacks being taken by Jackie. Not much space whatsoever here for the Medusa thus far. Pakaz, disruption is there. Corden be around to follow up. Pakaz, he will get the strength morph in time. They will pop the demonic purge, but he does go for the TP out, and he's gonna make it. Now, unless you can get that vortex instantaneously, it's never gonna work, and you just can't. As Dubu is gonna drop, Corden's gonna try and go for a run. Is completely out of mana. Hook shots off the mark, just a little bit short in range.
Has been killed.
EG able to at least find Dubu. Like, they lose nothing for their trouble.
Yeah. You bail out Pakaz, he goes back farming down bot, knowing that it's pretty clear. No one's going to be contesting him there. Ice just playing his typical game of ignoring everyone else and just farming up. So they are, to an extent, enabling this greed here on Bleed. Corden has to cop the short end of the stick as, you know, with your offlane farming up as well, surely you can't farm up. Just AFK farm in your mid. So he's having to put himself forward. He's not dying, which is a big benefit, but he's also not able to scale up as much, with his farm being sacked for the Doom and the Dusa. And EG, as long as they keep applying this map pressure, take over the jungle, then you're in a pretty uncomfy spot, mainly for Jackie. Like, this triangle is a stronghold right now that the side of EG has to pierce, but once they do pierce it, then where are you going to farm? Because Ice is already taking that bot farm for himself. The extended lanes are not quite the safest to go for, as we've seen the aggression coming out from EG. So, the fact that Jack is still holding on to the triangle is the one thing that's keeping him in the game as the Dusa here.
I don't blame. Bit of a group up now from Panda and Chris Locke. They are heading towards Ice. Ice is going to back off at the right moment, though. Definitely don't want to lose the Doom. He's the top of the net worth at the moment in this game. Wisdom Rune timings. Ice is going to go ahead and pick that one up for himself. Whisper will probably grab the other. Panda's going to scout out this area, see if he can find a Wisdom Rune, but going to realize it is already taken. Bleed are grouped up here. Like, they've got Corden, Dubu, and DJ right by each other. Arcane Rune's going to be picked up and bottled up by Corden. They'll move up towards Jackie. Do they want to pop a smoke? Seems like the answer, at least for now, is going to be no. It's more than happy to keep the Medusa safe, it seems. They're literally just using their bodies as shields towards Jackie.
I can't believe we're getting a full Southeast Asian game here from EG and Bleed. This is just Tour 3 all over again. Nothing happens for at least 40 minutes, Mike. Strap yourself in.
Woo!
This is it.
Exciting. It's the kind of gameplay I love to see, John. It makes enough sense, though. Like, who's more confident? Like, are AG more confident with their draft going to late game with the Medusa Doom Storm? Or does it go the other way around?
Yeah, I think it can go either way. There's no... Maybe it's a little bit easier to execute on Bleed. I suppose you've got sort of a morph counter in the Doom. You've got AoE Vortex you can go into for Corden down the line. And I guess a Medusa versus Morphling is still awkward, but again, you have more ways to control the Morphling. And the Morphling's really all you have for the Dusa, outside maybe a big black hole from Matthew. So, I suppose there is that, but my god, this is giving me some bad flashbacks to Tour 3, Mike.
Certainly does. Not too much action going on in this game one so far between these two teams. Crimson Guard now up on Ice, so you've got that to play with. Mid lane, Jackie is frontlining for his team, trying to bait. EG are going to accept that bait, though Hookshot is a little bit off the mark, landing on nothing. Jackie, forced to pop the Stone Gaze, is halfway through the mana pool now. He does break the coil, the chase is still on. Jackie now dropping extremely low on mana. Needs some help ASAP. EG is still surrounding. Dubu trying to help the best he can, but Jackie's gone. Nobody else from Bleed was really there to do anything. DJ had nothing to throw out. So you've lost your Medusa again.
A nice win for EG. I mean, you lose your Morphling while that happens as well. So maybe not the most even trade in the world for EG, but they're finding a way of stopping Jackie from just playing his usual game of free farm. He is still number 1 in net worth though. So the investment's definitely paying off. And off the back of that whiffed hook shot from Panda, well, DJ has a hook shot. He's got the blink up. His Rubik has been on point. That is one thing that Bleed can always rely on. DJ kind of form, although...
Black hole. They've got Corden. Corden. Oh, they try to save him with the hook shot of DJ. DJ at least does still black hole on the Rubik. So you do have that to play with in this team fight as he does commit it now, finding 2 targets. But do you have the damage? Chris Luck does go down. DJ setting up beautifully on the Rubik. As Matthew's going to try and get his way out. Looks like he is set to fall.
Oh?
Eventually. Maybe.
No.
Matthew? No, he gets the blink. TP away. Oh, and they can't get in there for the Infernal Blade. But they've got C-Smile. Still the more important pick off here in DJ. Setting up a lovely kill for his team.
And he's just on point. Again, just like we were saying. You can always rely on DJ to make some plays happen in the game. He is making that happen right now. It used to be a meme-free DJ, but he has been freed, it looks like. At least in the DPC tour, it looked like he was freed up.
Yeah.
Certainly showing up in this game. 8 to 10. Again, it's still an even game state. You're still ahead on Ice and Jackie, but that's to be expected. You've sacked Corden heavily on the Storm. More than worthwhile sacrifice to get your Medusa going. Roche does begin here for the side of EG. They've got the damage coming out with Bakas and Whisper around. Shouldn't take too long, and Bleed don't really have vision around this area. They should know something's up with all the howls coming through, but aren't quite making their way over yet. I mean, Ice is on the opposite side of the map, so is Corden. They don't have their jump, and it's just a freebie rush for EG.
Yeah, it is. The Geniuses, they will get away with it. No problems for them. Evil Geniuses now looking to go through the top tier 2 tower. It's going to be quite hard for Bleed to defend this. They might just be forced to let this one go. Evil Geniuses more than happy to start making their way through. You're nowhere near the axe timing of Bakaz yet. Like, he's just picking up the Lincolns now. It just doesn't feel like they need it with the amount of damage they have against this Medusa. Top lane, Cogs out, Ice. Being pushed back towards the side of EG as Corden moves in, but Dream Coil is immediately catching out the Storm. Disruption will barely save Corden. But for how long? Corden still trying on Panda. Another Cogs pushback.
The hell?
The Storm almost going down. What is it, John?
The hell did Ice do?
Oh, that is a good question. I didn't actually catch that.
I saw him cast and die, but I didn't see the Doom come out on anything. Must have been a creep that was instantly dead.
I mean, he may have broken Picard's Lincolns as well. Picard was bringing it out on the courier. So potentially just didn't see the Lincolns at the last second.
Perhaps.
Maybe
I didn't hear it.
Jump in.
I didn't hear the pop, but yeah.
See Smile almost dealing with DJ already on the Rubik. They're onto the high ground, Evil Geniuses. Looking very good for this game 1 against Bleed Esports. That top rack's not going to last very long. Range rack's being focused first. Ice is trying to slow this down with the Crimson Guard. We'll at least protect the melee barracks now because all 5 heroes are back up. They get away with a hell of a lot, John. I mean, the EG came for a top tier 2 tower. They'll leave with a tier 3 and a Rax on top.
More than happy. You find a pretty big win in that fight here for the side of EG. They managed to take the advantage now. On the side of Bleed, and it's feeling rough now. Like, you're still playing the slow game. You're still trying to get this build-up going for the side of Bleed for sure. Like, the Reducer and Doom do want to scale up. So you are having that for you, but... I don't know, that kind of fight breaking out... with the Aegis still standing as well for Pakaz, him not dying at all... It's rough right now. For the side of Bleed, to say the least. Like, they can still outplay for sure. There's still big spells to steal on DJ. You've got Jackie with a full Scotty up, so he's feeling great in that hero, but... whether or not it's enough just yet... It's not enough just yet. So we're gonna need more to come out here.
But they do. Through the bottom lane they go, Pakaz. Makes very short work of that tier 1 bottom tower.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Onto the bottom tier 2 now. Not much in the way of slowing them down. Bleed are going to try and move their way in to position themselves for a defense. Seems that they will let it go for now. Bleed, however, they are moving in. Panda's going to be scouted out. Lift up from DJ, but Panda, he's got the jetpack up. Ford in the meantime going to zip right towards the Lycan. Whisper gets doomed, but he got the wolf form off. He already had it off in the mid-animation. Ice, popping the Doom, but it's completely wasted. He's not even going to have to be denied off. He'll heal through the Doom damage. He is fine.
Yeah. The sustain of Lycan just with a Feral Impulse is insane. More than enough durability coming out as well with the stats from the Helm of the Overlord. Staying true, forcing out the Doom. At the very least, you have the Octarine on Ice, so that's not the most painful spell to pop. Cooldown's rather low. That does provide some ease to EG as they keep this farm game up. As you mentioned, Pakaz, his Ags is almost done here. 400 gold away. And just turn to Dedusa, have a fun time. Not too much to stop the morph against Scotty's there. You can try for the Blink Doom, or just at least the Doom from Ice if you can find the angle in. But the solutions from Bleed are a little bit harder to pull off. I think EG is starting to lean into this aggressive style that we know that they love to play. It starts to become pretty hard to contest. And for Bleed, I don't know, like you're playing for the long con. I suppose you've got scaling with, say, Ags Doom, Ags Vortex coming out here. That can be pretty big for your own team fight. It's just a long ways off until we see any of those Ags here.
Yeah, that it is. It's a pretty awkward situation for Blade. Like, there's the Aghanim now for Pakaz.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're moving into that bottom tier 2 tower again. Not much in the way of stopping them, I don't think. With the Ags up now.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Jackie's
attack.
trying to work towards the Lincoln Sphere, but it's still a little bit of time away.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's courier has been killed.
There's the final, well, not the final outer tower. There is still a mid tier 2.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That'll be about it. The T2 bottom tower goes down. Still a pretty conservative kind of game between these two teams. As it seems like Bleed at least understand they are not in a position to fight. BKB now up on Cordon. Jackie's still working towards the Lincoln Sphere. Even a Blink being built up on Ice to have that big initiation he's looking for. It starts to feel like even the late game just favors EG.
It can favor them. I think with how Matthew's itemizing as well, he is working towards his Octarine. He went for the Midas early on, so he knew this game would drag on this Enigma support, and he's just prepped for it, you know? Like, down the line, I think a BKB refresh on the Enigma becomes very hard to play into, considering that, and Matthew just went for the long con here. And he's allowed to ramp into it, not really being punished. EG just focusing on their Tormentor. Trying to get a free shard for themselves up. It will go to Chris Luck. So he does have that phase shift doing more damage up. Which is always very nice for the puck. Aegis has left the building. It's still 40 minutes away, 40 seconds away, sorry, until we see that respawn timer. Bleed should be able to contest. And with some protection and Jackie, shouldn't be as bad for Dedusa now. With Lincoln's pretty much done. We shall see. A lot of back and forth. 10 to 10, 26 minutes in. Again, Mike, this is classic Southeast Asian Dota.
That it is. Group up here in the mid lane from Bleed. Perhaps they're ready to group up and go. They will smoke as 5. Up towards the top lane they go. Chris Luck is the person that they could try to focus here, as he's the first one they're going to see. Dubu has not scouted him yet. The wards are down now. It's just a sentry, though. They still don't see the puck. Blink now out on Ice Ice Ice. He went back to farm for that. So you do have the Blink Doom initiation now available, but Evil Geniuses, they're grouping up at top. They want to go for something too. Of course, Roshan is up in 1 minute, so that's why both teams are prepping around this top corner of the map. Smoke is out from Evil Geniuses, running right towards Bleed. Rocket Flare will give all the vision they require. Oh, Jackie. Corden. Never mind him. DJ's the one to get jumped. Dreamcoiler's there, finding both supports in the back here from Chris Luck as the hook shot from Panda, getting 3 targets. It's a big cogs out. Both supports already going down. Meanwhile, the black hole did catch Corden. The storm is down. Jackie will at least TP in time, but they've lost 3. They're barely able to get the 4th out. Roshan, 18 seconds away. Evil Geniuses, they can go for that, or they can try to push high ground for a bit. Seems like Bakaz wants to go into the mid T2 tower. There's no creep wave though, so chances are it's probably best to just go back for the Roshan attempt.
Yeah. Shouldn't be too tough for that Rosh to come on for the side of EG now. Maybe just gunning for more objectives just to really apply that pressure onto Bleed, forcing them to fix their lanes before anything else can happen here. Quick wave not too far off, and Roshan shouldn't take too long by the time they get in there. Butterfly being formed up by Pakas, causing more issues for Jackie. He's gonna need an MKB, and Pakas will have all the stats he wants once he manages to morph into that Dusa, of course. 7k lead, 13 to 10, and EG. I mean, they're finding their openings. They're breaking up lead quite nicely. Just the flare coming out earlier on to force that declump from Bleed caused a lot of issues. They will smoke up on Bleed. They know Black Hole's down. So they've got an opening here.
Yeah, because we'll move out into Roshan now. Blade, they are moving their way in. Corden, zipping onto the twin gates high ground. In goes Ice Ice Ice. They will leave the area. Roshan now half HP. Zip in is out. They've caught the clockwork. That's going to be 1 down. Panda, he's already gone. In the meantime, Dubu forced to disrupt himself. He is dropping rather low. Chris Luck, however, he'll get caught by a Doom of Ice Ice Ice. So Chris Luck is gone. No buyback available here for the puck. They do lose Dubu in the end, and it still seems like Bleed are the ones that need to leave, because they are being chased by AG. Jackie may get caught. Whisper, he's caught him. Hookshot is out. Panda will lock him down, but Panda, dropping low himself, needs to leave. So Bleed, they will get their carry away, but Roshan is still going to be open for EG.
Yeah, they can just gun for it. Does cost them a buyback on Panda, but you're more than happy if you can take the rush. It'll take the gate down, following Roshan. Inside of Bleed, with Doom down for them, doesn't feel safe to go for this take. Not the best of times to try to force out that issue. We'll have to surrender to Roche. And EG come out on top in the end. Black Hole's going to be off cooldown for Matthew. They'll have the cheese to pass along to Chris Luck if he does want that. Aegis will go to way of Pakaz. Whisper will take the cheese instead. Fair enough. Very durable on the Lycan. Can stay alive for quite a fair bit up front. Bleed, and that was their opportunity. They couldn't find that much more outside of the puck and clockwork, unfortunately. Just a little bit too far back on everyone else from EG. Pakas being very hard to manage on that morph. They do find a DD for Jackie, but again, you can't really do too much with it. Maybe you can shove in that top tier 1, take it out, but that would expose you to the vision here from EG, and they have really good eyes as to where Bleed are currently playing, just holding top lane, so they know they can sneak out and try to push in bot here.
Radiant's courier
That they will.
has been killed.
AG's starting to get it done.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
Creep wave is pushing through the bottom lane at the moment.
Dire's bottom tower is
EG,
under attack.
commit for this. Bleed slowly TPing in back into position to try and defend. That'll be it for now. They see the defense coming in from Bleed, they see the TP's committed, and that'll be enough for them to walk their way out of this. Now, there's a butterfly now up in Bakaz in the top lane. Corden, again caught on the storm, silenced up, forced the BKB to get out. Matthew was even thinking about using the black hole, and Corden still messing around. Will zip TP in the end.
Yep. Nice BKB force usage out. You've got the full Ags for Ice 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 now, with all this time being bought out, so AoE Doom not going to care for the Lincolns. You've got multiple Lincolns here on the side of EG in terms of trying to save. Only the one Force Staff here as well from Panda to try to get them out of that AoE. This is the big timing now for Bleed to take these fights. As long as Ice can get that Doom off on himself and be in the middle of these fights, things can start to get a little bit awkward for Bleed if they're not too careful. Or awkward for EG if they're not careful.
Here we go again. Picard's going to move on to the high ground.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Picard's not going to give up anytime soon for sure.
Dire's bottom
Yubu will get a disruption. The morph. Picard's not threatened by this at all. Take out the illusions very, very easily. Jackie still just chipping away at the HP pull off Picard's, but there's the morph into the Medusa. Bottom racks still going down. Picard's will focus down the creep wave instead. Doom is out from Ice Ice Ice. He has the Axe up. He does move in onto the puck, and they've got Chris locked down. A nice fight so far for Bleed as they'll move for more, but Picard's just going to hold the high ground. Hook shot out from Panda, landing onto Jackie, holding him in the cogs. Ice 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 jumping back in, but now he's out of the Doom. The duration ends up expiring, so Picard can move back in along with Whisper. They've got the Doom down. Still not a bad trade for Bleed. They did find the puck, but the problem is Picard is the big issue, and he is not retreating. Waveform in again. DJ being targeted now. He'll need to back off a little bit. But there you go. Bottom racks is gone. Because looks like he's just going to casually walk his way out of this. Doesn't really seem like they can punish him at all.
No. Doesn't feel that way. And still a minute on the Aegis, they could gun for another.
The mid lane they go. The cars will not stop anytime soon. Tier 3 tower gone. We'll go for more now. That looks like in the end, we'll just wait for him away. Play it safe. He was dropping a little bit low on the HP pool. Aegis only has 30 seconds left for expiry. Time to retreat.
Yep. No need to force the issue too hard here. We will have Daedalus and Pakaz when Aegis does expire. So they'll have the slot for that. Even more damage coming out here from the Morphling. Just not too much to deal with him. The Shadow Demon Lucians are starting to get very annoying though. So they find Matthew.
They do it. Matthew gonna drop, just kind of leaving himself behind. Easy pick off for Bleed. They've got 1 racks left to protect here, Bleed. Like, it's a very tough situation for them to be in. You're just seeing the lack of answers here towards the Morphling this game. Like, at this point, what do you even do? Like, what are we farming for now? Jackie's trying for an MKB on the Dusa, which I suppose is, you know, a good way to get through the evasion of the Morphling with the Butterfly. But even then, you still feels like you're just lacking any kind of answer towards the Morph. Like, you can hit him all you want. I don't know if Picasso really cares.
is under attack.
Yeah, probably doesn't with his output right now. I think your actual key here is maybe just Dubu constantly getting out some good disruptions and then suddenly getting a clump up on the puck and Morphling where Ice can get a massive double Doom off. Like that's the big one. You need to get a good usage out of your AoE Doom. If you catch the Morphling in the puck, the game simplifies in a very big degree. No counterplay can come out there from EG outside of the one Force Staff they have on Panda. Until you get any more of that out, then it's going to be difficult once that Doom's on top of you. So it's down to Ice, it's down to Doodle. See how it goes.
Bottom lane, Doom committed again because... What?
Yeah. Got zipped. Zipped into the Doom. Ice is just ready for the response. Maybe not expecting all of Bleed to be in that area, but they do get some really good punishment, EG. And they've done this a couple of times. They've given a couple of openings out, and Bleed managed to keep themselves in the game off of that kind of pick-off. Could go for a couple of these tier 2s. Have decent enough push coming out here as well. I don't think they can go for any more. Like, the respawn isn't that long, and you have the threat of Black Hole here.
Matthew, getting a jump by DJ. Another nice setup here from the Rubik. Gordon there to follow up. Matthew. Not really anything he can do. We'll just be chased down and we'll get killed off. Big opening here for Bleed to try and cause as much damage as possible on the high ground of EG. They will move in.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They have to respond to tier 4 shoved in from the wave. They can't commit.
Unfortunate. Nothing that they can do about this. Just back their way out, defend the base, make sure those T4s don't go down. It's gonna be give Picard's the time to respawn back up with his team now. I'm sure he's kind of learned his lesson not to get caught by himself down at that bottom lane again. So surely we'll see a big group up here from EG and perhaps a move in for high ground again.
Going for the smoke play out. No one really nearby. I mean, if they manage to somehow flank into Jackie, that could be the big kill. And pings were there, but those were bleed pings to reposition. They've got Matthew back up. Again, Black Hole's still ready to go here. Just need an angle in. If you can catch Ice before he gets his AoE Doom off, that's where the fight really opens up for you on the side of EG. Or again, just force a single Doom off onto Chrislock and allow Pakaz to just do what he wants to on the Morphling. Ice.
Oh boy, Chris Luck. I didn't see him yet. Ice eventually may notice now that he was there with the orb being thrown onto the creep wave, but doesn't have the opportunity to make the jump in. Roshan's still 35 seconds away. Bleed grouping up, running through bot.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Oh, because Lincoln's broken. Jump in with the AoE Tomb. He is gone.
What is happening?
He has buyback. He may need to commit it. He will. The Morphling coming back into the fight as Panda. He's going to find a hook shot at least onto Dubu. DJ barely not dropping yet, but looks like he will drop soon. Meanwhile, Chris Luck barely able to get away is now the Black Hole. It's caught 2 targets. He's got Corden in that, but Corden, he's alive on the storm, surviving a little bit longer. The damage output from Jackie doing so much, but he's out of mana. Jackie's down. What a mess of a team fight between these two teams. They'll lose Ice to boot. Buyback's being expended here from Bleed. Trying to get back in here. Roshan is available. This could be their last chance of this game.
This is all or nothing. 30 seconds until the Doom's back up. Pakaz already using the morph, so not going to have that for the next fight either. But Roshan falling so fast. A free axe to be found here as well. Whisper takes it. They're going to have the wolf form.
The buybacks are not going to amount to much here. DJ hiding right by C Smile. They could find themselves a very, very valuable pick-off in the park, but looks like he's being surrounded. Ice has the Doom, has not committed yet, eventually will. C Smile is going to drop, but he does have buyback available.
Yeah, he's not in too much danger. Who did they pass the Ags on to? Are they just giving it over to Chris Luck, perhaps? Looks like they might be. Was expecting maybe the Wolf Bite, but you don't want to lose the range on your Morphling, I suppose. So not the best. A little bit of a shove coming out from Bleed. And they've committed the buybacks. Top is constantly shoved in. No opportunity for the mid push just yet on EG. But again, you're in a very awkward spot for Bleed where every time you leave your base, Top is just so shoved in. Especially with a shard coming out from Whisper. That additional wolf that spawns in that wave sometimes just causes a lot of issues. So it's not the smoothest time for Bleed to try to capitalize on these buybacks. EG, they can just wait for that respawn on Chris Luck and go again.
We're 42 minutes into this game now. And Bleed are not out of it yet, but they are quite far behind.
Oh.
What is it, John?
They gave Matthew the Ags. So you've got the HP percent base damage that you used to get in Midnight Pulse, and you've got the wider pull, the old shard, all in one. So his black holes now are going to be pretty ridiculous if he's allowed to get through with them. We've seen the impact of one good black hole from Matthew. It does a lot of work here.
It certainly does. Bottom lane. Ice. Do they see him? He has the Scorched Earth going, so they should see the creep wave dying a little bit too quickly. Cars will move in. Won't be able to catch the Doom. Bleed just playing so carefully. Like, they committed so many buybacks for that last Roshan attempt. They cannot afford to have anyone picked off. Mind you, the only person with the buyback on the map right now is Whisper on the Lycan. So there's that. Like, he's literally the only guy that can come back into a fight. Panda will have his buyback up soon, just 20 gold away. Everyone else is pretty far off. So you might have a moment where you just kind of secure some farm and wait out some buyback cooldowns. Bleed's buyback cooldowns are very high, however. I mean, they're all around 4.5 minutes. So chances are you aren't going to have enough time for that. Here we go. 5-man smoke in the mid lane. Evil geniuses, they're going to try and make their way through. To the bottom lane they go. EG just waiting for someone to show on the low ground. Medusa illusion is not what they want. They jump in, Vortex out, they've caught the Morphling, Picard's already losing his first life. That's the Aegis down. Ice now happily going to jump in with the AoE Doom out, and Picard's is gone!
God.
What? Onto the puck they go. See Smile gets caught. See Smile's down. There's no buyback on Picard's. Matthew to drop to boot.
What is
3
happening?
down, and Bleed are marching through the mid lane.
They've got their opening. At least a buyback and Chris Luck can maybe stall out. They did manage to take the range racks as well on EG, so only the 1 racks left for the Megas. But Picard's again standing forward with no BKB. The Lincolns is just not cutting it anymore. I'd argue that this is the time to sell the Lincolns, buy a BKB, because that's the only thing that'll save you from that instant vortex. Like, there's nothing to worry about with the Lincolns anymore here for Bleed. They just pop right through it. Get the AoE control, get the damage out, and a Morphling's a non-factor. High ground begins. Jackie's got the damage.
No, he certainly does. They're going tier 4 towers as well. They're not messing around. Screw the racks, they say. Tier 4 towers it is. Without Picard, can they actually defend this? Chris Luck does buy back. He's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, towards the mid lane, it looks like they have found Panda. On the clockwork, though, a nice hook shot away. Panda's still alive, but Corden trying to chase him down, but now he's out of mana. The jetpack is going to create the space. Panda is somehow alive. And Bleed, they are forced to back away. That they did find at least 1 tier 4. But they need a creep wave. Whisper, gonna get caught. Ice there with the Axe Doom again. However, the wolf form does come out in time. So Whisper is okay to get his way out. Bleed, they still have 25 seconds without this morph back up. Jump in again with the AoE Doom, but it does wear off. Ice still very healthy as Chris gonna move in onto the Rubik. DJ is gonna break the coil and die. And it seems like Bleed may need to escape the area. It is not looking very, very safe. C-Smile still hunting for more. Meanwhile, Corden can't even join them for this fight. As he is just defending the base right now. And there's your Hex out. Dubu gets his TP cancelled. He will drop. Panda was the one that made all that space. Because if Bleed, if they had that creep wave, this game may have just been over.
Yeah, he did so much work. The fact that Corden couldn't find him as well means that he can come in for another wave while they're forced to respond to this aggression. Bakas back up, 1 Rax left to take, 1 tier 4 to take, no buybacks in your supports, no Doom up for a few more seconds, that's an opening. EG, they still have the threat of Black Hole, Matthew still has his 8-second BKB, they finally have the Ags up as well on Whisper, so they can bite Bakas. Here we go.
And here we go. Wolf Bite is there, Bakas. Moving in, that's the final lane of Barracks. He's ripping right through the tier 4, but the backdoor protection will kick in. Jackie going to try his best to defend. It's now a big vortex cordon. He found 2 targets. Hook shot from Panda onto the Medusa, holding him back. Jackie is just disarmed. He can't do anything right now. It will wear off, but there's the black hole. No, Matthew, he never, no, he does get it off. He gets it off just in the nick of time. They could not kill him off. Corden still trying, but GG is called. Bleed, a nice attempt for game 1 to try and secure a comeback. Evil Genius is proving to be the better team here in game 1 though. Do manage it their way.
Yeah, it was a lot closer than I think we expected coming into this one. The side of EG managed to put up a really good time for themselves. They managed to secure some decent farm for Bakas. A lot of mistakes coming out from both ends. Now Bakas dying by himself. And they get a little bit hasty on the high ground. Bleed finding their own openings in. Just a lot of weird back and forths, I think. We certainly are seeing why both teams are kind of struggling. But EG does step up to the plate. It's really down to Panda with his plays on that creep cut. And Bleed just had no solution. If Corden just got the zip right, which is harder up against a Clockwork with a jetpack than you think it is, then maybe that fight could have gone their way. Maybe that high ground fight onto the Ancient would have been theirs and they'd take win. But EG, a massive win for them. Again, keeping their hopes to stay in the group stage alive with at least 1 win up. Looking for a clean 2-0 here somehow. And for Bleed, their own tournament lives on the line as well. They need as many 2-0s as they can get. They're going to need to look for that draw in the next game. And considering how back and forth it was in this game, I think if EG defaulted back to a faster playstyle, I don't know if Bleed can keep up. EG played into their slow style here. They took their time here as well, with Matthew going for the Midas. If Bleed gets pressured even more from early on, I don't know what happens.
Yeah, it's pretty rough affair here for Bleed. Nice attempt again for game 1, but just not enough against Evil Geniuses, who are still fighting for their lives in this group stage of the Bali Major. Yeah, and sadly, game 1 not going to go the way of Bleed. They would have loved the 1-0 victory here to try and move into the second game, but not going to pan out that way. Still, they will have a chance to tie up the series 1-1 here with Evil Geniuses. Though we are going to have to go to a break before that. But of course, before that break, you can enjoy the same world-class comfort as the best Dota players in the world. DX Racer is the official chair sponsor of the Bali Major. Visit dxracer.com to get your very own now. Use code Bali Major for 5% off at the checkout if you are a US customer. With that though, Jonathan, we are going to have to head off to a short break. And right after that break, we'll be back with our Game 2 draft between Evil Geniuses and, of course, Bleed Esports. We'll see you all again very soon.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
We are going into our game 2 here between Bleed Esports and of course Evil Geniuses, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 once again. John, welcome back. Pretty rough affair for Bleed Esports going into game 1. Say Evil Geniuses were arguably in the lead pretty much the whole game. Maybe there was that one moment where there could have been a comeback, but it just never happened. Game 2, what kind of changes would you like to see up in the draft to see maybe a bit of a comeback here from Bleed and force out a draw?
No more Medusa into Morphling. I don't think that idea works. I don't think we've seen it work from Shopify Rebellion. It's not working out for Bleed. I think all things considered, this game was really slow. We had barely any kills coming out. It was just a very farm-heavy game. And I think for the side of Bleed, if this is how they love to play, to be fair, this is endemic to really Southeast Asian teams right now. All of the teams that came in, Blacklist, Execration, and Bleed, play this exact same style. I think they have to watch themselves. There's a chance that EG does decide to switch gears, play a faster draft, run something more active for Matthew outside of the Enigma, which defaulted back to the Midas, built into Octarine, played a slow game. If they decided to play faster, I think you could be in a spot of trouble for Bleed. I think Bleed has to adjust for that coming out. But again, like individually here, DJ had spectacular performances early on. We're seeing Ice 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 pop off with some pretty good dooms once the Ags was up. And Corden was doing a decent job this game. I don't think it was that bad from the Storm here. He did set up for his team. So I think overall, Bleed has shown some marked improvement from the time I saw them in the DPC. It's not enough. I mean, they're playing against a bottom placing team. You know, like no one can count EG out, but they've taken 5 losses. 5 complete losses. And I think on paper, we saw from our odds as well, Bleed should be the favorite, but man, it doesn't feel that way.
I mean, based off the standings, they should have been. It certainly does not feel that way going from what we saw in Game 1. EG maybe just kind of waking up here in Day 4 of the groups, because they still do, again, have the opportunity to try and climb their way out of this this elimination side of things for the group stage. And I mean, if they win this game too, they're looking a lot better. Then again, they still have their series against Gaming Gladiators later, which they also have to win out, which will be the tough one. But one step at a time. So far, they've got Game 1 against Blade, so if they can secure a second win here, at least you can start to worry about the bigger matchup in game and later. Just think about this matchup for now.
Yeah, focus on the present here, and just take it one step at a time for EG. And for EG's part, again, there were a couple of awkward plays. Pakas taking point, not respecting stage. The Ags upgrades on the Storm and the Doom, very specifically there, just his Lincolns wasn't doing work. So that game could have gone very, very badly if it went any longer, to be fair. I think for the side of EG, it was not clear-cut any longer. It was down to who got the better jump, and Bleed did have really good jump coming out with Corden. So we'll see. I think when it comes down to playstyle, or at least when it comes down to execution for both teams, we are seeing sort of the same execution from both sides. And I'd like to see what changes in the draft. I'm pretty sure we'll see probably the Morphling ban. I think that could be one way to go here for the side of Bleed up against EG. Prevent Pakas from picking up a fun hero like that and see how it goes from there.
We shall see. The draft has not gone underway quite yet. We are still waiting for the teams to ready up, I suppose, so we can get this Game 2 draft underway. Apart from that, though, like you said, just don't choose Medusa into Morphling. Not very well advised. Like, sure, there was times where they felt like they had the answer, but that was mostly just ice. Being Doom, trying to find the counter there against the Morph, but it did not work out. Apart from that, though, again, the draft has not begun, so we're going to have to wait for that to begin to actually talk about anything worth talking about. Yeah, just hasn't begun.
Yeah, just waiting. It is what it is. So, Mike, we can have a little podcast here. Mike, any surprises for you in the Bali Major so far?
No, not
Are you surprised with C in the bin?
I mean, I wanted C to do a lot better, Jonathan. I always do. You know me. I'm very, very biased, but it's I can't say I'm necessarily surprised from the data I was seeing during the DPC. It didn't look the best, to say the least. I know you've reminded me many, many times of how they've been looking throughout 2 or 3. So there's that. Maybe I should have made all those Talon jokes. Maybe Talon do need to come back, Jonathan. Because, that was the only hope we had.
Who cares? They didn't deserve it either. Losing, I mean, they lost those matches, Mike. There's no one to blame but themselves. They've lost, so they don't deserve it. I'm still not giving them a pass for that 2 or 3. Did you really expect Quest to do that good though? Like, I think
yes.
A lot of people were like, right? Like, people are always surprised when we're like, Quest is gonna do amazing. And they're like, really? It's like, yeah. And again, they're showing up, man. I love those boys. Let me tell you. I know we're not casting them. They're not in the stream, but I just love Quest. There's something about them, like maybe hanging out with Omar a bit too much was one of it.
No, they're great guys. I mean, the thing is, every individual player on that team is just like very high skilled. It's very, very clear that the chemistry between all of them is fantastic as well. And yeah, I'm a big fan of this Quest side. Obviously, like I can't necessarily say I saw them coming first in the groups, which is where they are right now. Not necessarily where they're staying, but where they are. But I did expect a pretty good performance. So there you go. There's that. Things could still shift though. Again, Gaimin still have series on. BetBoom still have series on. In fact, Gaimin vs BetBoom is going to be tomorrow, which is going to be a pretty hype matchup, I'm sure. So still plenty of games to go on to try and shift the group standings here. But to answer your question, yeah, I kind of did expect Quest to have a pretty good time. In fact, I dare say they're going to be a pretty big contender going into the playoffs with the way things are going. Like, I think this is a very strong team.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how far they can go. Assuming they do go into the playoffs, which does look fairly likely. I think... I suddenly lost my train of thought there, Mike, which is very typical of me. I don't know. I don't know where it's going anymore. Hello.
We've been told we do have delays with the draft, so there's that. So you know, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're wondering why you're staring at us talk about absolute nonsense, it's because we do have some delays going on with the drafting here, but Game 2 should be underway somewhat soon, I hope. Yeah, we'll be able to see how this Game 2 does pan out. So no train of thought from John X5, which is fantastic. Go on, John.
I will say one thing. I think casting 2 or 3 of the CDPC, a train being one very valuable thing. It brought me back to my university days where you have art history, you have to look at a painting, and you have to say certain things like, what about the strokes? What about this representation of the leaves in winter? That's what it felt like trying to analyze some of those games. I'm telling Mike, and I'm getting a few flashbacks here in this series from Bleed. It's just very reminiscent of 2 or 3. What is also reminiscent of 2 or 3 is the fact that, well, we do at least have a draft slowly coming on hand. So we should be able to take a look at that rather soon, and we'll see again whether or not we see something like the Morphling being banned out. No, the Timbersaw is banned out instead by the side of Bleed, so just preventing that first phase. From Whisper, Specialist, Chryslok as well, running it sometimes in the mid. What's the priority? Pugna, Undying, Techies, Doom, perhaps. There's the Pugna. Bleed, is it Undying or Morphling? There's the Morphling. Alright.
Well, at least get rid of that. So Bleed not going to have it run back here from Evil Genius's end. Which could imply that they might be thinking about going back for Medusa. Again, it is one of those heroes that Jackie did enjoy playing for the longest of times. So I wouldn't quite blame them for trying to go back to that this time where the Morph is not available. Instead, though, Bleed going to start off with a Broodmother.
That should be the Ice Brood coming out. Let's play that a couple of times now. I don't believe he's ever gone for the usual carry build when we saw it in Southeast Asia, to be fair, but it should be in consideration now. I think he tended to go for like Guardian Greaves Pipe. It's pretty open with which way he wants to go. It's a very early Broodmother pickup. I think EG can just kind of draft around that if they feel like it. Like you still have a couple of counters. I mean, this hero is kind of dead, but Picasso could always gun for like a Kunkka safe. Although again, that hero is just absolutely in the bin. Staying in the sea. Like, with the sea in the bin.
Yeah. Evil Geniuses. I'll have a bit of a think about this this first pickup. A long think about it, in fact. Undying is still available. That's been a support that's been consistently banned out. You do have the Medusa if you wanted to pick it up yourself.
I don't think the Medusa into Brood lane is the comfiest. I think that can be a little bit rough in, say, by the time the Brood hits level 2, level 3 with the Silken Bola. Undying's not too bad, but the Brood can also just run down the Tombstone with a Spiderling, so it's not half bad for a Brood either to kind of contend with. Ichi will take their time in kind of figuring out what to pick up. There's just no smooth solution for Brood right now, it does feel like. Spirit Breaker is the call. I suppose that's one way to chase down the Spiderlings. Just chase down the Brood Mama. Just literally chase her down and bash her up. Stomp the bug, I suppose, is one way to do it, Mike.
That it is.
10 seconds remaining.
What do you want to follow up with here with this the Spirit Breaker
5
pickup?
seconds remaining.
Doesn't seem like there's any particular carries they want to lock down quickly. Back into the reserve time, but EG, they'll go into the Keeper of the Light. So it's a classic hero coming out. The Coddle with the Spirit Breaker obviously makes it so the Chakra Magic and the charge cooldown gets quite low. It's already a nice little combo. I wonder what else they bring in with this. Like, you don't have anything like a... Well, you do have the Medusa, you do have the Storm Spirit. You do have Void Spirit on top of that. Ember Spirit also still available, unless it does get picked up or banned out here by Bleed.
There's a crazy pick here, Mike, that could be... I don't think they do it, but there's one crazy pick I'm seeing here. A Shaker pick for EG would be very funny. A Shaker pick mid for Chryslok would be... Oh my...
Well, they're not against the Morph this time, I guess.
Yeah, but you could be against a Jug. You could be against a Slark. Yeah. You could be against an Ursa. You could be against even a Terrorblade. It's actually a very decent matchup. I'm not a fan of prioritizing Dusa in first phase. I think you're much better off trying to prioritize it as second
5
pick
seconds
on...
remaining.
If you're second pick on the last phase of your second pick phase. So
T1's
that's the point where it's
turn to
comfier
ban.
to pick something like the Deuce, like 18 pick Dusa. I think right now it's... And you can ban to protect it, but... I don't know. Like, you already have a faster draft from EG with just Spirit Breaker Coddle coming out. So there is more tempo here that you want to bring
10
out on
seconds
EG's end.
remaining.
It's not going to be as slow as they were willing to play last time, where Bleed was allowed to
5
farm,
seconds
EG was
remaining.
farming as well. This time I'm expecting EG to have a draft that will apply that pressure. And I don't think the Dusa holds up to that pressure, Mike. You know, it's a hero that needs a lot of items.
And now they'll ban out the Darks here, so
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
there's illusions of the Medusa, something you don't want to give away. They'll get rid of the Naga Siren to boot. Forgot to mention this, by the way, John. Apparently, I'm now rate limited on
10
Twitter,
seconds
so there's that change. You were asking me earlier. Anything new happening?
You managed to
5
scroll
seconds
through your
remaining.
tweets that fast, Mikey?
It's not that damn hard.
Oh, maybe I just don't browse it enough. That's very sad. I'm not social enough, Mike. I'm not one of the cool kids.
No. Neither am I now, John. No more tweeting for me.
Well, maybe you should
Wait.
get verified, Mike. Huh? Why aren't you verified, huh? Huh? You see?
Oh, what's the Lord coming
Geniuses
to?
turn to ban.
Underlord banned out.
Alright, so you leave literally all the other core matchups outside of Naga. Rather interesting of Bleed. Jug is a straightforward pickup for EG. Jug Coddle is pretty decent. That's an old school combo you don't see too often. Mitigates some of the weaknesses in the Almond Slash, which just keeps spamming him with Chakra. It's honestly not too bad here for
5
EG to go into that for
seconds
Pakas. I suppose there's Slark plus Coddle. Ounce is kind of nice with Chakra. Ursa is alright. I don't know. I don't know about just going Brood Dusa first. What does this do for you? Like, you've got win condition picked up, sure, but you're not... It doesn't feel like you can fully protect.
Evil geniuses turn to T1's turn to pick.
Points it away.
There's the Pangolier coming out from EG now.
Uh,
You seem so disappointed about this Medusa. You really do.
I mean, the Pango just covers all their bases. Clears out the Broodmother and the Spiderlings. Clears out the mana of Dusa with the Diffusal. Hold steady on mid. You don't have to worry about the Timbersar, the Ember. There's potentially a Storm here for Corden to go back into. But then you have a Tri-Core of Storm Brood Medusa. And what does that do? And the Broodmother is going to be farming. Ice 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 loves to stick to the lane and farm. Never leaves that lane, no matter what he's playing. We'll go with a Puck instead for the hold, so the coil is there to make that annoying. Lane matchup for Pango is pretty steady, though. I don't expect that to be too hard for Chris Luck to draw even. Then again, it's never too hard when you're laning against Corden, I suppose. So we'll see what Plee does pump out here. Maybe a save for the Dusa. Maybe something more offensive.
5 seconds remaining.
A Chantress is available, I suppose. If you're worried about Pangolier that much, there's a Bane pickup, which isn't popular at all, but it's something that can come out.
I'm still thinking about it, Blade. 2 more supports to
Evil
come.
geniuses turn to pick.
They'll take the Clockwork themselves now. EG. More cores to come.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
You can just go for the POS 1 pickup if you so wish here as EG. Like, you know you're up against the Medusa. I highly doubt we're going to see like an offlane Medusa coming in. Considering you do have the Broodmother already, and mid Medusa doesn't sound very viable now with the Puck up.
I like the spice in your train of thought, though, Mike. I appreciate all of
I'm
these
reaching
new
you.
lanes you're thinking about, Mike. Could you sell me on a Clockwork POS 1?
Well, there was one stage where Clockwork POS 1 was kind of viable, believe it or not, when the that Ags was available. As TA does come out now, Evil Geniuses. Not exactly the counter I would think of when I think of Medusa, but it might be a matter of just outpacing this draft of Bleed.
Yeah, it's looking that way. And we still have
10
Pango
seconds
Kotl that can
remaining.
play fast. TA with a fast Dragonlance Deso into Roche.
5 seconds.
It's not something
remaining.
the side of Bleed can contest too much. TA is also a good solution to the Broodmother. Especially in lane if you're running this for Pekka's safe. I don't mind that. I think you just need some more pressure coming out on Whisper in the off lane to kind of stave off that Dusa. But you have some flex potential. Like you could run Pango off. You could have the Spirit Breaker off lane, which maybe is the one that's less impactful. Bleed Respect banning out that Lycan that we saw last time caused a lot of issues. You see the side of EG again banning out the Ench that Dubu loves to play. What's it gonna be?
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe
5
something as
seconds
Silencer can kind of help you play faster here on Bleed. I suppose it's a hero that feels like you can never go wrong with. But there's no real big spell to kind of cancel off with Global Silencer. It also doesn't feel like the most impactful game for it. I don't know. I don't see a support pick from Bleed that makes me say, wow, this draft is amazing.
Final pickup for Bleed. Still a support to be picked here for their end of things. Maybe a position 4, maybe a 5, depending.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I'll just dive into this reserve time for this one.
I was gonna say, what if you went completely insane on Bleed, ran a support Dusa and ran a safe lane Bloodseeker for the Pango and TA? Would be pretty insane.
Yeah, it would be.
But we have seen support Dusa at least one time. At least once. So it's not the most, well, at least it's not uniquely insane for Bleed to kind of do that if they were.
Still really just using all their time for this one.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
They're gonna go for a Phoenix pickup, which is not something I was quite expecting to see, but I suppose you do have the coil, you do have the ulti, the egg to come out of the Phoenix. I mean, Phoenix has not been the most popular of heroes, but it does also have a nice way of just dealing through dealing with the TA refraction charges, as the Razor does come out from Evil Geniuses. Another hero I can't say I was quite expecting to come out, but I believe that will be Pekka's safe lane Razor, as they will run the TA mid. Very interesting drafts. Not really sure what to think of either of them, quite frankly, John. I want to say Bleed looked better this time with their draft, but who the hell knows?
I don't think they do, honestly. Like, you do have this connection for team fights of Coil into Egg, which can work out. You've got the Stone Gaze on top of that. I don't know if they can execute in that. I mean, it's not Ice that's going to be jumping in. It has to be DJ connecting with Corden, which should be alright, but it's also not the most straightforward. I think you have a draft that can be a little bit greedy on Bleed. Ice, he's not going to have the smoothest time up against a Razor in lane, even if you can try to harass with Ebola, try to trade with your Insatiable Hunger. When Static Link is up, doesn't matter for a Razor, because it's going to hold steady. And the Phoenix Egg, it's not the most well protected. You've got two ranged hitters that hit pretty damn fast. As long as they have some sort of debuff clear, like a self-purge, then you're fine. You know, you don't have to deal with fire spirits. The egg will melt. So I'm curious about how well Bleed can execute. This is a very execute-heavy draft. They've got to play around their timings well. They've got to stick together as a team and recognize these timings. They can't afford to just... basically, they can't afford to just sit back and farm. Like, it has to be aggressive on their connections, including Ice. Like, you can't just camp a lane and hope for the best. Like, you really have to contribute something earlier on here, because I think the tempo coming out from EG is a lot harder. It's a TA. It's a Razor. They can melt Roche just with... even just Dragonlance and TA. You don't need the full Dessa with a Eye of the Stormred.
Well, let's head over to game number 2, sorry, between EG and Bleed, Jonathan. It is underway. Can have a look to see exactly what is to be. Immediate smoke here from EG's end of things. Already heading right towards Bleed. Might find Ice Ice and the Broodmother if they do enter that dire triangle, which it seems the EG are going to try to do. They do have very strong level 1 timing, so you can't quite blame them for going for this. They'll barely miss out on that positioning of Ice Ice and DJ, but now the smoke broken. They'll see the Brood, but with the smoke broken, the fact that they are by the tier 1 towers and tier 2 towers, you probably don't want to jump in.
30 seconds.
Should be a pretty stable start on the runes. I don't see either level 1 kind of being better for the other. There's a lot of aggression in both ends with the right opening, so not too bad coming out. Side of EG are the ones looking to still run across though, but there's a good ward here from Bleed to see this move in.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew just casually walking right past Bleed. No punishment out. Dubu was unable to get within range for the battery assault. So they are going to move in now. Pop the battery assault, but a very nice blinding light from Matthew. Problem is he is taking a fair bit of damage, but is going to make it. No, he won't. He will die. They will get DJ as a trade, but now Panda ends up going down. So DJ leaves the area with a double damage, a double kill on the Phoenix. Does die, but gets the reset. Happy days anyway. Nice start for Bleed.
Yeah, very nice start coming out here for Bleed. That's the kind of opening you want. Just building up, getting some EXP going your way. Taking a look at that top lane, of course. You've got Whisper on the Pango, along with Matthew on Kotl, up against Dubu and Jackie on the Clockwork and Medusa. This lane for Medusa is not the best in the world. You can kind of chase down as Dubu with a battery assault, but the blinding light early on does ensure that you're not going to be on top of the Kotl all too often. Once Chakra's up and Whisper has the squash spam, that's where things get really uncomfy for Jackie. Like, your mana shield will just melt. Dubu can only do so much as a Clockwork in this lane, as a Kotl's too fast and, again, has his self-save with blinding light. Can't really lock in that Kotl and try to trade here.
Absolutely not. We go again. Whisper going to be chased by the battery assault of Dubu. Trying to abuse that level 1 timing of the Clockwork. While he can, Whisper's still going to be just fine though, and Matthew's providing a lot of harassment. That mid lane, of course, Corden and Chris Luck going to be in the mid lane here on the TA vs Puck matchup. Seems like it probably will just favor C-Smile on the TA. Like, this, only so much Corden can do.
Yeah, it's a stable lane for Puck. He shouldn't be completely pushed out of lane, although it is a lot easier for the TA to find her openings, to find the denies. Level 2 refraction means no harassment can really come out here from Corden. And the side blades just mean, you know, Chris Luck gets free wave clear and free damage onto that Puck every single time. There's just no counterplay.
Bottom lane, DJ goes down. Panda able to secure a kill on the Spirit Breaker. Can start to try and apply a bit more pressure onto Ice and the Broodmother now. Now, DJ was level 1 when he ended up dying to Panda just then, so didn't have the Icarus dive away from the Spirit Breaker, which is probably why he ends up dying. But with a creep now, he should hit level 2, and chances are he probably won't end up dying again during this laning stages. Whisper picks off Dubu top lane. Jackie unable to find a trade for his side.
Yeah, pretty nice pickup there. Coming out for the side of EG. More than happy to just kind of pick something up. It's trying to get that aggression out. I'm surprised they're able to run Panda that far forward up against DJ and Ice, but a couple lucky bashes can just change the name of that lane. Easy setup for the static link if you're just skillful enough, I suppose.
Bottom Picaz. The thing is, like, even if Picaz gets out of position, it's not like you can actually catch him. Ice. Taking the plasma field. Panda does have charge available. And they do also have static link if they want to try and make a play, but it looks like it's just a bit of harassment onto Ice. Slowly just ticking away at the HP pools of Bleed. It seems like you are going to see the Spirit Breaker leave the area for now. Panda just going to leave as Picard's going to find himself in danger. think about turning around. Did have 10 wand charges though, so probably would have been okay with that in the healing Lotus.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
In the meantime, DJ trying to contest the small camp pool. Not going to be able to do too much about it. Meanwhile, top. Bit of a chase. He's going to end up in a Whisper death. Whisper just going a bit too deep, ends up getting punished for it.
That's really far out. You don't want to be too disconnected from your Kotl here. Just keep playing with the spam, hold that wave.
Bottom lane, gonna go down. Ice, and DJ able to punish the Razor. This Panda eventually should die to Ice, and well, a double kill for the Broodmother.
Ooh.
Nice rotation from Whisper though. Great swashbuckle, finding 2 targets for their trouble. Still a nice fight for Bleed, but Whisper at least capitalizes off the low HP pools of Bleed Esports.
Yeah, you're more than happy to kind of pick that up. You just take the gate across for Whisper, head back up top, try to constantly harass out Jackie. Matthew's just playing on the edge here, waiting for his tranquils to come in. Until then, just trying to illuminate out, secure some range creeps. Whisper, his path's being cut off by Dubu. Really good positioning from the clock to make it a little bit uncomfy. He will eventually manage to find his way back into that lane. 5-5 start. A decent chunk of aggression early on here. Less than 1k lead coming out for Bleed. My concern is just mid. Chris Luck getting as much farm as he does is concerning, although down bot. They're chasing Ice a little bit, but not diving fully on that tier 1.
They're still going for a bit of a fight because he's going to be able to escape just fine. Not really too much action happening here. Just a lot of plasma fields being spammed out by Bakars, but not amounting to too much. Mid lane seems like Chris is still slightly ahead of Corden, but it's still a pretty even matchup here in the mid. The TA is probably the happy hero though, considering she just wants that quick farm to hit the jungle up. Corden does get lucky with a nice shield rune for himself though, so the bottle refill going to go towards the puck. See Small unable to do much about that. He's getting very unlucky as top lane Dubu again going to try and harass out Whisper. It's a level 2 battery assault, not anywhere near enough to really threaten the life of Whisper. As bottom lane, diving on Panda now. Panda, he'll go for a charge back towards DJ. It seems like Ice will not be stopping the chase. Panda is going to fall. Pakar's unable to help him out on the Razor. Has to watch his teammate die for free.
Yep. Just, again, we've seen this issue with a Spirit Breaker all day. Team Spirit had the same issue come up in the Nepashka where your laning phase with a lot of cores as a 5 isn't amazing. So your contribution is negligible outside of space. This is a decent amount of space for Pakas. All things considered in terms of CS, he is finding a good chunk of farm, but the deaths are starting to feed into Ice quite nicely here.
Nice Wisdom Rune still. Dubu trying to find a way out. No bash from Panda. No luck there in the cancellation of the TP. So Bleed do get away with 2 Wisdom Runes. That's a pretty nice little bonus. This bottom lane, because we'll get jumped again, just completely slowed up, and there is no helping coming. But it seems as though the safety of the tier 1 tower was going to be enough. Bleed not looking to go for the dive in. Would rather go back to the creep wave. To be fair, Ice is pretty close to level 6 now. So once the spawn Spiderlings are up, he's going to have a nice way of just kind of bursting down the Razor with all the follow-up that he will have.
He's got the output now. Have to respect that on Pakaz. And we've seen a couple of times where he just doesn't respect the output of his enemy team, and they burst him down quite nicely. It can happen in this game as well. 5-6 start. And your launching point right now for EG has got to be Chris Luck. Like, this TA has number 2 in net worth, right behind Jackie on Dedusa, who's gotten a lot more from his lane this time around. And the timings for Chris Luck is going to set that pace. Dragonlance, Deso, maybe even the Deso Rush, maybe the Blink Rush. Lots of options here for that TA. And it's kind of taking that into Roche with the Eye of the Storm from Pakas. If you can get that, then the game opens up a little bit more. You have to watch the laning pressure that comes out now with Ice having that spawn Spiderlings up. Does feel rather unplayable for Pakas if he's not careful.
Bottom. So we'll go for the chase. Charges out from Panda. Getting rid of most of those Spiderlings from Ice at least. Pakaz's life is infinitely harder now at the bottom lane. Ice not making life very pleasant for this Razor. Meanwhile, Jackie's been farming very well on the Medusa, top of the net worth board, seemingly uncontested this time around. So it looks like he's going to get the farm he's been looking for in that, since that game 1 at least.
Going to be able to scale up quite nicely. I think EG... And they're missing the tempo just a little bit. I think their lanes came out worse for wear than you'd expect. And they are getting run down a little bit. Ice has a lot of presence. He is going for the Echo Saber build on that Brood up top.
Yeah, they do pop the Dream Coil. They've got the Pangolier trapped up here. And it looks like he's just as good as dead. It's a nice little setup there from Corden. Immediately TPing back into the mid lane to address the creep wave. But gets away with a pretty damn good kill.
That's a big one. You're slowing down Whisper's diffusal timing, which is key for the Pangolier. I mean, he's even skipping his boots just to have that diffuse up, just to have that impact up against Medusa, up against that Brood. And it's still a ways off without that. So big wins coming out for Bleed, 5-7 again, maintaining this lead, buying a ton of space for Jackie.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think the shortcomings for EG is the fact that, again, Panda has had little to no impact. They are going for a roll, but yeah.
They're not going to do too much. Whisper just kind of rolling in circles. Will eventually find a couple Spiderlings for his trouble, I suppose. But, certainly nothing to write home about as EG looking a little bit lost here in game number 2. I suppose it is all about C-Smile finding the farm and the TA that you're looking for. Like this Safely and Razor certainly hasn't had the start it was asking for either. Whisper has not to boot on the Pango, and yeah, it's all into the TA basket.
And the timing is lining up. Dragonlance up. I'm sure the Desolator's not too far off afterwards for Chris Luck. We need to see them take a team fight into Roche right after that. You have a lot of minus armor here. With the Eye of the Storm, with even the Lucky Shot. They're trying to go on to Dubu a little bit.
We'll find Panda. Corden able to set up that kill. Onto the Razor they go now. Picard's in the middle of nowhere, was locked in by the coil and is just down. Corden with a double. Killing spree for him on the park. This position 1 Razor just so far does not look good at all. As Whisper, in the meantime, goes down bottom lane.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, they're falling apart here a little bit. EG Bleed. They're the ones to pump out the aggression. They're the ones to tie together with their support rotations a lot better. I think for EG again, this stems down to the fact that Chris Luck is just farming. So you've got a Razor that needs to show up in lane with not too many items up, going for the Mask of Madness, which is up now for Pakaz. So there's a little bit of presence coming out, I suppose. You've got supports that aren't really doing much with the Kotl and the Spirit Breaker, not just yet at the very least. Once levels are up, then, you know, you can do a little bit more, but it takes time. And Bleed with a strong start now, and it does feel a lot more oppressive for the side of EG. Like, you really are just banking on Chris Luck to get everything done for you. He is opting for the Blink first. Should be able to find out no problem, instead of the Deso. You can still go Roche off the back of a team fight, and you have to respect the output of Eye of the Storm. You can still do quite a bit. But Bleed, I'm your #1 net worth for Jackie. We know what he does with a free farm game, with no contestion. Already has the Manta up. And your Dusa counter now is really just static Blink. And again, Pakaz has not had the smoothest time in playing that Razor here.
Shot down a bot lane. They've got Whisper again. Whisper trying to get the Rolling Thunder off. Does barely get it away. Egg committed. They're going to try and focus this one down, and it seems like they'll have no problems. DJ not being defended in that Egg form. Meanwhile, Whisper still dropping low, about to fall, but they had chasing him down desperately. As Corden now dies, they'll finally get Whisper. But it's cost them 2 heroes off the back of that. And Evil Geniuses, they are still the ones pursuing for a little bit more. They'll find nothing else for their trouble. But it's still a great fight for their end of things.
It looked really awkward for Whisper in getting caught out first. He's not the hero that matters. It's this TA. It's Chris Luck coming in just with a Dragonlance, with a couple of melts out. We've got more than enough damage. With the Fire Spirits not flying out from DJ. The egg just doesn't amount to much. Level 1 egg doesn't take too long to melt down. And now they've got room to find Jackie.
Try. Jackie, but he's out of mana. gonna pop the Stone Gaze and walk away from this. He's gonna be just fine to go back to the jungle and keep that farm going for himself. Evil Genius is yet to find a way to deal with the Medusa. But they are buying still a lot of space for C-Smile. Still top of the net worth board is the TA now. Blink is on the way for the TA.
Oh, Dubu. Hooked into the
happened, Jill?
puck. Hooked into the puck, and they whiffed the Dream Coil as well.
Oh,
Radiant structures are fortified.
mid lane. Jump is there. They're going to try onto Jackie's Medusa again, though he's by the tier 2 tower, but he's very low on mana. He'll pop the Manta style, but it's going to be nowhere near enough. He will try to juke out by using one of the illusions, but eventually they will just catch him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Get the big kill they need. HE11. EG starting to reel it back. Ice trying to get pressure onto Pakaz here.
Yeah, Picard is really not having a good game. This Razor pick. They do save him at least. Picard will make it up, but now Ice desperately
Oh,
trying to chase the spawn Spiderlings, but it's not enough
Oh my
damage.
god.
That is unfortunate for Bleed. Unfortunate for Ice. But Picard, he'll be pretty happy with himself.
And that's a pretty big boon for him. Getting that bait play out onto Ice. Working onto that BKB. That's when the Razor starts to be a lot comfier in this game. It's going to be able to stand its ground. Allow some room out. Force Chris Luck to weave in and out. I love that Chris Luck rushed this shard as well. Like, just going for the silence. You do lack hard control for Corden. And that silence is going to be the big way to open up these fights for you now. Sure, it's no Desolator. It's not more burst damage on hand. And it doesn't necessarily open Roshan for you, but just some way of stopping Corden from weaving in and out. That's going to have a lot of impact. And again, I think this is a pretty clever pickup from Chris Luck to just buy it himself early on.
Mid lane, maybe a bit of a group up. Chris Luck, gonna see Corden, immediately blinks out.
Dire's top tower is
Rotations
under
in
attack.
towards Corden. Matthew's gonna just take the Watcher away, it seems. Bleed Esports still in a decent position this game.
Radiant's middle
2k
tower is
advantage
under
their
attack.
way. EG though getting closer and closer to the stage where you're gonna start moving as a unit with this TA
Dire's
towards that
top
Roshan
tower
very
is under
soon.
attack.
I believe the 4 Desolator is
Under attack.
on its way towards the Templar. In fact, not even the 4 Desolator, just the Mithril Hammer for now. Bottom lane, a bit of a push coming in. Picard is there to defend, but it seems like Bleed are thinking about making a jump in.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gordon's going to chip away at the HP pool of Picard just a little bit.
Under attack.
No full committal though. Top lane in the meantime, DJ's now being chased. We'll go for the Icarus dive, but Whisper's got the Rolling Thunder. It should be a kill onto DJ. It's like Whisper will be able to claim his life.
I'd say that's actually a pretty big win. You're inching towards Whisper, having all of these auras up. He's going onto the pipe. It's going to be pretty hard to try to burst him down at that point when that's up. Phoenix Impact is mitigated. All of his magic damage taken out of the equation. And EG, they're finding some answers. Again, it's slow going, but it is forming up as the levels go up. BKB for Picasso only a few hundred gold away. Once that's up and running, Razor's not going to be an easy target to gun down. Ice, I mean, he has the full harpoon going into his own BKB. So that can start to feel oppressive with the amount of damage that this Broodmother does do. Let's see if it's going to have impact. Lead for Bleed has gone down to 1k. Negligible, to say the best. As the one gap they have is this gap with Whisper and everyone else. Otherwise, Corden, Ice, and Pakaz all matched up. Jackie and Chris Luck trading positions up top. So a rather even spread across the board here.
Go mid lane. Coil committed. They found the Spirit Breaker. Panda is down. See Smile trying to move in onto the Clockwork, trying to get a bit of a trade for themselves. Cogs though going to block the way, so instead they'll have to make their way out of this. Corden is still messing around with them on the park. In comes Whisper. Ice was trying to sneak in from the side, but he's been caught out himself now, the Brood. He just went in on his own.
Yeah, just again, maybe a bit of disconnect out from Bleed. Wanting to flank in, no one else close by to keep that chase, keep that pressure on from across the river. And gets punished. And he has a lot of output on the Brood until the BKB. He doesn't have the best durability here. So, does get caught with his pants down, and EG. And with that kill, narrowing this net worth lead, Bleed has managed to build up. You're inching closer to the point where playing into Chris Luck is damn scary. He does have a BKB first. So again, not even opting for the full... That's right, I mean, you probably don't even need it too much with the Orb Destruction up to kind of compensate. And not too bad, actually, going for this more early presence on the puck.
Get charged up by Panda. The car's moving in, though. A lot of damage from Ice. It's going to make it so the Razor goes down. Panda to follow. So Bleed do punish nicely. Picard's just, again, not having the game he would have liked on this Razor. Sure, you're creating space for C-Small, but... I just don't know about this TA vs. Dusa matchup. It seems a little bit rough, considering how many ways they have of burning through these refractions.
Yeah. I still don't think it's like TA versus Dusa. It feels like it's Chris Luck versus everyone else but the Dusa. Now, the Dusa is solely Picas's job. Just static link Jackie somehow in these team fights. And just kind of go from there.
The charge is there. Ice is going to intervene. Harpoon on Panda. And Panda just gets absolutely annihilated here by Ice. Whisper going to try and lock someone down. Jackie not even going to get static linked here by Picas. Just Stone Gaze was pumped, so he backs his way out immediately. Jackie is more than happy to keep going. See Small trying to find Ice, but it's very hard against the Broodmother. As now the Harpoon usage is there, but see Small still able to blink away. There's plenty of refraction charges left, but in goes Corden. Dream Coil is out, catching two. They'll try for Whisper on the Pangolier. Whisper not going to be able to make it. He's down. See Small trying to back his way out, but there's just static link now out on Jackie. Jackie dropping low, but not quite. The man is gone now. Surely they've got him. Jackie is down. They do burn through the mana pool successfully, but it just costs so much to get this Medusa dead. Corden. Eventually we'll pop the phase shift orb. Vessel is there onto C Small now, with the Sun Ray just dealing so much damage. C Small is down. Matthew, the final player up, will go down to boot. And Bleed can now successfully look towards that tier 2 bottom tower.
They dance around EG quite nicely there. EG just not getting the best use out of their spells. They come in one by one. They don't manage to get the initial static link. It comes out afterwards, but you lack a lot of presence. The Egg's running in the back. And now you're just running into Ice one by one. Whisper.
Look, they are. Whisper.
What?
He's just going to die on his own. Bit of a sad death for him. Bleed, 6k advantage, looking for the Roshan pit for themselves. Head up north instead. At least one will. Jackie's going to move into the Roshan. He'll get it started.
He's got the damage. If you have enough here from the side of Bleed to kind of take this out, a 6k advantage coming off the back of that fight. EG just not connecting. Then again, their teamfight presence is minimal, and all you really have is that roll from Whisper. Outside of that, you don't have much to play with. Picas trying to work towards the Heaven's Halberd. The disarm up against the Brood and up against the Dusa is going to be pretty big. You would probably just want the static link to Dusa, then Heaven's Halberd Ice. If you can get that in the middle of the fights, you should give yourself some opportunities to play. But again, your burst damage isn't really there with his build from Chris Luck. He still does a lot, but with the stats starting to come in, with just this E-Blade being up in Corden, the Ghost Scepter alone was already making it near impossible. Feels like a Nullifier has to come out, but you don't have the farm for that anytime soon.
Right on target. Anders down. Picard still trying to get his own way out. Dubu is going to scout out the Razor, but not going to amount to too much, it seems. They don't have the hook to try and close the gap. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Ice is kind of messing around here with Whisper. Whisper trying his best to deal with the spiderlings that are just being thrown out here by Ice. As in the meantime, Jackie just going to go after the top tier 2 tower on his own. We are going to have EG show up for a defense. They know exactly where Bleed are at the moment. It's just so hard to find a way to defend. So they do jump in. Coil is there. Whisper has been caught immediately. He'll break the coil on the Pango, but hook shot from Dubu right on target. Even finding Matthew and the Cogs, but Whisper is still alive on the Pangolier. They did not have enough follow-up damage. Bleed trying to get their supports out. They'll commit the egg from DJ. Nobody's protecting the egg though. Jump back in. Whisper finally goes down. Onto Matthew they go, the keeper. Not going to be able to make it out. He'll stand his ground. It is gone.
You come out on top once more on Bleed. Chris Luck just doing what he can to prevent this push. Does get the clear he wants here. But again, for EG, this is them trying to take that fight without even having to deal with Jackie, without having the solution to this Dusa. It's still all down to static Link versus Dusa, which we're not even seeing. Now, Pakas isn't able to run up to that Dusa here.
Ice. Maybe caught, and the strike is going to land. The Broodmother in pretty big trouble. Going to throw out the kill onto the Panda, but that's a big kill. Ice going down on the Brooder completely alone. And that'll hold any kind of push attempt I think Bleed would have gone for.
And EG, they hang on. It's a massive kill onto Ice for sure. It's 4k gold in the bank for Chris Luck.
Top lane. Dreamclaw committed here from Corden. Silence is there to follow up. Whisper trying to run. Hookshot off the mark. He does get into the roll-up, and that's going to be enough to survive. As Bleed, they will push down the tier 2 top tower. Jackie will take care of that.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So Bleed just waiting for Ice to be back. Just respawn up in 10. And they can get back to pressuring the map the way they'd like to.
Yeah. They've got Troll. They've got Jackie as an untouched factor in this game. Your counter in EG it's really not showing up at all in any way, shape, or form. At the least, you've got the Ags up on Matthew, so the Will-O-Wisp is ready. Good old Ignis Fatuus can fly it and provide some teamfight control. Let's see if it's going to be enough, as and none of these teamfights have felt smooth at all for EG. They've been trading, even at best, for the most part, they've been trading unfavorably. So, Bleed are the ones finding the openings. They're the ones able to really work Ice out. Although,
Die triangle. Panda and Picasso both spotted. Panda already down, and Picasso, he was spotted out with the rocket flare that they do not have the hook shot. So they cannot cancel the TP away. Sadly, Harpoon does not cancel TPs, so Picasso able to get his way out of the Razor. Desperately trying to farm towards an AC build up here in the Razor. Seems like Bleed in the meantime have found Whisper in the mid lane. Jackie will get started. Whisper already popping the swashbuckle, needs to commit the roll up to try and get out of this. He's gonna be alright though. He'll make it up.
this man should get some distance out. Tier 2 will not be alright. It's another outer objective being surrendered here by the side of EG. No outer towers left for the Radiant side. Bleed. Pretty nice commanding lead at 8k now. Medusa unaccounted for, pinning down Puck feels next to impossible with a lack of control. Like, your control is basically just your psionic trap silence right now. That's literally it. You'd maybe count the charge plus bash. It's also not good enough. Again, their draft kind of focused in on trying to get some aggression, never comes out. You've got the Razor versus the Medusa, which is also not panning out. You have no way of pinning down Corden outside of the silence on the trap, which is just not enough. This game, it can still open up a little bit for the side of EG. It certainly isn't the same as game 1 though.
It's gonna hold on to this AK advantage. They're taking their time, working towards a butterfly on Jackie. SSI still forcing the bot wave constantly, making it very hard for EG to actually Just kind of spread their wings across this map a little bit. See Smile nowhere near the point you want to be as this TA to really carry you through this game. It's Gordon. Bit of a chase onto Panda. Gonna miss out on the Spirit Breaker kill. Matthew in the meantime, heading up north into the Dire Triangle. No one around that area. Both teams seem more than happy to just sit back and farm for now. I think Bleed are just very confident with their own ability to go into the late game. So there's a full butterfly now coming out on Jackie on the courier. Does have a BKB queued up next, so perhaps building into the BKB before they want to try for high ground. See next Roshan going to be extremely important as well. That's still a minute away from us even finding out when it is going to respawn. When Ice is still hanging about that bottom tier 3 tower, but obviously he's probably learned his lesson. He's not going to dive in by himself.
He's going to play it safe. Again, as you mentioned, Bleed more than happy to scale up. They see the double damage from here as well. Jackie probably wanting that for himself. We shall see. Once again, back into Southeast Asian Dota. Advantage up for Bleed, not going to take too many risks. Play it safe. DD bottled up, Jackie with a butterfly. This is when they can go for that play. If they find a win here, they can secure Roshan or just rush the high ground. Again, there's no fear coming out here. What EG just lost their steam. And they have the MKB up on Chrislock. So he can try to pierce through that butterfly, but it's only him.
It's only him. Keeps pushing the lanes. Top lane going to be taken out. Whisper will TP away. Now has the Aghanim Scepter on the Pango. Picard still farming the Dire Triangle where it is safe to farm. Matthew sticking by just in case he needs to give his life away to allow Picard's a way out. Roshan is 1 minute away now for both sides. Bleed already getting in position for that next Roshan attempt. In AG, it does feel like you can't really afford to give the next Roshan away, but it's that awkward scenario where you may not have a choice in the matter.
Doesn't feel like you do. Don't really have outside control right now. Bleed has the forward vision. They've got the webs all over the place. And the traps are decently placed here from Chrislock, but not really scouting into the Roshan. So, gonna be a lot harder for them to sneak outside. Again, Bleed, they're just confident. How can you not be when you've got a Broodmother this farmed on ice, you've got the Dusa free farming all game, you've got Corden who just can't be controlled at all. Your draft from EG, it falls flat when you don't get that running start, and just kind of boils down to how rough their lanes were. You know, Panda having very little impact on the Spirit Breaker throughout the entire laning phase. Kaz not able to hold his own with a support that doesn't do anything for him. You had Whisper having a decent time, but also the chase down being a bit too much on the side of Bleed. Like, this draft needed a strong laning start, and in recovery mode, it doesn't really do much. You're just sitting, waiting, looking for an opening and hoping that your enemy makes a mistake here, which is never the ideal.
Roshan does get started. Bleed will move in. EG are not going to have an opportunity to move in for a Roshan fight. Let's go down the way of Bleed for free. Bottom lane, see Smile already trying to push out the wave. Bleed moving in through the bottom. There you go. Some of the high ground Bleed. They're going to smoke up. Trying to make their way to the high ground through this avenue. Top lane. So they have found the Spirit Breaker already, so Corden's just going to delete him.
You might wish
Very nice start to the high ground attempt, though there is a buyback on Panda. Mid lane, they're gonna CC Smile. He will just start the tier 3. Hookshot is out. Dubu, he's gonna catch the Pangolier. Whisper still gets the roll up off. Meanwhile, Ice, he's actually found Pakaz. The Razor moving in, trying to go on to Jackie. Never actually popped the static link though. But they are forcing Bleed to perhaps back out of here. Go back to the triangles, sort out some more farm, maybe come back later.
Yep. Just again, play a slower game. Get whatever advantage you can get. Don't give any opens to EG. I think the side of Bleed have learned from game 1 when they were somewhat bouncing back in control. They slip up a bit and EG just take that fight with the aggression. This time EG's just getting choked out of this game. Can't leave their base. Can't go into the jungle to farm. Need so much more to really feel comfy in this game. And you're just not... You're not inching towards it at all. There's no answer for Jackie. There's no hold for Corden. There's no hold for Ice as well. So... I don't know. Like, I know what the side of each can actually do on the high ground. They can maybe hope for a burst play out, but it's pretty optimistic for them to kind of look for that here.
Down again onto Matthew. Corden. Put the coil here. And does find Matthew. So the coddle now is down, but buyback is available here for Matthews. Jackie's still just slowly pushing in the mid-tier 3 tower by himself. Ice looks like he's trying to cut down the bottom tier 3 towers. They have found Pakaz for a moment, though Pakaz does get force-staffed away. Hook shot, way off the mark. Whisper not going to get hit by that. Tier 3 mid, still dropping. Charge in from Panda, not going to land on anything as DJ is able to Icarus dive out. Use the Heaven's Harbor to try and slow down Jackie just a little bit, but he'll wait out the duration. No problem. Tier 3 is now gone. Coil is committed onto Whisper, but again the roll-up is going to mean he is fine to get away.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Pakaz also picking up a butterfly in the meantime. The Bleed, after the tier 3 tower, not looking to go any further as Jackie, quite low on mana, doesn't want to risk losing the Aegis for nothing. Seems like Bleed will just back into the triangle instead. Get back to the farm game, work towards the silver edge of Jackie. Still giving EG a chance to make some kind of comeback happen with their itemization. And it is a long and slow process between these two.
That it is, Mike. I suppose this is punishment for having pretty fast series last time around for us in the past few days. And we get to witness Southeast Asia in its natural environment. The slow deserts or the slow fields of Dota 2. That's where we are. And for Bleed, again, it's pretty clear-cut. The scaling coming out from Pakaz, while nice, I don't know if it's going to be enough. You're going to need more than just the Butterfly and AC. The Satanic has to be a key part of the Razor's presence up here. And I'd argue even something like a refresh. Just having the static link onto multiple heroes just feels like your play. You have to lock in Ice and Jackie. So it has to be the Medusa and the Broodmother that you can static link sap damage away from. And it doesn't feel like you'll be able to do that comfortably, at the very least, for Pakaz here. Not an easy game for this much pressure onto the Razor.
He just does expire. Pakaz's going to move up to the high ground. They could find DJ, but he's smoked up at the moment. Jackie looking to move in. Hookshot is out. Dubu actually connected onto Corden though, so Pakaz was able to get his BKB in time. Static Link is onto a Medusa illusion, so not doing much work here for Pakaz. Though he does take down Dubu, but they have lost Matthew in the process. Pakaz now in danger, has been slowed up by the Skadi of Jackie. Buyback is finally out from Matthew, but it's too late. Pakaz is down. So the mana pool of Jackie dropping extremely low now, completely out of mana in fact, as Panda will charge in. They are still trying to just kill off Jackie. He is still running, however, but eventually that should have their way with him as he does end up going down. They'll even find another target in the form of DJ. And Corden is the only one left for Bleed. Corden will at least kill off Panda before he does go. Continue to try and juke his way out of this situation. Aeon is procced. He'll jaunt away to the north. Silence there, but Corden's still able to blink. Does move back in with the Dream Coil. But which way is he going? Corden. Twinkle Toes. He's gonna die. See Smile gets it.
Mind are as one.
Bleed. Just getting caught out. When you can focus on that Usa, it still melts. It's a pretty big kill on Picas to start off with, but again, he does his job. It is pretty much just playing as most razors do, safe lane or not. Put your body forward, you buy space for bigger scaling cores, and they come in and clean up. And Bleed, they're still on the advantage, 20 to 33 with 13k up, but they don't really find racks. It was only tier 3. Chris Luck having the damage output to do what he wants, has the +7 refraction charges now with his level 25 talent as well. The Daedalus is almost done here for Chris Luck. Once you've got that going for yourself, that's when the TA can be quite abysmal to control. You don't have a controlled build coming out from Ice, so you're really just down to probably just some good coils coming from the side of Bleed from Corden. EG, they hang on this game. 20 to 33, 14.5 minutes in. Again, we're slowly getting that scaling we were looking for from Picas. Despite him dying, he's doing his job here quite nicely. Whisper is still trying to go into the Crimson. Any way of mitigating this damage is huge. However, full MKB up now on Jackie, so he can pierce right through the butterfly of Picas, and he is the target here.
He does back off the right time. Matthew at least does. Picas, maybe not so much. Oh boy, Picas. Hook shot catches him. He's going to BKB. Run. Cogs is going to catch him, however. Picas still trying to find a way out. Slowed up completely, though. That's a big one. But he does at least have the opportunity to buy back for this fight. So the high ground defense surely to come. Bleed, I doubt let the opportunity go to waste.
Yeah, they can go for a slow shove down bot. Again, look at their position, not really pushing too hard himself. Jack is taking mid, although there's a poke and a prod.
Mid-racks. Small, jump in, Hurricane Pike was there, now the coil locking them down. We'll break the coil on C Smile. The TA proving to be the one they're quite afraid of here. Because they do hesitate quite a bit to try and move in. Whisper. Trending with the Rolling Thunder. Won't use it yet. The Harpoon usage from Nice means Whisper is down. He will buy back. Onto the Clockwork they go. The clock should die, but the Ghost Scepter going to save for now. Tubu eventually does go down here to Panda. Meanwhile, Jackie trying to deal with Whisper on the Pangolier, but he gets the Rolling Thunder off. Jackie out of mana again. Could be in danger, needs to back out, does pop the Stone Gaze. They will leave after taking the mid-Bleed barracks. Not confident in staying in this area. Bleed have left.
Yeah, I do appreciate that respect. Again, Bleed kind of burned from the last time they took a fight and lost. They want to play it safe. They take what they can get, they back off, they rinse and repeat. There is a Roshan coming up in 20 seconds. That should be the big objective Bleed gun for first. And if they can take that Roche with no contest here from the side of EG, well, again, this game is pretty simple now for Bleed, considering how much Jackie has to play with and how little Picas and Chris Luck have themselves. Got the full Swift Blink up for Chris Luck, so more output for the TA once more, but it's only the TA. Like, Picas is still going for the MKB. Honestly, it feels like the Razor needs a blink here, Mike. And Picas needs to be able to just blink up, get the static blink on the right Medusa, and help his team actually counteract it. Because we've seen that hero drop low on mana. They just need a finishing blow. The big difference there is just Picas doesn't really help No, he's just dead a bit too fast. Well, wouldn't MKB, he could be better off, but there goes that Roche we were talking about with the free Ags up. Nothing to stop him.
No, certainly not. Acceptor available. Who's taking it? Jackie's got it for himself on the Medusa. EG in dire straits now against double T's, Aegis, and an Ag's Blessing. They've got to try and defend the bottom lane. They have certainly been finding great ways of getting through the mana pool of Jackie. Mid lane though, CC Small pushing out the wave. Well, Cordon's up at top lane now, pushing out that top wave. They'll leave Ice down at bottom to just push in with a Broodmother. EG prepped for the defense. Bleed slowly trying to move their way out. Meanwhile, Dubu get the jetpack away. Coil is there. Corden, he's actually caught C-Smile. C-Smile is pretty damn important to get out of this. Said the focus will be Matthew, you can see he's fine. Panda rather is going to drop. Matthew also okay. Jackie chipping away now at the T3 tower. C-Small though going to be around to defend as Corden jumps back in on the path.
Oh man. Jackie's mana melted from the salvo coming out from Chrislock. He is doing the damage, but they can't really isolate that Dusa. Again, there's a lack of team fight here from EG. There's a reliance on the Rolling Thunder, reliance on the Will-O-Wisp, and Bleed aren't clumping up to allow that, so a little bit of steel middle though.
Nice. Has been caught, trying to go after Whisper. Needs to get his way out now because Bakaz is on the chase. You're still very low mana on this Dusa at the moment. Like Jackie's trying to heal up his mana through the neutral creeps, just spamming Mystic Snake, but hasn't proven to be quite enough yet. Jump in again. Bakaz now being caught. That's a big one. Bakaz, low HP. The Sunray burning him out. Green Pearl still going. Corden trying his absolute best to snipe the Razor. Can't quite get him though. See Smile going after Dubu, but Ice, he's found the TA. But not quite. The force stuff back to the high ground was there.
Alright. This is outstanding, Mike. It's like a chess game where everyone's just moving one piece closer to checkmate, but not quite there. Corden?
Jump in again. Jackie. Panda. Sort of charge out. Is going to escape. Jackie back into the T3 top tower. Look onto the racks. Keep in mind, Aegis is up for a minute and a half now. Still trying to damage the mana pool of Jackie. Shot off the mark here from Dubu. He'll be back up in 30 seconds now. Going we go. Jackie has been brought into the base to hold him down. He's out of mana. And he should be going the first time. Bleed have to commit. Dubu just rushing in with the cogs. He's going to die immediately. Jackie, maybe force the man fight on the Medusa, is going to stand his ground against Bakaz, who is getting rather low now. Bakaz still trying to go for this, but he's going to drop. They do at least get through the mana.
They get through the mana and they somehow hold high ground despite these losses. EG still have their top racks intact. They lose the melee mid. That's been gone for a while. Corden just being the biggest nuisance in this game. Blinking out, getting some free damage out. Has the Arcane Blink. Has the Spell Prism as well.
Jump in is there. Mid-Rax is gone. Egg committed. That'll be it for Blade. They'll find a secondary lane of barracks and... well, now only the top is left standing. To Blade It's all about getting the reset. I don't know if they really want to wait for the next Roshan, but they certainly could think about it. They want to try and pull off this game victory very safely.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Doesn't look like they'll want to push the envelope too hard. They already forced the buyback from Pakas. So the Razor's going to be in a spot of trouble if he's caught out of position again. We'll see. It's been rather conservative from both sides. Bleed again in control. 39k up. With 39 kills to the name. 22 to 39. Just need her opening up for that Mega Creeps. Full Ags up and running for Ice Ice Ice. So he's got the Spinner Snare Traps. Can just kind of make it hellish for EG if they do try to move out. EG for their part trying to smoke out. Be on a bit of a shopping run. Chris Luck already queuing up the Divine. Does have the gold up for it. We'll see if that's enough with his damage output.
You need something. There's a Divine Rapier now coming out. You see Small with the Divine on the TA. So all in play. Bleed aren't really moving their way in for this high ground attempt again. Seems like they are just going to wait for perhaps the Roshan. Minute 52, we find out when that's going to spawn up. Panda could get caught up at top, trying to deal with this creep wave, though if he does show, and he does, but maybe misses the hookshot again. Panda, I mean, they do catch him with the coil anyway. Corden's been pretty on point this game on the puck, and they do get him. Panda is down 80 seconds without buyback. Now, let's see if Bleed can try and abuse this time.
Should be their opening. They're going to have the numerical advantage onto the high ground. So one would hope that you would get going here. Of course, you are playing to that Divine of Chris Luck. So you have to respect that, although... Pakas, he bought back.
Pakas in the middle of nowhere at the bot lane. He's getting bashed up by Ice. He's gone.
Right.
Jackie takes the kill. That's your pos 1 Razor down. C-Smile, I suppose, is the real position 1 right now, to be fair. Though the Divine Rapier not going to help out too much if he's locked down like this and he's just dead. That's going to be it. No buybacks available. EG, they are still trying with Whisper, who does pick up a Divine, but GG is called. They've seen enough. So it does end up in a 1-to-1 draw here between these two teams.
Yeah, they managed to close it out, Bleed. They have a smooth ride, managing to, again, apply that pressure with Ice here. There was no lane to come out for Pakas. The Spirit Breaker Sport just not doing much for the side of EG. And Bleed rallying to find another draw. We managed to keep some hope of staying into that second phase of playoffs alive with scoreline of 5-7 now. Of course, that is reliant on how the other teams do. For EG, this kind of puts a damper on their chance to come back in. Of course, having only that one GG series left, so we'll see. There are chances. Maybe everyone else starts to drop all of their series going forward, but Bleed hanging in there for Southeast Asia. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, but again, like they still are in it if they manage to find 2 O's or at least a couple of draws in their next few series. Spectacular play coming out from Bleed. They take their time. They know how to play a slow game. They just wait it out. Corden played a fantastic puck. Like, he really did pop off this time around. His early Ghost Scepter build actually allowed him to get away with a lot that I don't think EG should have allowed. But again, this itemization was perfect. His positioning as the puck was perfect. And he really did set that momentum for his team quite nicely. It was really Corden and Ice, I feel, that enabled Bleed to get as much as they did here.
I mean, absolutely. Corden certainly popping off for the team here for Bleed Esports. Props to him. 16-2 and 14. Not a bad scoreline whatsoever. As well, Bleed, you know, maybe they're the last hope for SCA, John. I think they've got a lot of work to do if they want to try and really be competitors here in this after this group stage. If they do make it, props to them again for forcing a draw. But you know, let's be frank, Evil Geniuses, they didn't look great with that Game 2 draft at all, and yeah, bit of a rough road for them as well. But still, nevertheless, that is going to be our second series of the night gone. Of course, there are going to be 2 more series coming up. I believe Epi and 343 are going to be taken over for that. But before we do throw to them, of course, the action is heating up over at the Bali Major. Make sure you check out H&M's new summer collection for clothes to suit the action. Apart from that, though, Jonathan, of course, our next series will be coming up again pretty damn soon. So it probably is about time for us to head off to a break. And right after our break, we'll be back with Epi and, of course, 343 to cast the Dota 2 action at the Bali Major. We'll see you soon.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Bisnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xbet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xbet.
Welcome back to the Bali Major with myself, Epidamnos. 343 Dota is joining me on the action for the final 2 series of Day 4. We just had ourselves some lovely games there by Mike and John as they casted Team Spirit versus Evil Geniuses, which Team Spirit got themselves a 2-0, and then Bleed versus... Sorry, Team Spirit versus Shopify Rebellion. Sorry, I've already messed up. Already 10 seconds in. Oh, this is not good. Yes, Team Spirit versus Shopify Rebellion. Team Spirit got themselves a 2-0. Bleed got themselves a 1-1 against Evil Geniuses. So thanks to Mike and John for casting those first 2 series. But now we come to the final last 2 of Day 4, which we have ourselves Team Spirit and Evil Geniuses playing some games again, Adam, because Team Spirit, they'll be going up against Blacklist Rivalry, and Evil Geniuses, they'll be going up against the scary team that is GG Gaming Gladiators.
It's actually really important for Blacklist to secure a 2-0 here. I think they still have a chance of making lower bracket looking at the standings so far. Execration and IG in 6th place with 4 and 8, Shopify 4-10, and Blacklist on 3-9. So if they can get a 5-9, they actually have a pretty good standing here.
Do you think they can get a 5-9, or do you think like maybe perhaps they'll get they can still like get to like tiebreakers or something like that if they get themselves one game here? Because you can see here Blacklist Rivalry just below here on 3-9. If they win themselves a game, possibly they could go to tiebreakers, unless Shopify Rebellion's played another game and they get themselves a win. I'm not sure.
They need 2 wins to be. They definitely need 2 wins here. I think 1 win is kind of hard. Maybe we'll get tiebreakers. I'm honestly not too sure.
But having a look at the standings anyway, ladies and gentlemen, with Day 4 into this at the moment, with already 2 series concluded, I think, for all of the streams at the moment, with Team Liquid still sitting at the top, with Quest Esports on the other side on Group B, sitting at the top only with 1 loss. That's pretty admirable there from Quest Esports. But let's have a look a little bit more at Group A, as we have Beast Coast and Tundra following not far behind Team Liquid with 8 wins. Then after that, Team Asta and Team Spirit with 7 victories. And then followed by Invictus Gaming, Execration, and Shopify Rebellion on 4 wins, which leaves Blacklist Rivalry respectively here with 3 wins. Let's see if they can win themselves something and possibly push themselves up in the standings very cheekily today in Day 4. But on the side of Group B, Quest Esports, as I said before, at the top of there with only just 1 loss. Gaming Gladiators followed with 9 wins, Bet Boom with 8, PSG LGT with 7, and then 9 Pandas, Nouns, and Bleed all drawing here with 5 wins, followed by Azure Ray with 4, and Evil Geniuses, they did win themselves a game against Bleed, which puts them at 2 wins at the moment here, respectively, in Group B.
Unfortunately, it doesn't really change anything for Evil Geniuses. I think they are eliminated no matter what. Yeah, they're already out of the tournament, sadly. No road to redemption there.
Yeah, sad for Evil Geniuses, but at least they'll go out with 1 big bang here, as of course we will be seeing them play against now Gaming Gladiators in the final series of the day. So that'll be interesting to see how that pans out. But let's speak about the teams that we're going to be watching right now, which is, of course, Team Spirit versus Blacklist Rivalry. Team Spirit, they did play against Shopify Rebellion earlier today and got themselves a 2-0. They look strong, one of the possibly strongest teams within the CIS region, as now they're going to be facing Blacklist Rivalry. How do you think Team Spirit have done so far within the Bali Major, Adam?
They're kind of in the mid-pack right now, actually tied with Aster for 4th place, so a win here over Blacklist could secure upper bracket for them. This is the last series they're going to be playing, I believe, as is Blacklist. So really important for both teams. Team Spirit playing for possible upper bracket and Blacklist playing for possible lower bracket here / elimination.
As let's have a look at the other team here, as we have ourselves Blacklist Rivalry, who will be facing against Team Spirit. How are they doing, Adam? How are they doing in the Bali Major? They're currently just at the bottom of Group A. Yeah, I know it's unfortunate we have spoke about them. They need those wins, don't they? They need these wins to try and get back. Do they need like double or can they get maybe perhaps just one?
I think 2 wins would put them in a pretty nice spot. They are fighting for their lives right now. I'm not sure if they can pull it off against Team Spirit. It's their first major
Yeah,
this year,
it's
new
hard.
roster as well. KP coming in as well as Coach Ninja Boogie. I wonder how they're gonna approach this series. Team Spirit, not the easiest of opponents. See if Blacklist can pull it off today.
And let's head straight into the draft, Adam, as I'm told that the game is underway, as we do indeed already have ourselves some picks coming out here. Ember Spirit and Silencer on Team Spirit. On the other hand, Pugna is picked up on Blacklist Rivalry, and the classic bands, the heroes which you see come out all too often, which is Morphling, the Medusa, the Batrider. I haven't seen that much of Doom. I think it's because he gets banned quite a lot here, and some people just decide to let through the other heroes, but
Yeah,
nonetheless, those will be banned. Pugna picked up. Will they pick Storm for Blacklist Rivalry? That is the question.
they're definitely thinking about it. I feel like something like Lesh is a bit better here, seeing the Silencer. I think Storm into Silencer is not that easy. Lesh is something that Esther ran earlier. The Pugna Lesh looked pretty nice as well. Medusa is
Yeah.
the normal pick here, but it is removed by Team Spirit, so covering all their bases so far. Will Blacklist challenge with the Storm here?
Dire team ban.
I think every time we see this Medusa pick, it
Hide
just,
Hunter.
you know,
Spirits
we have like a
turn to
really
ban.
long late game. It's annoying as heck.
Do agree. The hero is in a pretty good place right now, which is why we see his band. So is Morphling. The water types are strong this Bali major.
Not Slardar though.
10
Slara's in the
seconds
bin.
remaining.
I'm not
You
seeing
want that
hero.
hero to come
5
back.
seconds
You
remaining.
want Slardar to come back, don't you?
I just want the hero to be played sometimes, you know. I don't need a hero to be picked every game, but it's nice to see drafts where stuff is not imbalanced, not broken, and things are just kind of playable.
Yeah. And this is the second time that we're casting Blacklist Rivalry here. And I just want to say, from myself, everyone who's watching in stream, and this is probably going to get put as well, I'm ever so sorry for pronouncing KP's name incorrectly here.
KPI?
Yeah, KPI.
Oh,
I
you're-
can't believe you
you're
didn't correct
working-
me, Adam. How cruel! How cruel is that, man? You didn't even correct me. You're just like, yeah, I'll just let this man's career just die, you know? Let him just say KPI.
I was calling him KP all along.
To ban.
I know, I joined in a little bit,
it
but I was
was-
like, I don't know.
I just found it funny,
It-
man.
It's just how I read it, you
Some
know.
working
Because I
habit.
read the P as just the letter P, and then there was 2 I's on the end. So I went,
It had to be KPII.
oh yeah. Well, now you've made me doubly wrong.
Oh.
But yes, that was a absolute disaster upon my part, and I am sorry. You know, absolute amateur here. Terribly so sorry. But ban-wise, coming out, we're almost finished with the second phase of the bans, with Storm Spirit being banned out. Is that really surprising? I don't think so, especially with the fact that they have themselves Pugna, Team Spirit, making an excellent choice here to ban that Storm hero. As on the other hand, they ban themselves Monkey King and Juggernaut, which would be quite okay here against the Tide Hunter. So there's going to be some bans here to try and protect that here on the offlane.
I wonder what else Spirit care about. Lina is something that Blacklist Rivalry has run for success on Carl. Really good against the Ember in lane as well. Does not care too much about Global Silence. Wonder if they'll take that hero out.
Dire team ban.
TA is the choice though. So just removing Roche potential from Blacklist, it looks like, especially with this Tide Hunter. I think Tide is a hero that gives you this early Roche with Gush, with early Ravage before there's BKBs to fight into you. Also been a big comfort pick for Blacklist Rivalry. We saw KP play hero quite a number of times.
And this Brood is getting picked up quite a lot in this tournament as well here, whether it be Echo Sabers, Harpoons, Orchids. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's actually... I think Brood is in a kind of okay place. How do you feel? Because it does kind of have that strong attack in the early stages of the game, but then once the mid lane comes, and the late game arrives, the hero kind of feels like it's about to drop off, and you need a lot of farm in order to keep this hero alive and impactful. So I think you said before, the only thing you can make this hero impactful in the mid or late game is if you have yourself a basher on the hero.
I think with Harpoon's introduction, it got a lot better. These heroes usually they're worried about getting kited, just not being able to kill during BKB, but since Echo Saber builds into Harpoon, it's actually really nice considering Brood's a universal hero as well. So yeah, I do agree. I think a hero's in a pretty good place, but I feel like in the right games, it just feels like there's no way to deal with his Broodmother.
We'll see if they decide to actually choose something to deal with it. I mean, what the hell am I on about?
It's been dealt with, my friend.
It's been dealt with already by a ban. Alright, Snapfire gets picked out for Team Spirit here. It's because we were speaking about it so much, I'm thinking it is actually a pickup now. God. Morning things, Adam. Morning things. Couldn't get any worse. Techies gets picked up, though, for Blacklist Rivalry here with Snapfire on the opposing side. Now, this Snapfire, it can be moved around quite a lot, right? It's kind of a flexible pick here. Do we think this is possibly going to be a support, or do you think it may be a core, for example, an off lane here for Team Spirit?
Collapse does
Collapse
play the
play
hero.
offlane?
Yeah, he did. He was actually one of the first players to play the Snapfire offlane. I think it was about a few months ago, before it was universal.
okay.
But I've not seen Spirit running on him in quite a long time, especially since Mira likes the. I don't know if he likes, but I feel like generally he's playing the range heroes, so the Snapfire is probably for him. I think the reason they pick it up is just to offer damage, as Silencer does not really contribute to that aspect. They need a killing partner for Ember.
Oh, wait, whoa, ho, DK comes out here for Blacklist Rivalry. Not a very common hero that we do indeed see, but nonetheless, it will come out. So what do you think Blacklist Rivalry have actually picked up this hero for? Is this more like a comfort pick for them, or is it something that will be really impactful against Team Spirit?
5 seconds remaining.
It's the lane against Ember. DK against Ember is a pretty free matchup. You get to pressure mid a lot. Spirit's heroes definitely can punish the DK. It's also nice to have this front line for Pugna, initiating stun for techies for the Tide Ravage to follow up. It's a pretty nice hero in general, although I have seen Blacklist Spirit, when they play these matchups mid, they just punish and run you down. I think it was against Nouns, the Gunner DK as well. Spirit just kept bringing heroes to the mid lane. And it felt like the DK had no game.
Team Spirit have just picked themselves up Bloodseeker though, and I absolutely love this pick, you know. You play yourself as carry and you see these like two tanky heroes like Tide Hunter and Dragon Knight, you definitely want to be picking yourself up this Bloodseeker Shard, which is just going to allow you to heal fivefold, and not just that, but deal quite a bit of pure damage to them as well. So I really do like this Bloodseeker pick. I think the Rupture's great. Obviously, of course, you cannot dispel Rupture with your Kraken Shell, and you can also place it on Dragon Knight as well and deal quite a bit of pure damage. And you have the Blood right here to actually silence up Pugna with an AoE and the techies as well. So I think this Bloodseeker pick is excellent here from Team Spirit.
Strengthens their lanes, gives them a connecting core to these fights. It's so weird to say that Bloodseeker is good against these tanky heroes. A few patches ago, this would be an awful Bloodseeker game.
I know, but now with his Agstim Shard, he's pretty good, you know, and you, especially with your really fast attack speed with your Blood Rage, because now that's the one that actually provides you with the attack speed. I think it used to be your Thirst in the past that provided you with faster attack speed.
You are correct.
But they changed
First
it
worst
around.
build.
I think people still max first anyway, because the movement speed is so valuable here on Bloodseeker. I mean, that's obviously one of the reasons why you want to play him, because you move around like a Ferrari.
Wait, no, the first spell only gives you attack speed and heal.
Yeah. Wait, no, the first gives you heal.
I am confused.
The first gives you heal. The first gives you heal and movement speed. The Blood Rage only increases your attack speed and it amplifies your magical damage on the Blood Rage.
Yeah, so Thirst gives
which
you
is
heal.
why, yeah.
Oh,
so
I kept hearing first. So it's like the first spell, you know?
Oh crap! Oh. Yeah, that might be my
what
English.
is this hero?
Luna?
What? Blacklist going for the
Are you-
ball here.
Oh.
Want to ball it
Why
up?
are you so excited about this hero?
I love new heroes. But also, this think this
lovely.
hero is pretty garbage.
10 seconds remaining.
Don't hide your true feelings, Adam.
It does make
Let
the
them all out.
DK pretty strong though. The first nighttime with the Luna Aura, it's a lot of damage on Dragon Knight.
It's a lot of damage.
Choose your hero.
Ooh, collapse
When Mars
Mars.
comes out.
The Spirit has the red draft.
The red draft.
Red, there, all the cores are red. Ember, Bloodseeker.
Yeah, the last pick from Collapse here for the Mars. Let's see how this turns out. So they have themselves some really nice control. It's going to synergize quite well with the Mortimer's Kisses. So if they do lock in place any of the heroes with this Mars Arena, then obviously, of course, you can fire in the Mortimer's Kisses. Obviously, of course, you have yourself Blood Right as well. Quite a lot of synergy that we have ourselves here. But maybe perhaps around about one good stun, which is the Mars Spear, which can then be followed up with a Snapfire Cookie. But in return, they have to make sure that they do quite well for the early stages of the game and maybe perhaps survive in the middle, because they're going to have quite a lot of early aggression here. You know, we have ourselves Tidehunter, who's key for like winning the lane with his Anchor Smash. Hopefully he will do okay against Bloodseeker for that of Blacklist Rivalry. Then you have yourself the DK mid, who obviously is going to apply pressure very early on and try and take your middle tier 1 tower. And then you have Luna as well, who's going to be able to, if she's uncontested, able to actually farm up within around about 20 minutes, you know, get yourself that BKB, man style, and then start pressuring your other tier 2 and maybe perhaps tier 3 objectives as well. So there's a possible spiking here for Blacklist Rivalry to end this, but can Team Spirit live through it? That is the question, Adam.
That is the question. But I feel like Blacklist heroes, they're so clunky. You know, they need to hit this timing where they want to ball group up, hit towers, take Aegis. But I feel for Spirit, they're able to run around. There's like a lot of chaos in their draft, a lot of power to take these small fights. And I feel like that's gonna be what determines the early game. I feel like Spirit has the better early game strength here, or ease of execution, especially with his Bloodseeker. That's going to be going ham with the amount of fighting that's going to be in the mid lane. And I want to see if Blacklist can actually handle pressure and maintain the net worth lead to get to a point where they actually can, their ball can actually come together.
So you do actually prefer Team Spirit's draft quite a bit more here? Is that correct?
55-45 maybe. I think Blacklist definitely does have the tools to get away with the laning stage and just kind of reach that point as well. It's all going to come down to play here.
Okay, well, with that, Adam, let's see if Team Spirit can actually do indeed survive that stage, as we'll come into game 1, ladies and gentlemen. Team Spirit versus Blacklist Rivalry. Who have you guys got your odds on winning on? We'll find out within this game here right now. And Adam, you're feeling that Team Spirit has a little bit of a better draft here, but Blacklist Rivalry, they could potentially survive through and get that spiking there on their heroes that they need at around about the mid stage, because they do have themselves the Pugner in the backlines as well. A counter initiation here from Tidehunter should they need it. They've got the initiation from DK if he does pick up his Blink Dagger. So I do actually like what Blacklist Rivalry have here. And I think it's going to be actually pretty hard to try and find themselves some kills very early on against some of these heroes. I mean, apart from Luna. So there could be some rotations. I mean, do they have good rotations here on Team Spirit with Silencer and Snapfire? Are they okay?
I feel like they do in the early game. I feel like Spirit has the better rotating power, which is why I kind of favor their draft. But I also think it's going to come down to execution and how Blacklist can deal with this pressure. I expect to see both supports mid lane at like 4, 5, 6 minutes just constantly pressuring his Dragon Knight, the same as in the Nouns game. And when that happens, I'm not sure if this Luna or Tide can actually lane or contribute anything to the game for that few minutes. But if Blacklist does get past that point and are able to handle the pressure, I feel like Spirit will not be in a good place.
Let's see how this Luna will turn out. You say this is a garbage hero, which Raven will be playing here against Collapse. I wonder how Raven will be skilling out this Luna. Usually we see around about 3 points put into Lunar Blessing, right? So 113 in order to provide, you know, the global damage and stuff like that.
Probably he might get a second point in Lucent for the lane just because it's not that easy to last hit out here. up,
Yeah.
up here, especially against the
I think
bulwark.
so.
I think his lane can be a bit difficult as well, but I'm actually not sure. Snap Mars used to be a very old school, very strong lane. He's super easy at getting kills. Cookie sets you up for the spear back onto the tree line, into the melee scatter blast. It's just very simple execution, and Cuckoo not really able to prevent damage up here. Another reason Snap's so good against Pugna is because Mortimer's Kisses is usually out of Pugna's Nether Ward range, so you'd still do full damage. You also have Lil Shredder to kind of take away the ward in fights if you do get on top of it.
You do. And already, Mirror just showing how annoying this snap 5 position 4 can be, actually. Pushing Cuckoo away here. How are the other lanes looking? I think mid lane, I don't know if we want to be watching that. This is going to be a pretty passive lane, right? Just going to be Carl tanking damage with his Dragon Blood, and nothing's going to be happening.
For now, yeah. Yeah, actually has 0 CS on Laurel. 6-2 on Carl. Oh my god, their names rhyme.
Oh, Carl and lol. Oh no.
Yeah, we're not watching mid lane
Carl and
anymore.
lol. Oh, I don't even want to watch mid lane because of those names. Oh. I mean, that's another tongue twister for you there as well. Carl.
Oh no. That one's too hard.
English in general is just too hard, Adam. I'm a native speaker, and I can't even pronounce anything correctly
Blimey.
most of the time. Call blimey, mate.
Oh, blimey. We have that here. It's a fish and chip shop. See?
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's a fish and chip shop called Blimey.
Oh, that's pretty cool. But how are last hits going for the Loon? I mean, 7 compared to 11, only 2 minutes in. Maybe perhaps we will see Raven put a second point into the Lucent Beam to try and secure those CS, because the wave is being cut quite well here from Team Spirit. As you can see, Collapse keeps on pulling this creep wave here, and it keeps on like breaking apart, and this is not what you want as a carry. It's really troublesome because you've got 2 creeps which are able to actually pull back to yourself, but another 2 creeps which are away, which actually decreases your last hits. As you can see again, brought it back, trying to get those ranged creeps down on the HP so Collapse can deny him. And Cuckoo's trying to do something about it, but Mirror's not letting him.
Yeah, but look at the Tide and DK, both doing pretty well so far. Yeah, Toro was ahead of the CS, but maybe the career kill from Tim's just make his lane a little harder.
Maposhka pulling away Tim's there with the Glaives of Wisdom. Out of my jungle.
Just wanna fight for the D-Ward.
His brain's getting swole by each hit. 6 intelligence. I still remember those days.
But look at mid lane, my god.
What about mid lane?
10 CS on Ember, Carl has 10 denies. 21 CS.
He has taken quite a lot of damage though there, Carl has, but I think he doesn't have a care in the world just because of his Dragon Blood. He'll heal back up. Look at him, he doesn't care, he just wants to get these denies, and that's what DK is good at. They're tanking it up, making sure to prioritize those denies. I mean, that's what you want to do with some heroes now like Void Spirit, right? Because he has himself, obviously, of course, very high base damage with him being a universal hero. Mirror's just able to get out, Jesus. And with these heroes, you just want to prioritize denies, because you can't really do much on the lane other than fire a breath of fire from the DK. So try and make the opposing mid laner as poor as you can, and that's what Carl's doing. So you have to respect him for that.
Yeah, it's the Dragon Tail spam on the Ember, securing 1 deny every Dragon Tail.
He Dragon tailed him there again.
This lane's looking really good for Blacklist so far. Even top lane Raven not doing too bad up here. Collapse have to hide in the trees, double bracer.
Ooh. KP. Pronounce that correctly, yes.
You got him.
He's going himself. I got him. He's going himself a Meteor Hammer on the Tide. So that's going to be up pretty soon here. First item, Meteor Hammer. I think we spoke about this quite a couple of weeks or months ago, saying that you wish that first item Meteor Hammer would come back out again, but look at this, now you're being given it, Adam.
It's only on Tidehunter though. Where's my Mars and Wind Ranger Meteor Hammer?
Oh, that's not happening.
Oh, I missed the Wind Ranger Meteor Hammer. It was so fun to play.
And you say I'm disgusting. That sounds
What do you mean, you PL picker? I played Wind Ranger before, it was cool.
I think KP is being really aggressive here on this bottom lane. Not a care in the world, but pretty passive at the moment. I mean, especially with the picks coming out from both teams. I mean, a courier being killed. That was KP's Meteor Hammer. That's not good. Courier down for 1 minute and 20. That was the crown on there for that Meteor Hammer.
Laurel,
That's
no
gone.
level
Meanwhile,
6.
though, rotation from Tim's. Lol, maybe dead here.
Get a trade on
Just
Carl,
able
though.
to... No, he's dead. It'll be a trade, though, with Maposhka and Mira both rotating in as well. So both of the mid laners will fall here, but they'll get the kill onto Lol first. The Ember Spirit. I'll make it not confusing by actually saying their names, because Carl and Lol actually sound very similar. This is going to be an interesting game as this goes on.
A real good rotation from Blacklist catching the Ember before he hits 6. This also gonna hurt Laurel in the mid lane. Because Spirit would have definitely liked to be the first ones to make a move here to shut down this Dragon Knight, who's having an insanely good laning phase. 19 denies to Ember's 19 CS.
Oh, Carl is opting to go a Midas here on the DK as well. Going for that late game. And Tim's grabbing himself the Wisdom Rune there. Surprised no one actually made a rotation for that. Yatoro, on the other hand, not doing the greatest on the bottom. I mean, last hits are okay, but KP is pretty healthy here on the Tidehunter and have a care. The Meteor Hammer is on the way, so
Pretty
the aggression is
hard
going to be going. But
mid
meanwhile,
lane
on the
here.
mid lane, they may have found themselves Carl, never mind. Lol has to back himself off. Because they just can't kill this DK. He's too tanky with the Dragon Blood. He has himself 17 armor, and then that increases to around about, what is that, 18 armor? Underneath
18.
the...
No, it's
Oh,
20.
wait, no, it's 20 armor.
He also has 100 damage thanks to the Lunar Blessing. Spirit, we see them focusing on mid lane again. They already forced the TPs from Cuckoo and Tim's earlier. If they go again here, Carl might be in a bit of trouble, but Cuckoo's still
I don't
hanging
see
around.
what can kill him. I really don't think they can kill Carl though, because Dragon Blood and Cuckoo behind him as well. He has himself some one charges in case they do spam out the spells, so I think he's okay.
Oh, one lane, yeah,
Ravage.
Can they kill him? Yes,
Meteor
stick
Hammer as well,
charges.
blast off. He's fine.
It's a little awkward. Maybe overestimating the damage a little bit. Team Spirit, they will smoke top Raven.
Uh-oh. Raven. He does have himself some
Oh,
one
he uses the
charges, he
cookie.
will
He can
use
just
them.
TP out here.
Nice Snapfire Cookie.
Get the spear collapse.
He's gonna try and TP out.
Radiant
He's out.
structures are
Oh, that was
fortified.
a pretty uncommon mistake from Mira. I thought Raven is dead for sure. Team Spirit trying to trade pressure.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's how things looking mid. Carl,
Dire's structures are
he's
fortified.
going to try and utilize as much of the corrosive breath on this dragon form as he can
Dire's
to
top
try
tower
and melt
is
down
under
this
attack.
tier 1 tower slowly but surely.
Has the Midas if he wants it. I wonder if he's gonna go dagger first.
I think that would be a good idea, you know, help in the early stage with the blink and then get the Midas afterwards to try and scale, because I mean, it is a bit weird to see a Midas a little bit late, but if you have good effect with your blink dagger and get loads of gold and assists and kills, then it can really be quite impactful.
I just feel like it's
I mean, you
too
still have that impact
early
even
in
with
the
a
game
Midas.
for a blink dagger. Feels like his team's not really ready to utilize it
Under
yet.
attack.
Maybe go for something in the middle, something like a Shadow Blade possibly.
Has been denied.
Possibly, that is true. But Meanwhile, though, he is going to be initiated on the Snapfire. Kuki will connect. They have themselves no TP. Cancel and Call is just going to TP out.
Blacklist
They did the same thing again.
Structures are fortified.
Let's pick up the Blink Dagger as well. See if he chooses to go back mid here. Picks up a smoke heading towards bot lane, but tower's already dead.
Uh-oh. Raven, he's in a bit of a pickle. They did want to go for him, but too fast the Luna is on her mount.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Escape,
Sagan.
Collapse, and Yatoro.
We'll lose the tower, so Blacklist getting a trade here. There is a catapult in the mid lane though. KP already there, trying to pressure.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No kisses on Mira yet.
DK ult. Law will remnant away. Nearly have themselves a Dragon Tail there, and the Ravage wasn't cooled down for 10 more seconds, so not able to commit that there from KP.
They will get the tower though, so still pretty productive for Blacklist. Looks like they're trying to steal stacks here. Oh,
That's a pretty big stack to steal.
Team Spirit, they just can't do anything about this right now. Ember's too poor. No levels on the supports. Really relying on the damage from the Mortimer kisses. Mira hitting bottom to just soak up his levels. Realizes how important it is.
Try and push Carl away there on the DK, but he is indeed too tanky. He is good. KP gonna head bottom, possibly try and push this tier 2 now with the Meteor Hammer. Mira does have himself level 6.
Oh,
The
KP.
Meteor Hammer will not be on target. The Rupture is there. The Spear as well from Collapse. That is enough to take down this Tide Hunter, I should say so.
Radiant's top tower
There we
is
go.
under
We'll go
attack.
to Collapse.
Tried to be the bully, but he didn't know Mira had some friends there. Nice punish onto a pretty high net worth Tidehunter. Does force the Mars TP though, so Collapse kind of stuck down here with. Oh, looks like they're gonna portal to top lane. Hal is pretty far out. Might not even expect this.
You can't go for lot, right? Oh, Dragon Tail. Where's the blast off? Oh,
They're
they weren't ready.
portaling. Laurel, no reason
They
not
are
to
portaling.
chase here.
Dire's
Collapse is coming from
are
behind.
fortified. Dire are scanning.
They're actually disengaging here. Atlas Rivalry, are they? They actually have awards there on Team Spirit, but not able to see anyone. They're actually going to do a smoke of their own here on Blacklist Rivalry. They actually head themselves to mid. Maybe perhaps they want to try and find Yatoro. Yatoro. He's too fast. He's getting away. No, never mind. They're still
Saying to the
They're
bot
still
lane.
itching
Oh,
to
this
kill
man.
him.
He knows.
They're trying to find him.
Can he get out? Though? Dude, look at Collapse.
Yatoro.
Collapse TP'd
Oh.
bottom, walked to the portal, portal to top, and now he's walking back down the bottom. Does not feel good, man.
Yeah, he's following around here. He'll evade the gank. The Bloodseeker will. Not today, sir. He will survive. But meanwhile, Tim's on the other hand has been scouted out. He is silenced up. The spear will connect. The heal there from
Ooh, that's
Cuckoo. The
kinda
Eruption
greedy.
comes out along with Arena as well. I think Tim's is definitely dead there. Cuckoo will be able to TP out, but Tim's is dead by the hands of Miposhka.
Blacklist just
It's quite some
punishing the lack of stuns. Constant TP. I say lack of stuns, but they have 3. Feels like it's never really there in time.
Surprisingly, you know, this Luna is, because of her glaives, she's meant to be ahead of usually most carries during this stage of the game and later. But at the moment, Bloodseeker's top of the net worth here compared to the Luna with this Maelstrom and the Blood Rage, because ever since they, you know, provided the attack speed and the spell amplification on this Blood Rage, just Yatoro able to farm up a lot more as the Maelstrom, it deals more damage. So what is it, 135? And that's like 30% of that. That's like an extra, what, like 30 damage?
You can do it up. It's 40 damage. 40.5.
Yeah.
I'm Asian.
Oh, very precise. Did you use a calculator for
No,
that?
come on, man.
Or are you actually just big brain?
Maybe.
Dire's middle tower is under
I
attack.
do not dare make that claim. What if I'm wrong next time? I'll be shamed. Carl's still going for the Midas. Fell off a little bit after his Blink Dagger. Didn't get too much out of it as well. It's the mid tower.
We have Collapse with a blink though as well, coming soon. It's on the courier. Carl, he may have been scattered out here. They have themselves an observer ward. They're going to try and initiate now. They'll cancel the TP there with the Snapfire Cookie, and maybe perhaps they most definitely will find a kill this time onto the DK. They will indeed. Team Spirit finally taking down the Dragon now.
Top lane arena.
Tim's is alright though, he's just going to TP away because the spear was already used.
I feel like we've seen this too many times this game.
This is where we got a basher on Mars.
It's true. Let's play,
I think
play
we
like
had this
safe.
before. Do you remember? Wait, was it? I think it was like UD Vesawan all back that time ago, and like I thought one of the teams got so annoyed that they bought a basher on Ember Spirit because he was the only one that could buy a basher.
I think it was actually Lauren. I might be wrong, but yeah, you're probably right. Team Spirit looking pretty okay right now. Blacklist also keeping up pretty well in net worth. Carl has started to fall off though. Not really any moves to make with his Blink Dagger.
That was a pretty fast Milner there on the Bloodseeker.
Oh, he actually didn't go BKB.
No.
Toro. Just wants the damage. Probably gonna come in after all the spells are used. But it's go time
Smoke though
for
from free.
Blacklist.
Who are they going for here? They just see Maposhka on the lane. No, they're actually going to go for Maposhka here. There's the Dragon Tail, though he had to open in with a Rupture. I don't know if it'll be enough to save Maposhka as the Netherworld actually takes down the Silencer.
Land the kisses.
Carl trying to avoid the Mortimer's kisses. He will not be able to, and with this, Team Spirit might turn it around and find themselves a kill here. I mean, they already got themselves the DK. Arena comes out. They will find Cuckoo. Possibly attempt to go for more here. No, they will not. They'll be happily enough with the kills onto DK and the Pugna here. I mean, I don't know if you saw Miposhka, he did try and use the Global Silence, but the Netherward actually took him out.
Kind of unfortunate, but yeah, Toro playing that fight really well, and the kisses from Mira, those kisses were not easy to land. DK was going left and right, he hit the last two. Otherwise, Carl might have survived there. Real nice response from Spirit again. But Carl is not having a good game, probably wishes he bought the Midas instead of the Blink. Lower than the Ember in net worth now, who did pick up a travel, by the way, Laurel. Team Spirit, look at their itemization. They're just looking to split push, realizing the lack of catch on Blacklist. Opting to just play a farming game here. Mjolnir, the Boots of Travels. Look at Laurel, he's been bot lane for the past 5 minutes. It's kind of pushing it out, get out, push it out, get out.
Midas is indeed on the DK now. So maybe perhaps we'll start to see a recovery for the Dragon Knight, opting to go Amanda style next, which works in conjunction with the Corrosion Breath of the Elder Dragon form.
Pipe complete on KP. Starting to force bottom tier 2 a little bit here. The DK is not here, maybe just trying to force movement, but Laurel's the only one here.
Yeah, we have a BKB coming in for Raven pretty soon. He just needs his Ogre Axe, and then BKB online. Meanwhile, Yatoro, he's about to get himself a BKB2 here. He is farming up incredibly well with this Milner. Has yet to actually get a kill or a death yet. Has just been able to get a few assists, help with some ruptures here and there, but Blacklist Rivalry, as you can see on this bottom lane, they're mining it up. They really want this tier 2 tower. They're firing everything that they can at it. I mean, even Raven comes in, they force out the glyph, and no one on Team Spirit is going to come here to try and defend this tier 2 because they know it's gone for sure. I mean, when you have yourself Meteor Hammer and the Never Blast along with Luna hitting into it, you have definitely got yourselves a dead tower. I wonder if they will be a little bit greedy and go for more, or they will distance themselves off and just try and take over this jungle.
Yeah, the trade definitely favoring Blacklist here. It's also daytime. Look at that. Roshan will make its move to the bot lane, so the side of the map just became much more important for both teams.
You will be shamed. I'll make sure of that, especially with the whole KPI situation.
Holding that in for the past 5 minutes. You're out to get me, FP.
Call, however, he activates the Dragon Form. I think he wanted to. I don't know if it was just that he wanted the AoE to push the wave. I mean, he's just going to keep on activating this to farm up. Not a big deal. I mean, the downtime on Elder Dragon Form is, I think, 40. Yeah, it's 40 seconds.
See, he's in farming mode. He's trying to scale into the game. He knows he cannot fall off, otherwise Blacklist is going to be in a pretty shit spot.
What's the objective now for Blacklist Rivalry? I mean, they could potentially rotate top with Hugner and the Tide. Maybe perhaps take themselves a tier 1, tier 2 tower, maybe perhaps. I mean, they've already done a pretty good job here in taking the Outpost 2. Team Spirit yet to actually recapture that outpost. But we've yet to see a fight as well. Both carries getting themselves the BKBs now. BKB on the way for Yatoro. And maybe perhaps we'll actually see a fight here as Team Spirit, they are all grouped up and centered around this twin gate. Bloodseeker TPing in as well. Yatoro is ready with the BKB.
I don't like this smoke from Blacklist. KP is so close to his Blink Dagger.
Oh, the smoke breaks here onto LOL. There's a lovely Dragon Tail there for the arena coming out along with the Global Silence as well. Raven activates the BKB and the Eclipse as well. But look at Yatoro just laying in the damage. They've lost themselves too. That BKB is going to expire soon, so you have to be careful. Cuckoo there with the heals.
Can they get out though?
What are they going to do, Blacklist Rivalry? They're going to try and get themselves back. KP is going to try and tank it up here. Have to be careful. I wonder maybe perhaps if they can turn it around. Oh, Spear connects the Luna into a tree. Snapped by Cookie as well. Raven definitely dead for sure. The Rupture going to save your carry there, KP. He's going to have to try and escape now, but he's just going to fall here. And look at this. Team Spirit, they get themselves a team wipe here. You were right, Adam. That smoke was kind of a little bit scary there for Blacklist Rivalry, and they will pay the price for going into the side of Team Spirit's area.
It was just too hard for the Tidehunter to follow up with Ravage there. I think Raven maybe could have eclipsed earlier, but I'm not even sure if they would have got Laurel. There's also the Global Silence to kind of stop things. It's a really hard initiation for Blacklist, especially without vision there. Suddenly 7k net worth. Toro buys the shard as well, so much more damage going to be pouring in for him.
Deceptive rune of invisibility.
Oh, so he's bought himself the shard, right? Okay. Because I know usually people are sometimes like quite greedy. And they're like, oh, don't worry, guys. We can take the Tormentor. I'll get the Tormentor there and then. But it obviously goes to the lowest net worth hero, if I'm correct. Or is it randomized?
It's random between the two lowest net worth heroes. So
right.
No chance Yatoro's getting it.
Yeah, no chance. So obviously, of course, he buys it. It's going to be very impactful here, which deals 1.8% of the target's max health as pure damage and heals Bloodseeker for that amount. So it's pretty pog. Not gonna lie, pretty pog Agnim Shard. They're gonna head themselves into the Roshan as well, Team Spirit. Try and hit this one up. No contest here from Blacklist Rivalry, especially with the fact they don't have themselves Rupture. And do you think they need a Blink Dagger here on this Tidehunter?
I don't know what else you can buy. I think it's good to play for this double Ravage in this game. Maybe some Dispel for the Global Silence as well, just so you can get the chain stuns in.
Oh, we do have that Blink Dagger. We do have that Blink Dagger on Tide, so we'll see when that refresher will come out soon. Oh, meanwhile, though, speaking of the Tidehunter, KP, he has been found. The arena's there. The Mortimer's Kisses as well. That is a dead fish. Tidehunter down. They'll take the tier 1 tower as well. That will fall. And they're having an okay time here right now, Team Spirit. 12 and 2.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
And look at the net worth on Yatoro here. 16k. 4k gold ahead of Raven. He is not having the best time here on this Luna. Not one bit.
Team Spirit in such a dominant position. Egg's almost complete for Yatoro as well. He's gonna be so unkillable in these fights. We've seen the Blood Mist before. Blacklist, they wanna take a fight here though, it looks like. Maybe on the Tormentor?
Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, Ravage is ready with the blink. Can they get the upper hand though? They have themselves the Aegis. They will commit the Glyph.
They need the
force Team Spirit away a little bit. They do have themselves a very nice Observer Ward, Team Spirit, that they're hanging themselves under. And what is this Observer Ward? Look at the Observer Ward that they placed here. It doesn't provide a lot of range, I tell you that. It just provides a slither over the Wisdom Rune. They'll take the tier 2. I mean, they just saw Miposhka walk across. And Mirror. Maybe perhaps they're going to go forward now. There's now a Ravage onto 5. Lovely stuff. Mirror's fallen. They're going to pursue now. Maybe perhaps Team Spirit. They'll turn it around here with the Aegis. The BKB is there. Yatoro trying to find a target to heal up on, but it may look like he's just going to be decimated here. He will do indeed a blast off there as well. Law going to activate his BKB, but does not have himself any mana. The arena comes out anyway. They will find themselves tins as now the Eclipse comes out. Can they find the kill onto Yatoro here? He's just going to be able to get back. With thanks to that fast movement speed, they will find themselves a kill here though. Perhaps 2 by Blacklist Rivalry. So they will push them back. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get the Bloodseeker, but Yatoro, he wasn't able to actually stay on top of someone there. He needs something to keep on top. He actually is going to go in Agnims here to get himself the Blood Mist. But don't you think like he needs something like a Basher or a Skadi here?
Nullifier is probably my answer after that fight. He just went on KP, but the Decryptify from Bosku came out and it was just... He just had to run into his Luna with his BKB popped. It was so awkward on half health as well. To be fair, it was also a fight without the supports. Mira already dying, which is a big contributor of their damage. Blacklist showing some signs of life here. Still not in the game. More items coming out. Carl pretty close to Aghanim's. What's Raven going for?
What is Raven going for? A Silver Edge. I mean, very, very nice, especially against Bloodseeker to stop that movement speed.
And the Mars for the Bulwark, which is super annoying.
Yeah, and the Bulwark. I like the Silver Edge a lot. 10 out of 10.
Mira with the full buff build, Solar Crest and drums. Yatoro hits so fast.
Hey, Carl is recovering though. On this DK, he's about to get Agnims pretty soon. And you can see the net worth slowly climbing. I mean, even with this 5k net worth advantage on the Bloodseeker, still having some trouble here. I mean, the item's pretty costly. I mean, the Milner as well. I think it's just like magical and attack speed here. He's got himself the Agnims now. We haven't seen that in the team fight yet, as he just got that after the Ravage. So do you think this Agnims will have a great effect, or...?
I don't know, but I know what's in his bottle looks kind of scary to me, man. It's blue.
No.
I've seen this
DD.
before.
They go for the smoke. And Raven is very, very close by. This could be big. Uh-oh. Raven. BKB, TP. There's no cancel. Nice stuff there from Raven. Knew that there was danger. KP
though
is the only one remaining. Uh-oh. He's going to try and run to the best of his ability. I mean, here comes Collapse now with the spear. Locks in place KP. Yatoro comes in. He hasn't actually activated that DD, so they still have it there, but nonetheless, kill onto the Titan.
They want more. Toro gonna run to Bosco. Has a Glimmer, but no TP.
Oh, cuckoo. He activated that DD there as well. I don't know if it expired, but... How far is he away from the Agnims now on Carl?
300 gold. Sorry, 200 and 170 gold.
It's pretty close.
He'll get it after this. Has the Midas up as well. There it is.
Oh,
Black Dragon.
that Midas. Oh, the noise of the Midas. So satisfying.
It's because you don't play Ogre. Ogre has the most satisfying Midas noise.
I swear his multicast is really satisfying.
It is.
When you get like a ×4.
Collapse is actually going for an Nullifier here, so Yatoro going for the Skadi. I like this change up. Like Yatoro needs HP, needs a way to tank up, so he doesn't get bursted as well. Otherwise, the whole fight is just over for Team Spirit pretty much.
And it's really nice against the Luna as well, considering she's a range hero.
That's very true. There's also the heal debuff against the Pugna.
Yeah, and the fact that Luna, I think, would definitely want to build something like a Satanic. Even has Satanic in the quick buy
Yeah, you
here,
changed
so...
it up. You lied to us after you say it was going for Silver Edge. Laurel bot lane? Do you have enough damage for this?
Up.
It's gonna turn.
He's alright. I mean, the BKB's there. Carl is going to TP, which leaves Tim's on his own. Tims is going to TP. There's no Searing Chase there. 1 more second. Won't be able to get it. He's alright, Tim's there. That was questionable, though. Carl was like, okay, Tims, you can handle him. I'm out, mate. Peace. A smoke with 3, though, Team Spirit. Where are they going? They're having a casual stroll here in the jungle.
Just trying to clear the top side of the map. Probably expecting Blacklist to hit up here, considering they just TP'd out the bottom, but Blacklist maybe predicting this a little. We'll find Mira here.
Yeah, Dragon Tail, the global silence is there, but it's not going to be enough to save Mirror. So, kind of a... would you say that was a questionable global silence there?
It was very questionable. It had me silenced for a while. There was no chance of saving against that fire.
Well, it affected you, that's for sure.
It is global.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Like this. Looking a little confident now. Taking the map a little bit more.
And even on just 5 kills, Adam. Kills don't mean everything.
Kills don't matter.
I mean, not doing the best here on Carl in regards to KDA. 2, 4, and 3 on the DK, but has been able to recover since that one fight, which was near their Tormentor. So has that Agnims now. Going for the Octarine core, which means more uptime here on the Elder Dragon form, because that downtime will be reduced with thanks to the lower cooldown of the Elder Dragon form. 25% cooldown reduction. They're all grouped up here on Blacklist Rivalry. Satanic achieved. Meanwhile, Itoro still trying to go that Skadi there. And the Roshan, it is indeed quite a late one. He's back in around about 1 minute and 30. So as you can see, both teams, they know this Roshan's going to be up soon. They're prepping for it.
They see
Team
KP.
Spirit on the high ground here. They're going to go forward here onto KPI. If they can try and take him out here and stop him from using the Ravage, this could be big. He tries to attempt to use it, but it's down for 50. But they commit the BKB. This could still be good here for Blacklist Rivalry, because the Roshan, he's not up until around about 1 minute 10, and the Ravage wasn't used, luckily, there. Oh, but look at this. They're actually going to go into Mirror.
Has the pipe.
There's a TP out there from LOL.
He has a Revenant, though, so Blacklist can be a bit more careful.
Styles providing vision there. KP's back in 20 seconds. The Roshan up in 50.
Bosku? Oh, I don't know if you want to be standing there, my friend.
He's okay. Oh, wait, never mind. The spear's there. Latches him into a tree. Cuckoo, he will be found.
Okay,
Yatoro coming forward now. Trying to focus down Carl. He's stuck within the trees there. The global silence is there. The DK is indeed going to fall. And now the TP there from Raven, but the TP is cancelled. And look at that. They find themselves 4. Well, looked to be possibly a good fight here for Blacklist Rivalry. If the tide came back, turns into a disaster. As now, the Roshan will be spawning for Team Spirit here quite soon. And they will get themselves the lead here if they get this Aegis.
What was that positioning from Bosku? KP as well, just standing in front. I feel like it's the exact same mistake we saw the other day against... Who was it with the Draw Ranger?
I'm not sure.
Man, I have to check this
I'm genuinely not sure. Arena committee will go for KP again? Do they have the damage?
Definitely.
Oh, Ravage? KP? Ravage committed for that.
He just didn't want to die again before Roche was up. Has his
Yeah, I
BKB too now
suppose.
that he wants it. Meanwhile, Yatoro, look at him.
Oh, okay, because he committed for the BKB over the buyback. I mean, you don't really see a BKB all that often here on the Tide, but I think it's like so much cancel there to stop him from using that Ravage like we saw in the last fight that he decides that it's imperative that he gets it.
The global silence especially.
When you least expect it.
A blink for Yatoro?
He wants to just stick onto his Luna or Dragon Knight, I guess. We saw in the last fight when he went in. He was so strong, just chasing down Carl once the ruptures on him. How does Blacklist even protect him?
Yeah, he absolutely decimated him.
Oh no, his dagger's
active
flying out, but
shot.
it's not gonna have a slot.
So what would he have to put away here? Power tread? Not power tread, but health phase boots?
Probably
Phase boots, sorry.
dagger until you get.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
What do we
So
know?
he'll backpack the BKB so that, you know, he will be able to use the BKB after the Aegis expires or it's used. So he doesn't want to use BKB during the normal form. Because that, you know, that's what you do. You don't use the BKB first unless you know you're going to be fine and you know you're going to be able to get a secure kill here. So it's very, very situational whether you do use the BKB before or after the Aegis. So it's not usually all the time. There are just certain situational occurrences where the BKB is nice to use on the first hand. I mean, you know, Aegis not good for some heroes, you know, like obviously like Terrorblade, if he uses Metamorphosis, you know, there's loads of things to consider. That is why Dota is such a cool game, guys. Because of all these things to consider. Unfortunately, when you pump too many hours into it and get addicted like myself,
Become a PL
there's no going
spammer.
back. Hey, I haven't spammed PL in a long while, okay?
What's
been like
on your
3
list?
weeks.
What's been on your list?
What's been on my list?
Yeah, what's been spamming?
Legion Commander and Void Spirit on the offlane. Did you just hear me?
Yeah, what the hell?
Hey, it's going pretty well, actually. I lie. But we do have ourselves Ravage now available onto KP. The Dragon Tail's there, but it's being returned there from Collapse. Carl will still live through it all. They are pretty relatively healthy still on Blacklist Rivalry. They will hold the high ground here. And look at that Manta style DK with the Dragon form just slowing down
so
Yatoro
annoying.
there. It's so annoying. It slows the movement speed here by 60% because of that Agnims. Also slows attack speed by 60% as well, so gotta watch out. But that Dragon form's down soon. I mean, I think Team Spirit might just wait this out. As soon as the Dragon form's down, they'll go in, try and find themselves a kill here, but you can see Carl is trying to push the wave as much as he can here. This unobstructed pathing is just so useful.
Octarine for Laurel. On top of his Aghanims. Pretty much full slot. It has the neutral item. Wonder what he's gonna get. Static cap.
Carl. I remember that when that was another neutral that everyone couldn't learn how to pronounce correctly.
Aesthetic? Ecstatic?
Ascetics cap.
Is it aesthetic? Is it actually?
Yeah, I think it's Ascetics cap.
Alright, I'm gonna trust you on this one.
I don't think that's a good idea. They have the cheese though, and an overwhelming blink dagger here on Collapse. So if you can get a good initiation like now and try and focus KP. Look at him, he's gone! He does have himself the buyback. He committed the BKB for that. So they could potentially turn it around here. Because now they try and lay into the damage there onto Yatoro. Lol, not able to do anything here,
Dude,
even
the
with
dragons
that
are
remnants in.
so annoying.
Look at that! They still hold
someone.
it. What can they do here? I mean, they still have themselves Arena. That was a lovely pick off there from Collapse. Only using but the spear. Still has himself the BKBs intact. As this Aegis only has a minute left on it, so Blacklist Rivalry, they still hold this position. I mean, a Dragon Tail attempt there onto Lol as well. Carl has to be careful not to go too far out, or Collapse will pounce upon him, spear him away from the rest of his team. So he really does have to be careful here. Opting to go interestingly, a Milnir here on Carl to try and increase that attack damage.
He does need damage for sure. Raven's not doing enough right now, he's item build. No attack speed.
Trying to go that Silver Edge.
Very defensive right now, but understandably. Needs to survive the jump somehow.
Oh, and a swift blink here for Gatoro. Carl comes in forward with the
Oh,
blink there,
Carl.
but not able to get with the Dragon Tail. He might be dead. He doesn't have himself the Dragon form. He has himself the buyback though. Rupture there onto Raven as well. Ravage is indeed ready. I don't know if they're going to commit it here. Yatoro getting very, very low. Has to back off. They do find themselves the range racks. Now the arena coming out. It's actually caught 3 here now with the multiple cases on the global sides. They're able to find themselves both of the supports. They'll buy back along with Carl as well, as now they'll attempt to try and punish Team Spirit here. As Carl coming forward, doesn't have himself the blink. He's on cooldown. Maybe perhaps Team Spirit want to try and turn this around. I mean, the Aegis though has expired. KP wants to come in there with a Ravage, but stunned up by the spear. Team Spirit looks like they may want to try and get out of this.
Throws in again, Carl.
Yatoro blinking on top of Carl! Carl dead! Tide gone as well, the buyback's there. Raven is getting decimated there. Triple kill for Yatoro! Ultra kill for Yatoro! Rampage for Yatoro! He's got it! They absolutely decimate Blacklist Rivalry there, baiting them out of the base and turning it back around. Absolutely well played there from Team Spirit, getting themselves the victory here. Victory for them at 42 minutes, 28-5. Game 1 is going to Team Spirit.
So that last fight was so clean from Team Spirit. They just committed on the Dragon Knight together, and then the arena from Collapse, he walks out. Global Silence comes out, and Mira's kisses are what finish off the supports. KP popped BKB there, but had nobody ravage because no one went in. Team Spirit, such great execution towards the late game. And that fight bottom actually hurt Blacklist so much.
I gotta say, super well played there from Collapse as well. I know, like, Yatoro, he came in, cleaned up, you know, was able to actually dish out so much damage there. I mean, especially with the Swift Blink as well. But absolutely awesome stuff there from Collapse, because he was able to pick off KP so many times. They were not able to get themselves a good Ravage. They only had one good Ravage, and that was near the Tormentor. And then after that, they targeted him so many times to the point where even if he did commit his BKB, the damage was just too much coming out here from Yatoro.
12-0-12 on the Bloodseeker, 4-0 and 20 on Collapse as well. Laurel 7-1-16. Just everyone with a super positive score, despite the laning phase going kind of in the way of Blacklist here.
And it was the fact that Raven didn't get ahead as well, which usually you're meant to on this Luna. They didn't get their spiking. The game went late. Carl, I think, was the only one who would have a lot more impact here, but he was just decimated by the Bloodseeker, which we said is a really, really great counter in the late game, because you are dealing a lot of pure damage to him. I mean, 1.8% may not be a lot, but when you're healing it back that quickly, it's pretty decimated. You know, you got to respect it. And Yatoro, he did an excellent job here on the Bloodseeker, but as I was saying with Raven, not able to get that spiking on Luna there, do you think they need to actually kind of push away this Luna and not actually play it anymore? Because you said this was a Garbo hero.
I feel like he was okay. Now it's just the fights felt so hard for them. I think Carl made a mistake going for the Blink Dagger. It didn't really seem to do anything. They already got the towers they wanted. I think maybe something more scaly, maybe the Midas, maybe even a Shadow Blade would have been fine, just map pressure. It just felt like they couldn't chain kills, you know. He blinked in, he got his stun, there's no like Blink Ravage to follow up. And again, just the rush fight, not waiting for KP's dagger there, it was way too much.
I did feel like though that if they could have possibly picked themselves a better carry than they would, I'm not entirely, you know, like jumping on the bandwagon here against like Raven, but the Luna, this hero, is meant to stay ahead, and eventually when you get to this timing, I mean, if you compare it to Bloodseeker, he scales a lot better compared to this Luna on the other hand here, and I think around about when the game goes ever so late, Luna has already got her items that she needs but then, of course, not able to actually have a lot of impact anymore compared to these other carry heroes, which are able to scale a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, the game just... I don't know, Team Spirit, they played so well. Lara was constantly pushing out bot lane. He knew that he just couldn't die, and Blacklist could not punish the map movement from Team Spirit.
Yeah, but absolutely well played there from the guys on Team Spirit, but we are indeed going to cut it for a break here as we await now game 2, where potentially Blacklist Rivalry, they may be able to get themselves a 1-1, but we will find out shortly, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned, because game 2 of Team Spirit versus Blacklist Rivalry will be coming up in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you for that game 2.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Bali Major. We just had ourselves game 1 out of the best of 2 with Team Spirit versus Blacklist rivalry, where Team Spirit were able to... Actually, it was kind of a little bit of a slow game, but able to actually bring it around here and get themselves the victory against Blacklist rivalry, especially with a lovely rampage there from the man himself, Yatoro. But what will happen in game 2, Adam? Do you think it will be a little bit different here with some picks? Because this Luna, it's pretty uncommon that you see it, but I think we may potentially get ourselves some different drafts here. So I think game 2 will be a lot different compared to what we saw in game 1.
I feel like Blacklist had a very clunky draft and Team Spirit just kind of punished it with map movement. There was no real way to kill Laurel, who I think was the one that dragged out the game for the most part, just pushing out bottom lane constantly. And eventually when it came to the Roche fight, Team Spirit, even though they itemized pretty greedily, they went for the Mjolnir first on Yatoro, as well as the Boots of Travel on Laurel. There was no real punish coming out from Blacklist. Maybe there was a way they could have got Roshan before the BKBs come out, so Ravage would be more impactful, or anything along those lines. I think just trying to find an earlier timing to kind of play against Team Spirit, who went for a kind of a greedy approach towards this game, paying off in the end, obviously, with that big Roche fight where they got the team wipe. It just felt like Team Spirit had the game in their hands after that.
Yeah, they did. But we'll see what happens within game 2 here. Do you think we may see some perhaps different bans coming out here between Team Spirit, or do you think the bans will be similar to what we saw in game 1?
I think if you want to contest the Pugna, you might want to remove the silencer. I feel like even though he had not the best silencers in that game, I feel like the global silence actually stopped the Blacklist team fight so well, because they had to change the stun off the Dragon Tail into the Ravage, into the Eclipse, and the global silence just kind of prevented that from happening. The blast off from the techies too.
But let's have a look a little bit into... I did see in the game 1, of course, where KP, he did try and get off the Ravage, but of course, the global silence there from Miposhka was actually able to stop KP from using the Ravage during that high ground fight there, where it all broke apart for the last fight between both teams. He did try and commit for the Ravage there, but when he activated the BKB, the global silence came out and he wasn't able to use it. There was just really unfortunate areas where he wasn't able to get off an impactful Ravage.
But I think we do have ourselves our draft, so let's see what they ban for ourselves.
Let's head straight into there. Ban-wise, Pugna gets banned out here for Blacklist rivalry. If Cuckoo's not going to play it, they will ban it. In return, Morphling will be banned here as well. A hero that Yatoro does like to play quite a lot. We have seen him on the Morphling quite a many of times. So, indeed, a worthy ban. In return, Team Spirit, they will ban out the Doom and the Undying. First pick, Enchantress, comes out. Now it's time for the duo pick for Team Spirit.
Will they go for the Snapfire again, I wonder? Team Spirit, I think they like the Mirana against the Ench. I'm not sure if they'll pick it here. Ench has been a pretty popular hero this tournament. Another hero that's in the pool is the Dusa. So Spirit, they either will take away the Dusa here or just pick something in preparation for it. They go for a Spirit Breaker.
And a Bat Rider.
Radiant team ban.
And in return, Naga Siren comes out for the final pick of the first stage. So
instant pick from Blacklist. Maybe expecting this to be Team Spirit's lane, but I feel like Mira does play the Bat Rider as well.
10 seconds remaining.
See how Blacklist choose to approach the bans this time.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't like this Naga pick very much. Maybe just wanting to pick a carry earlier, giving more priority to both KP and Carl, since picking the Tidehunter didn't really work out in their favor.
why do you not like this Naga pick very much?
Because I feel like Spirit has 2 supports potentially, and if you have 3 cores that are good against Naga, the game can be kind of tough for you.
10 seconds remaining.
Also, his heroes on Spirit, like maybe in lane they're not the best against Naga, but in the game they're pretty okay. Flame Break kind of pushes your illusions back, you get to charge through.
Yeah.
You have BKB Pierce with both Nair Strike and Lasso.
Team spirits turn to ban.
Let's see the ban-wise. Ember Spirit gets banned out. In return, Medusa and the Darkseer. Darkseer, one of these heroes which can have a big impact against the Naga Siren. Obviously, of course, counter initiation or an initiation itself, which has to force out the Song of the Siren. So what does Team Spirit want to ban out? We have 3 bans remaining before we get into the second pick phase here.
Ember ban from Team Spirit. I guess it's just a hard to kill hero. Hard to charge with Spirit Breaker. Comfort for Carl as well. He has popped off on the hero before.
Yeah, he's quite annoying. Oh, Tide Hunter, okay. Actually ban out the Tide Hunter. I guess Yatoro, even though that he had himself a great game in the end there, he was kind of struggling to actually take out KPI. He did have himself quite a good early game here. Did have that resolve to be the tanky hero that they needed on Blacklist Rivalry, and they were able to take themselves a tier 2 quite early, so I understand why they want to ban the Tide Hunter, because even though that KP, he didn't have the opportunity to use that Ravage, I'd say he still played pretty well here. It was just unfortunate that he was picked off quite a few times, especially near the bottom Roshan, so they will respect ban the Tide Hunter here.
Yeah, again, huge comfort for Blacklist. I think Tide's one of their most played / picked heroes. KP also able to exert a lot of pressure with the early meter hammer, did really well in lane too. Just made a small mistake with the Ravage early on, and Yatoro ended up being able to just kind of farm there because there was no threat from the Ravage anymore. Timbersaw removed for a Blacklist. Just another hero that's good against Naga. Spirit, I wonder what's going through their heads right now. What's their answer to this Naga Siren? Collapse
That's what we're
hero
here
as
for.
well. Legion Commander? Pretty decent in the lane, but
It's
Brew
not bad.
Ban. Is this another Bloodseeker coming out from Team Spirit?
I mean, it's good against Naga Siren as well. We have seen a Bloodseeker against Naga Siren. It could come out again for Yatoro, you know. The Blood Mist, along with a Milnir as well, can deal quite considerable amounts of damage here to the Naga Siren, especially with the fact that she does like to go Heart. One of the few heroes within Dota 2 that likes to go a Heart of Trask as soon as humanly possible.
So I might be
At the moment, I think
stretching
the only
this
hero.
a little, but KP does play Naga as well. I don't know if in what situation would Blacklist actually flex it to the offlane, but picking it so early in the draft, it might still be kind of open for them.
This Clockwork is picked up here for Blacklist Rivalry. In return, Team Spirit, they get themselves a Lich. They do have the last pick here on Team Spirit. But, ooh, I mean, you know, they don't have themselves the Tide Hunter. I'm pretty happy to end it on this note here. I am no bias here, with especially the Enigma pick coming through. One of my favorite heroes here. Hopefully it will come out on top here. I wonder if KP. I was almost about to call him KPI then. I really need
I
to
heard
stop
it
doing
coming.
I wonder if KP is going to play this Enigma. Is he an Enigma enjoyer?
He is a very, very, very big Enigma enjoyer.
Okay.
Now, what's Spirit gonna respond with here? There's a Sven, there's a Monkey King, which is pretty nice as well. There's also the Elk, which we see quite often.
Does remind me if I'm wrong here, because you indeed are the big analyst. Great, Never Strike, does it go through BKB?
It does.
So they can sacrifice, obviously, of course, Miposhka, who will be playing the Spirit Breaker, to cancel the Black Hole.
It does not cancel Black Hole from what I remember. Am I stupid? Okay, I honestly have no clue. The bash?
I swear it does.
It does, it does, it does.
It does.
No, what I'm thinking of is like if you position it on yourself, the Black Hole, like does the Nether Strike get stopped? Because the Nether Strike damage comes out, but the bash might not.
Team spirits turn to ban.
Alright, I actually don't know the answer to this question. Spirit, they will go for a Bloodseeker again.
Yeah.
One of the more okay heroes against Enigma in lane. You have really high armor. If you get your boots early, you can kind of just run down his Eidolons. Sure, Enigma hits you, but you don't really care.
5 seconds.
Frost armor on top of you as well.
Radiant team ban.
Blacklist, they need a hero that kind of plays the map for them. Some killer.
Beastmaster banned. Storm Spirit banned.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
I mean, Storm Spirit would really good setup here. You know, they had themselves the hook shot, they had themselves Black Hole. I mean, Clockwork's quite a early hero that can provide impact here. I mean, especially with the hook shot and the battery assault. He's quite troublesome sometimes to actually deal with. I don't think they have very much to deal with him, actually, unless the Bat Rider mid lane has himself a great time. So, Blacklist Rivalry, they need to really put their thinking caps on and think, what hero can they pick in order not to let Bat Rider have this great mid lane? Because I feel like if they do punish the Bat Rider quite hard, then they have a very high chance of actually coming through
You know
in
what?
this game.
You know what Spirit's picking? You know, I see Bloodseeker, I see Naga, Enigma. It's the Laurel Zeus. He hasn't played it for a long time, but this man was a big Zeus player.
A Zeus enjoyer.
The Storm Band too.
Do you like Zeus enjoyers?
I don't know, but I like the hero with Bloodseeker. I think conceptually it's really strong.
You like
nice
the hero
with
on the
their
draft
as well. Yeah, you can jump
but
out
you're not
of
sure if you like it on your team.
Clockwork. There's not much catch.
10 seconds remaining.
Depends what Blacklist Rivalry will pick up. They don't have the last pick though. That is
Spirit.
That's the
Well, they
unfortunate
remove probably Void Spirit. No, they banned the Queen.
yeah, to make sure to secure Bat Rider's mid lane, because
Oh, I
Queen
saw
of Pain
him.
can sometimes be quite a nuisance.
Yeah, it might be Bat Rider mid, like you said. Pick some Collapse hero. What's Collapse's hero gonna be though against Naga?
They're gonna pick it. They I see this notice all the time. Team Spirit, they always last pick here for Collapse.
They do
They
prioritize
do this
him a
quite
lot in
often.
the draft.
Yeah.
Generally, it'll be
I'm
Laurel
always
into Yatoro into Collapse. I think is the normal order for them.
So taking up some reserve time here, Blacklist Rivalry. What do they want for this mid lane? What could punish this Bat Rider or survive through it in order to not let Bat Rider have this great early game potential? I mean, you said Legion Commander's still in the pool, but I don't know if...
I don't know if it's a very Collapse hero. He has a Spirit Breaker in his lane too. It's not a very fun lane.
I was going to say LC mid for Blacklist Rivalry.
For Blacklist Rivalry, maybe, but I don't think Carl's that kind of player. I feel like he just wants a Spirit hero here. Void Spirit, pretty okay.
What,
Something
against Bat Rider?
to consider is the puck as well. Go for the
Whoa.
Primal Beast.
You got to be careful though. I still feel like Bat Rider can actually have a really great impact here against the Primal Beast. We have to see.
I think his Flame Break helps you gap close against Primal Beast and push him away from you. So
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of this pick. Into Rupture as well, so it's hard to run around. But they did need this kind of hero that gives early pressure because Naga and Enigma did not. So I can see their approach to the draft. Alright, what's the
This is
pick
where we
here?
see-
Monkey King mid. Nah, it's gonna be Zeus, guys. Oh,
Choose your hero.
Oh, I bet you're so happy with
I
that
am. I feel
analyst
so smart right now.
analysis. Adam must feel so smug right now, speaking about that Zeus around about 5 minutes ago. It comes out, lol. He'll be able to play his almighty Zeus, the god of thunder.
Look at him dab.
Wait, is it the god of thunder or is it the god of gods? I'm sure it's the god of thunder.
He's both. He's the father of gods and god of thunder.
So let's see how this game will go out, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2. Really interesting picks coming out here. A little bit of difference. Yatoro, he's still going to stay on this Bloodseeker, but a Enigma and a Primal Beast coming out here for Blacklist Rivalry. We're going to be in for an exciting game should both teams be even at around about the middle stage of the game. And that is what I'm excited for. I'm pretty excited to see how this game will turn out. I want Blacklist Rivalry, no bias, to just have themselves an okay game when we get like ourselves like a 40-50 minute game. I'm not really bothered about who wins. I just want ourselves a good game here. I see potential with these heroes.
You just want the Song of the Siren into Black Hole, don't you?
Oh.
So do I honestly. No bias, but big Enigma fan. Give me some Black Holes, KP. Let's go. I believe.
All we need now is Rubik and Tidehunter, and we're gonna get some like good old Kiarina kind of
Kiarina, damn.
back in the day.
He's gonna use it soon. He will.
Let's see how this will turn out, though. The draft is yet to... Well, sorry, the draft has finished. We have yet to get into the game. We are just awaiting until both teams decide to pick their heroes. As you know, both teams, they like to usually discuss about what the heck they're going to do, and they just let the 30-second timer go down until around about the last second, where they will pick out their hero. It's kind of annoying for us casters, but it's quite beneficial to them as they get, you know, their extra 30 seconds of... discussion time. But I think we can treat you right now with the game as the game comes into us now. Let's have at it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2, Blacklist Rivalry versus Team Spirit. Team Spirit, they have indeed won themselves game 1 out of this best of 2, but will it be taken 2-0 or will it be equalized? Let's find out as the game begins.
And honestly, I favor Spirit's draft pretty heavily here. I feel like this Zeus Bloodseeker looks really strong. I don't know how Blacklist is gonna fight into them unless Carl really just pops off, but look at his supports, you know, Clockwork Primal Beast, that isn't really a duo you see commonly. There's no real damage to pour into this Primal Beast running in. Carl gonna be kind of working on his own here.
Some interesting observer wards placed already on the middle lane. I wonder who pinged that out, actually. I don't know. Was that Team Spirit who pinged out possibly Blacklist Rivalry's observer ward here on the cliff? I'm not sure. I wonder if there's going to be any contests here for the bounty rune. As the horn will sound, the battle begins in 10. And then we get into this juicy game 2. So Lol and Collapse wanting to try something here and get this bounty rune.
Oh, Mira with the charge.
He got himself a greater bash onto Raven to stop him from getting the bounty rune. Picks it up and tips him.
Has 2 sentries as well, so no pull cam for the Ench down here.
17%.
Oh, but Bosco has 2 sentries as well. He knows.
He's going to be able to deward it? Yeah. So the small camp available. There's another sentry ward as well, which will block the large camp to stop Mira from pulling. So this is going to be really beneficial for Raven here, and it is Collapse on the Batrider. We forgot to mention that. I mean, obviously, of course, Lol being on the mid lane.
Yeah, not a hero we commonly see him on, especially in the offlane. I feel like ever since the Vanguard changed to Octarine, we don't really see his bad offlane anymore, but still has the Arcane Boots queued up.
How do you think this Zeus will do against the Primal Beast? Because originally when the Primal Beast was picked up, we thought, oh no, it's going to be against Batrider, not the greatest, you know, can use Flame Break to distance himself if, you know, the Onslaught and the Trample comes out. But with this Zeus pickup, it's not that lane anymore.
I feel with Zeus in general, you kind of free farm most matchups just because of chain lightning spam, but Carl will most likely end up free farming here as well. As long as Laurel saves his lightning bolt, I don't really see a way Carl can get onto him, man. That's a tongue twister. There you
Carl
go,
get onto
just
Laurel.
cancelling the onslaught by Carl. By Laurel.
Already trying to go that magic wand here on the Primal Beast.
Look at top lane. KP not looking
Top
too
lane.
hot in CS right now. Rocket Flare on Tim's too. To secure last hits maybe.
Yeah, doesn't have the battery assault and still a while away from level. Really needs that level 2 to try and push away Miposhka here on the Lich, so he's not able to actually push him away, which is disadvantageous.
Nothing too interesting happening right now. Bot lane just trying to clear Naga illusions. Top lane trying to clear Eidolons. Pretty annoying heroes to play against from Blacklist.
There's really what's the lane to look out for here. I feel like, you know, Collapse can't go onto Raven because, obviously, of course, the mirror image and the enchant from Cuckoo. And then the top lane
Top
here.
lane
Maybe
for
perhaps we'll see
sure.
some action top.
Definitely top lane. I think once Tim's hits level 3, if he gets it early enough. I say that, but he has Rocket Flare, so maybe level 4 or level 3 Enigma, level 2 Clockwork, possibly go for something here. The thing is, they
Try and
always
take
have
out
to...
the Eidolons.
Oh, can he get him?
Those
Gets
poor,
one.
those poor Eidolons. Still not level 2 though yet on the clock.
I don't like this Rocket Flare from Tim's. I feel like with level 2 battery, he's actually pretty strong in this lane.
Does finally have it though on this top lane, as you can see. Though Tim's in some trouble here, going to try and heal up there.
Poshka might
with
go
the
down
Lotus,
first
but
here.
First blood is going to go to KP. Tim's being pursued here by
Get a
Yatoro.
suicide.
Will not be able to deny himself there to the neutral, so it will be a trade. Meanwhile on the bottom,
bot lane
an
is
attempt
there.
for Mirror's life. Will be able to heal up there with his Lotus. One more physical attack is needed. They won't be able to get it. Mirror will survive. These Lotuses near the Lotus pools really playing out for both teams here.
Ooh, Carl.
Meanwhile, Carl, with a rotation from Miposhka, they will find the Primal Beast. Lol, able to get the kill. Look at that, able to bottle up his bottle.
But Tim's TP'd here, maybe for some XP. Gets the bottom water rune away from Laurel as well. Arcane Boots complete on the Zeus. Looking real good so far. Nice rotation from Miposhka.
Oh no, look at this. Carl rotating in. Level 5. Finds the kill. Maybe perhaps they can find Yatoro too. Never mind. The onslaught and the trample. It's on cooldown and all expended. But nonetheless, rotated top. Got himself a kill. At least that works out.
Bot lane,
Meanwhile, though, on the
Bosku.
bottom, Cuckoo. He's just about okay. Will survive through it all. Collapse, no more mana remaining.
Dude, look at what
Raven's
Blacklist
still
is doing.
pretty old.
Carl is just the support now.
Oh my god, look at him go with the trample there again. They might actually be able to find the kill there onto Yatoro. They will do indeed, and Lol has to rotate. But he has himself no mana with this rotation.
That's actually really nice from Carl, just kind of skewing the top lane in the favor of Enigma. Meanwhile, Tim's able
Look,
to get
Collapse
XP.
is gone as well. How the hell a Blacklist rivalry just like turned this game around a little bit in that moment? It looked like, you know, Carl was not having the greatest of times there, but stayed top, got one kill, got a second kill, forced Lol with the rotation, has left the mid lane to Tim's, who's been able to recover slightly here with some XP on his own.
Very unorthodox, but super cool moves coming up from Blacklist. Carl, we say he had to go ham on this Primal Beast. Apparently, dying to Zeus in lane was the way it should have begun. Little Bosku. Looking pretty dead, my friend.
Yeah, that's a dead Enchantress. Dead one for sure.
Is Carl just not gonna lane anymore?
under
Uh-oh.
The
Uh-oh,
Toro
he's been
does
found out by
see
the
him.
thirst. Oh! 10 HP! 10 HP! He was found by the thirst. Oh my gosh, that was
Mira,
so close.
Mira, you're gonna do this,
Uh-oh!
Mira.
Oh no! Oh, he stops the charge. Okay. I thought he was going to go for it then for a second. Meanwhile, they
He's in
do
trouble.
find, though, KP... Oh no, KP's alive! Okay.
Bit too scary to
Maybe perhaps
dive.
he would have dived.
Lotus and stick charges with the clockwork TPing in. They might go again though in Mira up here. KP's a really big kill, L5. Almost 6
Mira-
actually.
Mira wants the wisdom rune.
By Mira. Nice charge.
Oh. Charge cancel.
Surprised he got out of that. Barrier assault usually interrupts it.
Uh-oh, the TP. Where's the cancel? There it is. Pulverize comes out, and skadoosh. Miposhka is found and pummeled into the ground.
Yeah, Liz didn't look too hot for Blacklist, but ooh, I say Alara no mana.
Uh-oh, 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 trample. It expires. Lol's okay.
Collapse was
The rest of his
almost
spells on
TPing in there.
cooldown. That was very close. Phase boot's almost achieved though, which will help with the damage there of the trample. So how does trample work again? Is it like the faster you move, the more trample stomps you make?
It's all about the move speed.
It's all about...
Mid lane going a little on Carl here.
Oh, the haste rune, the haste rune, the haste rune. Won't be able to get it. Protects it there for lol. Oh wait, Tim's! Oh no, he doesn't get it! The sinister gaze from Miposhka. But there is the frost armor. Tim's may fall here, it looks like. Does have himself some magic wand charges, but will be stunned up there by Mirror with the charge of darkness. It's taken out. Collapse is doing alright though, farming up slowly but surely. Double braces, mana boots. And Raven hasn't been touched either. Top on here with the last hits. And net worth wise is slowly following in KP's lead here. KP with a Aether Lens, first item. Is this where he goes Octarine here?
Yeah, that's
Enigma?
most likely what we'll see coming out. I mean, Blacklist, they have a lineup where they want this Naga and Enigma to just constantly push out lanes. Wouldn't be surprised if KP goes for this Octarine shard build, which we commonly see on Enigma. I say
Yeah.
commonly, but we have not seen Enigma in a while.
No, but every time I see Enigma, it's always like first rush Octarine. So.
Moving towards top lane. The troll creeps and the Eidolons. This tower is in trouble.
Oh my gosh.
Miposhka not up here to drop the armor on the tower. Will Spirit try to
isn't-
defend this?
Dire's top tower
This is an army here. The boys come out
are fortified.
from the Dark Troll Summoner. There's level 6 now on Tim's as well, so we do indeed have the hook shot. And Lol doesn't have himself much mana. Trying to farm up here for this Phylactery. He does have it.
Dire's top tower
Carl is pretty fast here with this wind lace and his phase boots. Jeez. How's Yetoro doing? I haven't seen him on this top lane for a while. He's just farming here within the jungle. They've taken his tier 1 tower, so he is able to move top.
Didn't really want Carl to feed off him. Gives up the tower. Jungle time.
Well, smoke here from Tims and Carl.
radiant.
Ooh, they scan the ancients. Is this where they're going?
Oh, they do. They
Oh,
scan
this
Batrider
is
farming up the
really
ancients
well
there. They're going to head
timed.
for it. Very well timed. Let's see. They see a courier there as well. Batrider's courier. They know someone's hanging around here. Is Carl going to come in with the onslaught? Oh, I mean, KP finds Miposhka. Here comes the charge. There we are. Finds Collapse. But meanwhile, KPI is taken out by the rest of Team Spirit there. Looks like Lol, Mirror, and Yatoro.
Dire's
just dominated the Enigma there in pure presence. Took them out, but oh, look at this call. Uh-oh! Rupture turns it around. The Never Strikes there, instantly takes down this Primal Beast, as Cuckoo also in trouble as well. Will be able to avoid that Blood Right. But still, Carl was not expecting that output of damage there. And Team Spirit, he just got decimated.
Yeah, his bot tower means now Raven has access to the Ancients here. No more stacking for Kalazi Poshka.
Yeah, he's dead. Dead Barites. 100% dead. Song of the Siren comes out. Tim's is going to TP out with Raven there. And they're gone. Oh my gosh.
Damage.
Oh, the Phylactery. Oh, there again. The heal. The heal again. That, I swear that was 30 HP this time. Lol is just not lucky with these Thunder God Rafts.
Yes, two Rafts with 0 kills so far. Both pretty damn close.
Damn. Meanwhile, though, Collapse is still yet to take this bottom tier 1 tower. It's looking pretty healthy here at the moment. Still 1,700 HP. Tim's is going to rotate down. He has to be careful, though. I mean, Hookshot comes out. They're going to actually try and go into Collapse here. They have themselves the ensnare, rooting the Bat Rider in place, and they find an easy kill here. Raven going to get himself a killing spree. So what's next for Blacklist Rivalry? They get themselves a really nice pick off here onto the Bat Rider. Manta style achieved as well for the Naga Siren.
I want to see more stacking come out for Blacklist. I feel like they need to find a way to get net worth on this Primal Beast. If he's going to be really reliant on fights, I feel like it's not going to work out, even with this Blade Mail build.
Maybe, perhaps, they can look to take the mid lane. I mean, Carl is hanging around here, has himself a regen. Ooh, is going for a bit. Do you like this Blade Mail pickup here? I think we spoke about it a little bit before, how people are starting to pick up this Blade Mail kind of first item here on the Primal Beast.
I like it a lot.
Hookshot. The Poshka might be in some peril. He will be indeed taken out. Meanwhile, though, all the charge cancelled there from the battery assault as a charge comes forward. Carl there with the pulverize. They find themselves 2 kills. Meanwhile, Rupture there. Carl going to try and TP out. Do they have themselves a cancel? Well, they have themselves enough damage. They will get a revenge kill there. At least they'll take down the Primal Beast.
Again, it feels like Carl goes in and he just dies, you know? Like, I'm really concerned for his net worth. I love this Blade Mail pickup against the Bat Rider, Zeus, and Bloodseeker Leech too. It's really nice to have. It's just, I feel like he needs to scale in this game, get to his BKB, get to whatever item he wants to get.
Well, I feel like if they're going to group up now, they may be big, because KP has not gone that Octarine core. He's actually changed up his mind and gone the Pipe of Insight. So a very early pipe here with a lot of magical damage output from the rest of Team Spirit during this early stage of the game. I think this is a really nice pickup here from KP.
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool, but I don't know if they're going to group anytime soon. Maybe as 4.
No, that's the question. And an Octarine core there for Collapse as well.
Raven also changing up his item build a little bit. Had the hard queued up, but going for an Orchid instead. It looks like Blacklist, they want to abuse this Primal Beast Blade Mail timing.
Uh-oh. Mirror it.
Ooh, that's a
Has
deep
been
dive.
found, but the Never Strike out in return. And there's the Chain Frost also. There's Carl coming forward there. They will find Mirror. And that Chain Frost doesn't actually really do very much with, thanks to that Pipe of Insight, which
Carl.
I believe. Carl is going to try and get up to the high ground there with the onslaught. Will be able to escape the Song of the Siren. It's only caught Miposhka. They're trying to find Lol and Yatoro. And in they go. They get themselves a kill. Meanwhile, though, they Collapse does find the Primal Beast in the back.
No Song of the Siren, Raven.
Raven now in trouble. He does have himself the Manta style. Cuckoo gonna try and sacrifice himself, but they are really fixated upon this Naga Siren. Definitely in some trouble.
Nice
The Black Hole comes
hole.
out, but the cancel is there from the charge. KP looks to be
Raven's
gone
in
here along
trouble.
with Raven as well. Lol gets himself the dominating spree, but oh, look at that. The TP there from KP. He gets himself out, but Team Spirit punish this aggression here from Blacklist Rivalry. This Rupture is really doing work here on the Primal Beast.
The aggressive song coming out from Raven only catches Miposhka on the leech there. Gets punished really hard. No way to
Mirror's been
run.
found.
He's gonna steal the rune.
Not able to catch up. Yeah, that was really unfortunate there for Raven. He just got heavily targeted there by Team Spirit. You can see though he's pretty okay. Tanky wise, he's not going that Heart of Tarrasque though. First item Orchid here. I think you have mixed views on this Orchid, don't you, Adam? Usually.
I feel like if he dies once or twice, the Orchid kind of gets weaker. I get why he's going. Carl, the damage. Collapse is here too. Carl, no, the flame break.
Oh, the charge is cancelled. The glimmer's
glimmer,
there.
though.
Is he going to be able to survive through it? The chain frost is there along with the charge as well. He's found. Carl dead.
Spirit, they want more. This
Yeah, they're
Black
going on
Tree
the aggression.
flow is so much value. I feel like Laurel has been initiating kills with just this super short slow.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Cuckoo gone.
Team Spirit, they know Black Hole's on cooldown, Song's on cooldown. What can you do? Carl in front again goes down to Rupture for the what it feels like the 7th time this game or something.
Question is, what is KP going to go next here on the Enigma?
Here's a shard now.
Oh, he bought the shard?
Yeah, just more split pushing. We'll eventually definitely need to go into this BKB Lincoln's kind of build.
But Poshka's heading top. He's on his own.
He's Carl.
Carl to find him. The pulverize is there. There's no one to save this Lich. The onslaught will take him out. Mirror grabbing himself another rune again. The hook shot's there, but Tim's is on his own. Not for long though. Carl's going to come in with the trample there, try and find Mirror. But the
Carl.
lasso there, along with the damage from Law. Maybe perhaps he can try and turn it around here. Carl is able to find the kill there with the onslaught. Flame break will
Raven's
bring
here.
Carl back. He's getting very low. The pipe of insight will finally come out. The ensnared there onto
No
the
black
back right.
hole.
Collapse is gone. Yatoro on the other hand though, rupturing up the Naga Siren. Is gone, along with Tim's as well. Yatoro now finally joining in on the fight. He's going to go for KP. KP
more.
doesn't have himself the black hole, though.
Pure
Carl is there
extendo.
with the pulverize, going to try and attempt to turn it around. Sears the gaze, but nonetheless they do find Yatoro, but it'll be a trade for a trade. Carl dead.
Poshka.
And they will find themselves a 3-for-3 here between both teams. As Maposhka, he did die quite early on then.
Surprisingly, didn't throw the Chain Frost in that fight. Maybe not seeing the opportunity. Yeah, Toro does go down. Bit of an uncommon mistake. Maybe a little over aggressive. Not expecting the cooldown coming up from Carl.
Getting to the top of the net worth as well. Yatoro with this Bloodseeker proving to be quite a menace. And I mean, even though he did die there, just proving his worth and showing how impactful he can be.
Orchid for Raven now. See how impactful these are going to be for a fight. Or does Blacklist even want to take fights right now? I feel like they still need to kind of split the map here.
Oh, and KP's going a BKB here. Not actually going for the blink. So got to try and tank it up here. Get himself a BKB so that if anyone does initiate on him, he just comes out with a black hole anyway. Make sure it doesn't get cancelled.
I like this. He also has the song set up. It's pretty hard to blink into this Zeus especially. So
This tier 1 tower is still standing on the mid lane here for 20 minutes now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And we're about to get ourselves an Octarine core on the Zeus. Really scary stuff here for Blacklist Rivalry. This Zeus is starting to get out of control here. Not one death on LoL.
yeah, Blacklist just
has
don't
not
have the
died.
best reach. And Collapse might be in
I
trouble.
mean, speaking of reach, yeah, they're going to try and go for Collapse here. He does not have himself a BKB to get the hell out of this, and just look at the damage being outputted there by Cuckoo. With the impetus, I'm sure like he did most of the damage there.
Definitely did. Midnight Pulse is probably the other half.
2,000 damage. No big deal. KP though, he needs to be very careful. He doesn't have himself a lot of mana, and Team Spirit are grouped up here. Maybe perhaps wanting to try and find this tier 1. Cuckoo taking a lot of damage here from Law with this haste rune. But able to heal up with those nature attendants.
So thank you,
Carl
Mid
near
lane,
behind
Carl.
TP.
Okay, get out.
Oh,
the
he
Mjolnir
gets
Pro.
taken out.
They had Raph anyway if he did complete the TP.
Dire's top tower is under
They did, they did.
Carl not. I don't know if I want to say he's not having a good game because I feel like he's getting kills. It's like
No, he's not. I think he's not. Look at the net worth right now. The lowest net worth core. I mean, Enchantress is catching up to him with 6k. He's 2k ahead of both supports on his team right now.
Has the Philosopher's Stone picked up? He knows where he stands. Really needs this BKB. Oh, Laurel.
Enchantress was just about to deny that regen rune if you saw that.
Yeah, that was so satisfying. 2k mana, empty. Get a regen rune. Laurel is smiling right now. We have a smoke from
Just gonna-
Spirit.
We do indeed. 4 smoked, apart from Yatoro. He's actually going a little bit change of pace here. Not the Agnims that we thought that we usually see against the Naga Siren up next, but a Basher instead, which is really going to help here against some of these BKB TPs that especially are going to be trying to commit here. Once we do get the BKB onto Carl, I think it'll be pretty important for him, because if he gets himself ruptured, he'll definitely want to get out. The Basher there will stop him from the TPs.
Collapse completing a Lotus as well. Shard on Yatoro first. I like the Basher, it's nice. The Enigma and Primal Beast both have BKB. Getting a bash in can be really significant.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
Wants
middle
to
tower
not
is
chase
under
people for
attack.
too long in fights.
We do almost have a Heart of Tarask though here onto Raven.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's got enough for the recipe or the vitality booster, just around about 1,000 gold away before this Heart of Tarask comes online. But still, it's really hard to actually deal the damage.
I think another thing about Yatoro's item build is it's just because of the Zeus pairing, right? The way you start fights on Bloodseeker is you want Basher, Blink Dagger with this Zeus, so when he pops Wrath, you just go in with your Thirst buff. You have Blood Rage, Mjolnir on you, and you want to get the kills from there.
Yeah.
Radiant's
To be fair, I remember when Zeus used to have the static link ability, and do you know how much damage it just used to do?
Static field?
Oh, yeah, static field, yeah, that's it. Static link, that's Razor. Static field, yeah. The one where you would do magical damage based on their maximum HP, it was nuts.
That was kind of crazy. Blacklist, they're smoking, heading to the bot side here. Saw collapse on the Observer Ward.
Is it going to be found, though?
Top lane being shoved in as
It's
well.
been scouted out. Hook shot, it will connect. Collapse will be pushed back. And he is definitely dead to rights. He's gone. Just with that, maybe perhaps they'll go Roshan now. I mean, he's up, but he's going to traverse into
He's
the
walking
2K
away
here
soon.
Are they aware? He's just going to stomp away from...
They have a lot of stuns.
Oh my god,
Oh,
okay,
okay.
actually maybe not, the damage is there. 3, 2, 1,
Nah, he ain't going nowhere.
and... Okay, you used the pulverize.
So there's a
Carl
nice
used the
snare too.
pulverize there. Aegis on Raven. So the BKB achieved now onto KP as well. BKB on Carl. Aegis on the Naga Siren with a Heart of Tarask online now. This is a good time for Blacklist Rivalry. What do they need to do though in order to get the advantage here against Team Spirit? They really need to catch this Zeus, if anything.
I feel like
He is a
just
troublemaker.
controlling the map where we see Mira probably gonna go down. He has BKB actually.
Pulverize is there. The charge.
We get the hook.
Oh no! The range creep. The range creep stops the link to the hook shot.
Yeah, looks like Spirit just gonna dodge for now.
Radiant's top
Like
tower
this
is
grouping
under
up, take
attack.
towers.
Radiant
I wanna see them set up
He
on
did
the
use
other
the-
lanes.
Dire structures are fortified.
feel like you just
Collapse
let.
is going to get a blink dagger.
Yeah, he is more initiation for them. You know, team setting up top lane. No hook shot though.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, they just scattered out Mirror. Meanwhile, though,
Wow.
they found themselves Zeus. Uh-oh.
His first death.
Well, he's been caught. The pulverize is there. A black hole from the low ground onto 2. It's actually caught the Zeus here. Is it going to be enough to take him down? Yes, it is. And along with Maposhka as well. Maposhka gone.
Too.
Now they'll attempt to try and kill Collapse here, who is locked in place there with the root. Yatoro is the only one going to be remaining here soon. Never mind, they actually turn it around. Carl is going to fall. Yatoro with Mira joining in on the team fight here.
No black hole.
Raven's going to lock the Spirit Breaker in place. There's now the Orchid there onto Yatoro. There's the hook shot as well. Lovely stuff there from Tims, but the lasso comes out. It's not going to deal a lot to Tims.
Yes,
Tims will
BKB
survive
and
through
Blood
it
Mist
all.
if he wants
Let's
to
now look
turn
at this.
here.
We have ourselves a Malefice there, but the BKB has been activated onto Yatoro. He will be able to get above the high ground.
Oh,
the
song,
Siren
they're
coming down. He's
chasing.
actually going to be able to catch 2 of them here. Will they be able to get both of these kills? That is the question. They will find the kill onto the Bloodseeker. Very well played there from Blacklist Rivalry.
Nice catch from Carl. Just fighting for the root and going low ground. It's not able to jump up. No real protection for him anyway. Miro is top lane. It's a huge fight for Blacklist.
So now we have ourselves a blink dagger now on the Enigma. So going to have the element of surprise now with the black holes. The Wisdom Rune spawns up on either side of the map. So either teams could obtain it. Double damage will be bottled here for Carl. Still not having the greatest times in regards to net worth. Does actually buy himself a Kaya here to increase the spell amplification of the trample. Going for that Kaya and Sanj. And Mirror, on the other hand, walks to Blacklist Rivalry side of the map, is able to find that Wisdom Rune and take it for themselves. So I think they get both the Wisdom Runes there. Oh no, never mind. Tim's got their Wisdom Rune. And Yatoro, he does change his mind. Doesn't go for this Basher right now, but instead goes this Aghanim's to try and sort out this Naga Siren. Knows that this Heart of Tarask is going to be very impactful for her. So they need to try and burst down this Naga Siren. They actually smoke up here. Lol ready with the Thunder God's Wrath to try and scout out. It does. Onto the correct Naga Siren. Still an Aegis remaining though. 40 seconds left. Do Blacklist Rivalry want to try and force a team fight here? Raven moving forward on his own. Does see Yatoro there. The ensnare's there, but dispelled by the Lotus.
They might think Raven's alone here. Spirit got the read.
Fairly grouped up here, Team Spirit. This age is going to expire soon. The smoke is there from Blacklist Rivalry, but they're actually going to disengage from here. Just going to take the tier 2 tower instead. No need to try and force something high ground here. Might as well just take the other objectives. But Aegis is gone now, Adam. Aegis is gone.
These fights are still kind of complicated for Team Spirit. I feel like if a black hole comes out onto Yatoro, there's just not much damage being poured in. I know that's odd to say with a Zeus, but Raven has 3.7k HP. Carl will probably be running after him the whole fight as well.
And I think Yatoro's about to get his Skull Basher soon. Has got the Mithril Hammer and the Belt of Strength. Just needs that recipe now, going all out for that Skull Basher. Let's try and get a bash here. Will be really helpful, especially against the likes of Raven and Carl.
I like this Lincoln's on Raven a lot. I think something cool that you can do as well is Lincoln's KP when he BKB black holes.
Yeah.
Pretty much guarantees
cool.
a full black hole.
I don't know if you'd want to use the Lincolns though as well onto Carl to stop the rupture. Unless the Rupture's always going to be committed onto Raven now. I have seen a change around.
Speaking of Carl, finds Mira. Is there a
Mira's
hook
gone. Look how
shot?
fast he is there with the bulldoze. Has finally been able to finish up that Sanj now on call as well. Opting to go a Heart of Tarask now to be very tanky here on this Primal Beast. Slowly picking off this tier 2 tower. It will be found and it will be gone. Roshan possibly spawning up in around about 1 minute and 20. I think the safest thing to do for Blacklist Rivalry would be to hold off, wait for this Roshan timing, and get themselves the Aegis.
Yeah, it looks like
I think
Spirit
Team
doesn't.
Spirit are aware of this. Yeah, they don't want them to get this, Adam. They don't want them to have this opportunity. They will smoke up and try and find something here before the Roshan comes back.
Mira with the charge. Only
Who's he
sees Tims
charging?
though.
Tims?
So he's
Oh, he cancels the TP.
So we got him.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he's
Oh,
on his
now he's
own.
alone.
Team Spirit, they're aware. The hook shot's there. Tims is going to try and get out. He will be with the rest of his team. Team Spirit on the aggression here.
Oh,
Coming
Carl
forward, they
in
get themselves
trouble.
The last one on the Rupture there onto Carl. Carl's going to get instantaneously deleted.
That song down as well.
With no buyback. They get themselves out, but thankfully for them, as soon as this Roshan may spawn, Carl will be back alive, but a beautiful pick off there nonetheless from Team Spirit.
The only lasso used there, BKB's not even popped. Rupture 2, which are really short cooldown spells. I guess Raph is the long one amongst them, but they do have Octarine on both Collapse and Laurel here, so probably see all the spells come up.
As what's the Roshan timing going to be, Adam? Is it going to be early or is it going to be late? Oh my gosh,
And it's a
2 minutes and 30.
long one here.
That's a long one.
Look at Collapse's item build. He actually went for his Aether Lens.
Oh wait, KP has been found there by the lasso. He does have himself the BKB, but the Sinister Gaze is there. Maposhka, with thanks to that gaze, they'll help to take him out as now. Another strike there actually brings Cuckoo to the high ground, Forstaff to the low ground. Gonna hide underneath this tier 2 tower.
Blacklist, they have
What can
no
they do?
fighting
Good
power
shot
without
there.
the black
Miss
hole.
there from Yatoro. The buyback now from Enigma wants to try to come back to the fight. They're going to TP.
Oh, he got a Zeus.
On to this tier 2. They found themselves Lol maybe perhaps with the Malefice there. They're going to try and protect him as the onslaught and the pulverize, but he's cancelled there by the silence. But the God's Wrath comes out, the black hole there onto Yatoro. Can they hammer through onto this Bloodseeker there? The charge comes
Yatoro's
out.
fighting.
Raven in trouble. Yatoro trying to turn it around, but it's going to fall here by the damage. There's now the Song of the Siren comes out. It's actually caught 3 here. Is this going to be a turnaround potential as the onslaught is there? They're going to try and find Collapse. Collapse is going to fall there by the hands of Cuckoo with the impetus. There's now KP blinking forward there, finding Maposhka within the trees. Maposhka is going to be found, and they will turn it around there indeed. Unfortunately for them, though, the Roshan, it's a late one, so won't be back in around about another minute, and by that time, Team Spirit will be all back online then.
Yeah, this might actually be really bad for Blacklist. I wonder if Team Spirit know. They will have to deal with all the waves shoving in when they come out though. Naga, Siren, Enigma. Cuckoo already going to top lane.
Carl is juggling his Philosopher's Stone with his Titan Sliver. Because he really needs his GPM.
Efficiency.
Oh wait, they just pinged out Mirror. The rocket flare in the wrong direction there. Maybe perhaps they could have jumped for him. It's alright though. Nullifier on Raven. Opting to go the Bloodthorn here next.
Blink on Yatoro too. Blacklist just trying to shove in all the waves so they can secure Roche. Scan from Team Spirit, won't find anything, so they do know it's a long spot now. Yatoro's TPing in though. Straight into Roche actually.
Oh wait, he doesn't scout out. They know it's going to be up if they've kept the Roshan time, because this one's a long one. Like, it's just spawned up now. No black hole for another minute, so this could be kind of a little bit disastrous here for Blacklist Rivalry if they find this Roshan. I mean, Mirror's going to scout it out here. Is he?
Nice
Oh,
D-wall
both teams
from
scout it
Koshka.
out. They're aware.
No black hole though. Would they try and force this? The song is still scary, and grouping in the pit is still really scary. Carl can come in at any time.
Yeah, I mean, if Team Spirit haven't actually counted the cooldown here for the Enigma Black Hole. And I don't think they have, or else they'd be taking it right now.
It's really scary to just go in, even without the whole Midnight Pulse hook shot. Carl with the ability to come in. Song of the
Back in
Siren.
20. Yeah. There's a lot that can cancel it.
I feel like if anything, Spirit wanna find a fight first. See Mira trying to look around here, but Blacklist have other ideas, going for a huge wraparound. Cutting the waves as well on Raven.
My heart's actually pounding for them right now. This could be big. They're actually distancing themselves away, Blacklist Rivalry.
Look at the creep waves. Blacklist have all 3 waves going in. Laurel is forced to TP back here.
They see Zeus taking out the creep waves. Are they going to go forward now? That's the question.
Does
Still
have
just hanging
travels.
around here. Oh, Yatoro's going to go in. Yatoro's going to go in. They're aware. Are they going to be able to take it in time? Yatoro's taking it quite quickly. Smoke here from Blacklist Rivalry. They need to get here now. Lol, he does have himself the boots of travel. He will be able to come back to this fight. Will be able to TP here on this outpost.
Scouting with the Naga
Still playing
Legions.
it safely here. Raven coming forward, wanted to try and find Mirror there, but the BKB will help get away from the ensnare. Thunder God's Wrath has been committed. Lol TP's in now, but the Creep Wave's still pushing here. Look, the Eidolon's on the mid lane. Summoned here by KP.
Yeah, Blacklist, look, they're gonna do the same
tower.
thing. Forces out Glyph. They're just playing merry-go-round with Spirit here. They don't want to give them a fight, but also able to apply so much pressure trying to force more TPs home.
I think they've had enough, Team Spirit. They just want to get something now here. They're going to take this Roshan as fast as possible. The Flare's going to scout it out. Are they going to be able to get there in time? They're quite distanced away from this Roshan. They're going to take it very soon. They need to react quickly here. As Tim's coming forward, he wants this hook shot, but Collapse coming in there with the lasso to try and stop this attempt. Nonetheless, the Roshan is still alive. Tim's in trouble. The Glimmer Cape is there. They're going to try and focus now. Mirror is going to fall. Has the buyback available? Both of them will buy back. Tim's going to try and come back to the fight along with Mirror as well. The Flare will scout out Lol. There's all 3 here in Blacklist Rivalry in some trouble. The Rupture will come out there onto Carl. The stun there onto Raven. They're still in for this. There's the Never Strike onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo trying to heal up. The Sinister Gaze is there. Chain Frost comes out. Oh, Bonasong and the Siren. This could be a black hole onto 3. It's going to be the black hole. It finds Lol. Lol's going to buy back. Collapse is gone. Kongs onto 2 there, stopping Yatoro and Mirror.
It's a lot of buybacks.
And Carl has been able to find Maposhka in the sidelines here. Yatoro is really trying to find a target that will go for KP. KP's going to be fooled. Down for 100. Now trying to focus Tim's here. Tim's is going to try and get out and move through the trees, but is found there. But the silence comes out. Raven now trying to dish out the damage down to Yatoro. Yatoro's going to be able to get away. Never mind as Cole comes in with a massive onslaught. Finds the Bloodseeker. He'll buy back as well. It's a massive fight for the Roshan here. As, look at this. Raven is going to fall. I don't know if they want to commit buyback here, because they're going to go on to Cuckoo underneath this tier 1 tower. It looks like they may find it, but the impetus comes out. Mirror so incredibly low. Here's the buyback from Yatoro. Finds the kill there onto Cuckoo. And Lou, what a team fight there. The buybacks, so many committed. That was all 5 buybacks from Team Spirit there just for this Roshan.
Radiant's top tower is
I'm surprised they all had buyback actually. 10k network behind. Team Spirit just using their experience here. They really understood how they wanted to win this fight. Will be rewarded with this Aegis now. Super important for Yatoro. Nice way to deal with the black hole.
I have to say, a really good job there from Raven there to not actually choke during that situation, because if he could have used his buyback here, it would have been useless. Because the team fight would have already been done here, so good job for him to not use that buyback.
Game's looking kind of scary for Blacklist now. Big momentum swing in Spirit's favor.
I mean, if they get a team wipe, Adam, though, if Blacklist Rivalry get a team wipe, it's GG.
Yeah, but how easy is that into Aegis and Cheese? Pros recent
point.
reward, I guess, for both teams right now, actually.
Oh, we have Nimbus as well. For LOL.
More damage coming out. Switches out the flag tree, actually. So... I guess it's not really a late game item anyway. Nice for cancelling TPs. Especially through the song since it's global.
And I'm not sure if Raven here wants to save the buyback. Has around about 6,000 gold right now on the Naga Siren. It's going to try and attempt to push these side waves here. An Abyssal coming out for Yatoro as well.
Mira's close to Aghanims too. So even more charges. Has the move speed talent. This is really big for him. Has the quickening charm. He stops so much damage from the Naga in fights.
Let's see. Oh, a
Smoke
smoke
from
up from
Blacklist.
Blacklist Rivalry. They know. They see Yatoro farming here. He's on his own
Oh, can they get
distance,
this
but they're
boost?
actually going to try and head further and maybe perhaps get themselves something like LOL. They're scouting out.
Collapse. This is
Flair
not a
won't be
good
able to
place
find
to
anyone. Oh, but the hook shot won't be able to find Collapse. Yeah, the Thunder God's Wrath reveals that they are indeed smoked up. Team Spirit, they need to be very careful here. Yatoro, you'll TP away. Along with Maposhka and Collapse as well. They'll all get back in the base. Apart from Mira here. Mira might be caught off.
be. Oh, Mira, I don't know if
Mira
that's
caught
where
off
you
there
want to be,
indeed.
my
Do they have
friend.
themselves some detection? The Cogs there catching in place. Mira, where's the Pulverize? They have vision of him. The BKB's there, but the Pulverize comes out in return. And they do find the kill there onto the Spirit Breaker. Down for 100 seconds because of that buyback.
It's quite a long time. Team Spirit, they can't really use this Aegis anymore, missing a Spirit Breaker. And look at Collapse going for the Wind Waker, so another save for Yatoro gonna come out. He's trying their best to itemize for his Black Hole right now.
Yeah.
Yatoro?
The Rupture there onto Carl. He's pretty tanky though, will be able to heal back up and has the Trickster's Cloak as well. Really nice neutral there that he has. So, oh, Tim's coming forward there. Hookshot misses again onto Collapse.
Looks like Collapse wants to turn here. Yatoro's in, no Rupture.
Oh, Yatoro, silenced up there. The BKB will be committed, but in return, there's the Pulverize. KP, he's ready with the Black Hole, sitting in the back lines here. The Song of the Siren will come out. It'll only catch Yatoro. He does have himself his Aegis. The Thunder God's Wrath is going to scout out the rest of Blacklist Rivalry, as they will disengage here, Team Spirit.
Nobody dies. I'm willing to commit the Black Hole on KP, maybe just fear of the Aegis. I feel like Yatoro without BKB
They
is
just
not
backed
as strong as
themselves
they
off
think.
it. I mean, the Aegis is going to expire pretty soon. And you just got to remember, they committed their buybacks. Buybacks are all online, though,
Teams are
in
chilling
around
right
about
now.
2 minutes.
Yatoro really needs this Swiftling. He needs this influx of damage. He's 25 though. Is the double Rupture.
So what can they do with this Blacklist Rivalry? Looking around here, Team Spirit, they're grouped up here. They're going to smoke up as 4. Carl may break this
Carl
smoke.
within
It's
this room.
broke on Yatoro.
With the Trickster Cloak, actually. It's gonna break the smoke.
So they sit upon here. They have themselves some vision. Nice blink there. Dodging the Nullifier.
Collapse dodges the Nullifier.
Turn. The BKB is there from KP. The charge comes forward. BKB is being committed here onto
There's a
KP
fight,
in the
Epi.
backlines. Not good. Not good. All this scouted
Mira
out though.
going in.
Mira
Going in.
he
Then it
comes
has
forward.
BKB.
We'll have to activate that BKB to get out.
Still a lot
Aegis
of
about
trading,
to
but
expire
no
in
commitment
10
from Blacklist.
seconds here for
Waiting out the
Yatoro.
Aegis here.
And it looks like Blacklist Rivalry, they are indeed going to try and reset here. As the Aegis expires. I mean, what can Team Spirit do in this situation, Adam? They're going to get their buybacks pretty soon. Many buybacks available for Blacklist Rivalry. What do either teams need to do to secure victory here? Oh, wait. Yatoro, is he scouted out? Tim's? Oh, he scouted out Yatoro. Hook shot. Where is it? There it is. Onslaught as well. The Thunder God's Wrath is there. If they could catch Yatoro, this could be big, but he's able to get out because of that Force Staff.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
This is a close one here. 46 minutes coming in now. The Roshan possibly spawning back in just around about 2 minutes here.
You hoped for this, didn't you? The long game. Love dancing
The long
around from
game.
Blacklist. No real commitment. No reason to into the Aegis, I guess.
Oh my gosh. Old Song of the Siren though. Look at this, Cuckoo. He's in some trouble. But the defensive Song of the Siren here, they always caught themselves 3 with this song. Can they do anything with this? I don't think they can. Lol doesn't have himself a lot of mana, though, but he's going to come in anyway. Oh, the silence there. Where's KP? He's in the batlines there, but they all have themselves enough damage to take themselves down. Lol. Lol gone. The Poshka's going to try and get out. The Rupture there placed upon Carl. Chain Frost is not going to do much. As all the black hole, it comes out there. It's caught themselves. Yatoro along with the Poshka as well. Where's the damage though? Where's the damage? Yatoro is going to be able to heal up there. KP, he's in some trouble. Getting bashed up there. The Never Strike is there. The Enigma will fall. The buyback from Lol as well, trying to join back within the fight. Raven, he needs to be careful. He'll have to get himself out because Lol's going to join back into the fight here. The buyback there from Carl and Cuckoo as well. What a turn of events here. I mean, just the buybacks coming out again. 2 buybacks from Blacklist Rivalry, 1 from Team Spirit. Adam, this game looked like it could go on forever.
Both teams just playing with a lot of discipline. We saw the Black Hole onto Yatoro there, but Raven's not near enough to do damage. Collapse is gonna have the Wind Waker now for the next fight. There is a buyback on Zeus though. That is huge for Blacklist. Oh, is so much of the illusion clear.
Scatter out Yatoro there. Cheeky rocket flare, the Roshan. What's it going to be, Adam? What's your prediction? Is this Roshan going to be early or is it going to be late?
It's gonna be very early.
You think it's going to be very early?
Yeah, I'll say like 17 seconds. That's my guess.
Let's go to spawn in the top left. 5 seconds.
5 seconds. Oh, alright, I was half right.
Oh, what's it going to be? What's it going to be? It is...
6
oh, it's
seconds.
6 seconds!
Oh my
6 seconds! Roshan.
Oh, the Nimbus is gonna scout it out though. Team Spirit, they're already moving towards here.
It is. The Roshan's up. And this has a Refresher Shard as well.
It's gonna be a fight without buybacks on both the mid laners.
I mean, Black Hole's just come online, and we have ourselves a Refresher Orb here on the Enigma.
Wind Waker on Collapse though. Who has the better execution? The Team Spirit expect this Refresher Orb. Mira trying to scout things out here.
The Shadow Blade. It broke the smoke there onto Raven and Tim's. The Sentry Ward is
Going onto
placed.
Tim's.
The Never Strike there onto Tim's.
Oh, the lasso
as well.
collapse.
Oh, but the Lotus! The Lotus is now the Pulverize comes out there. They're going to try and find the kill onto Collapse, and Collapse is gone. Down for 120, but buyback is available.
No Wind Waker anymore. Collapse did not buy it. Save for a buyback actually. Very nice Lotus coming out. Carl, he wants to go in.
They're trying to scout out for more here. The Rocket Flare scouting out 3. They look for the Roshan. Hook shot there onto Mirror. The buyback from Collapse now. BKB from Mirror. Charging Tim's there onto the clockwork. They'll try and attempt to take him down, but look at that. The jetpack gets him out of there. KPI coming forward with a black hole onto 3! It's got LOL! It's got Mirror! Mirror dead, but Yatoro coming in with the bashes there. Is KPI going to be able to get himself into the black hole? He can! He's got it! Yatoro! He's dead! He's got to rest. No, he's still living through it. He will finally be found there, but KP was taken out. He got the black hole from the high ground! So clutch! That black hole was absolutely clutch, but Tim's is going to try and get out. The charge is there.
Yatoro, can he do it?
He's going to fall here from the Never Strike, but in return, Yatoro coming back alive there with the buyback. The Song of the Siren comes out there from Raven. Will they attempt to try and turn it around and take out Yatoro here? He does not have himself a BKB. They'll come forward there now with the Pulverize, but the Pulverize is cancelled there by the...
Oh, the Impetus is coming.
Sinister Gaze. The Yule Scepter. It
Actually
comes out.
saves
Oh, they're going to
Yatoro.
try and chase for Yatoro here. Look at the impetus. The impetus is enough from Cuckoo. They will find the kill. They'll instead now Maposhka. Maposhka dead. 4 down on the side of Team Spirit. As Blacklist Rivalry, they may look now to just end this game as the creeps They're well within the base. Raven will blink forward and look to end this game now. GG will be called. Game 2 will go to Blacklist Rivalry here. They will make it a 1-1.
What a game from Blacklist. The early rotations from Carl, but it looked like Team Spirit were coming back into the game, and then late game Enigma, man. KP, he didn't let you down. You were asking for it. The 3-man Black Hole, a refresher.
I was, yeah.
Onto both heroes
was
without
so cool.
buyback as well.
How did the hell did he get to the high ground there? Was that a force staff? Because he got forced up to the twin gate and then got off another black hole.
I didn't notice,
And then-
man, but man, KP deserved. That's all I can say. Deserved that victory.
Well deserved. Well deserved. But yes, Blacklist Rivalry, they do indeed take that 1-1. But what could Team Spirit have done there? I think it just kind of got out of hand. They had themselves a lot of catch here. I mean, a huge shout out there to Tim's on the Clockwork there for starting all these fights, granting all the vision here and the reconnaissance with this Clockwork flare. He provided so much information to the rest of his team so that they could just carry out these initiations here. What they had, Song of the Siren, they had the Onslaught, Hook Shot there from Clockwork, Enigma Black Hole. They had so much initiation and counter initiation here from Blacklist Rivalry. As we saw, the Song of the Sirens used so well from Raven in a few of these team fights. In Team Spirit, even though that they had themselves some great initiations, once this Song of the Siren and the BKBs expire, they just set up ready to turn it around.
Yeah, I think a lot of ghost push coming out from Blacklist as well. Just these Eidolons in one lane, the images, the enchant creep. There's just so much pressure without any real hero showing. Meanwhile, for Spirit, they kind of need to find this initiation. We saw Mira trying to use his body a lot of the times, but it was just not simple to fight into this hookshot, this song, this black hole. Couldn't really commit on the heroes they wanted to, and a really clutch Lotus coming out from Tim's there, just getting collapsed with his own lasso.
Mm-hmm. But yes, Blacklist Rivalry, ladies and gentlemen. They do indeed take themselves this game 2 and equalize this best of 2. 1-1 with a, what was that? I think that was like above a 50-minute game. See, this is why, you know, we all like the Enigma coming out, Adam. This is why we enjoy it.
Yeah, KP Enigma, it's a old school classic. Never lets you down, always gets the host. Blacklist, they are very well disciplined. I like a lot of the plays they made, especially in the Roche stalemate where they went mid to like apply pressure. Team Spirit, they just had a... It was difficult, right? Like they have this rocket flare scouting them out in Roche. They need to commit, but they also need the fight. But Blacklist is just toying with them all the time. I was so impressed actually with the way they played.
Yeah, absolutely well played there from the guys. But I think we're going to cut it to a break, Adam. We are indeed going to cut it to a break as we had ourselves a great game there from game 2. But I think we do indeed have a little bit of a shout out here. We do have a shout out. so shout out, yeah, to DX Racer, one of our sponsors here for the Bali Major. Enjoy the same world-class comfort as the best Dota 2 players in the world. DX Racer is the official chair sponsor of the Bali Major. So you can go ahead and visit dxracer.com to get your very own, and you can use the code Bali Major to get yourself 5% off at the checkout, but that is for US customers. But guys, we're going to have a break. We need a well-deserved break. But we do indeed have another good game coming up. Gaming Gladiators versus Evil Geniuses. That is our last series for us to cover, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. We hope to see you there for this final series of Day 4. Stay tuned, guys, and we'll see you in around about 5 or 10 minutes.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Bali Major with myself. Damn, not joining me is 343 Dota. We just had ourselves the third series of the day between Team Spirit and Blacklist Rivalry. And boy, oh boy, what's two good games we were giving him, especially the last one. I mean, Rampage from Yatoro in Game 1 and Game 2. Two black holes coming out absolutely clutch here. So many buybacks. Don't think we've seen that many buybacks come out here in quite a long while. We were really treated there with a good last final game. Adam, how are you feeling after that series, man?
Feeling great, man. But you know what? I'm still excited for our next game. We finally get a cast game in Gladiators, this time going up against Evil Geniuses here. A bit disparity, one at the top of the bracket. Evil Geniuses, unfortunately, are already eliminated, but I don't know how you think they'll approach this game. I expect some fun games coming out.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to turn out either. I mean, almost top of the group stage versus kind of the bottom of the group stage here. But we have seen GG have a couple of games taken from them anyway, so there is always a possibility where, you know, EG, they go out smashing and get themselves a victory against Gaming Gladiators, which would be great. But let's have a look at the standings here currently at the moment. Still, Quest Esports sitting up here with 11 wins. And of course, Evil Geniuses, they respectively sit here just below the standings here of Group B with 2 victories. So I'm definitely not sure if they can win themselves another 2, but already eliminated here as, you know, Nouns and 9 Pandas in Group B sit just above to progress further within the Bali Major here with the 5 and 6 victories. But on the side of Group A, it's Team Spirit and Shopify Rebellion, which just sit comfortably up here to just qualify into the Bali Major. So what do you think of the results so far, Adam?
Not too surprising, I would say. Maybe EG the only real surprise. I think most people expected them to be in Noun spot and Nouns in EG spot, but Nouns looking pretty okay this tournament. EG just kind of bombing out in a lot of games, have not looked very good at all, but judging by their series in Bleed against Bleed today, I think they're still trying, still taking the tournament seriously, even though they are already eliminated.
Yeah. I wonder if we'll have a look at the teams now. Anyway, let's get into the team. We have yet to cast a GG game here, Adam, but we'll get that chance now. Let's have a look at Evil Geniuses here with, obviously, of course, Pakaz on the carry, C Smile on the mid lane, Whisper, Matthew, and Panda for Evil Geniuses. Currently, as you said, they are eliminated at this stage, but at least they can go out with a bang and potentially take a game here from Gaming Gladiators. Have you been, even though that they've had a rough time here within the Bali Major, how do you feel that their playstyle has been at the moment within the tournament? Have you been impressed, or do you think there is some kind of improvement?
I feel like they've been trying too many things. I'm not sure. It doesn't really feel very EGS. I feel like when they were in Prime, I guess they've always been this kind of team, but Prime EG could always pull it off, and recently they've just felt like they struggle against a lot of things in the meta. Trying to adapt, maybe just not really having a good tournament. I don't think they're a bad team or anything. I think EG's a pretty solid stack, but just not able to achieve too much coming in here at Bali.
And then let's have a look at the Gaming Gladiators, who are sitting in second place within the Group B standings here, as they are renowned for winning quite some recent tournaments here. Quite
every
a few.
tournament of 2023.
I think it's around about 4.
It is 4.
It is 4, yeah. So Tofu, Quinn, Doraccio, Ace, and Celery. So excited to see these guys play. We have yet to cast a Gaming Gladiators game here for myself and Adam. I think they did come on the D stream for a few times here with John and Mike, but we will finally get to cast them here for the final day of day 4. But we're going to go into the draft now, ladies and gentlemen, as the draft is well underway between both teams, and we'll see what has been banned out here. Evil Geniuses going to take away Techies and the Broodmother, but in return, Timbersaw is going to be banned up, and we'll see the final ban from Gaming Gladiators before we get the first pick here from Evil Geniuses.
What's left in the pool? Pugna, Undying, Bad Rider. Morphling. There you go, Morphling it is.
As expected, Morphling being having a major of his own. He's been picked quite a lot here. I wonder how many times he's been picked actually.
Oh, EG actually go for the Enchantress, so this leaves Pugna Storm in the pool if Gaming wanna do that. They also ran IO Lash against Azure. Not sure if it's something they wanna do again.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Enchantress getting picked up first pick here. Gaming Gladiators. They pick up an IO that we haven't seen too often. Anna Shrag. This is Quinn's bread and butter here. The Shrag. I think I've only seen him play it quite a few times, but
Sumil has played it as well this tournament.
Sumil's played it.
Yeah,
as well.
I'm not sure if anyone else has. Lash really good at killing Edge. One of the best, if not the best hero at killing Enchantress. You know, Enchant known for being tanky because of untouchable and heal, and Lash does not care.
As I wonder what they'll pick for their final pick, Evil Geniuses here. I wonder if they'll pick themselves a core and then try and ban out and protect this core with the 3 bans that they're placed into at this stage.
Wouldn't be too surprised to see a mid hero come out. Just something like a... I'm not too sure what's great against this Slash IO. Things that come to mind are like Kunkka.
Evil geniuses turn to battle.
We go for the Beastmaster. Okay, so Beast Ench, more of a combo from May, June Tour 2, I want to say. Really strong lane. This was before the Drums of Slum. Saw a lot of Aura Beastmasters. Ench just eventually dishes out so much damage with the Aura. Real strong laner, gets to protect Beast in lane as well.
Yeah. So currently at this moment, I've got actually the results here. So Timbersaw is the most banned hero within the Bali Major of the group stages at the moment, followed by Morphling. But if we put together the most picks and the most bans here, then we actually get ourselves Morphling here, who's been picked and banned in a total of 120 times.
That's a lot of times.
He's got a 50% win rate, I think.
Balanced hero.
Yeah, he has. Balanced hero.
Morph's just really in a good place right now, especially with all these universal heroes and the way his Aghanims interacts with it.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, EG just removing the IO combos. Bristle, Bloodseeker, heroes that Gaming have run with this IO in the safe lane before.
Yeah. Quite interesting for Evil Geniuses to ban out here the Bristleback. Is that something that Gaming Gladiators like to play from time to time?
Yeah, they've ran it before. They also played it yesterday against Azure. There was more of a response against the Enigma that came out. It looked really solid. It's also just nice with the pace from Lash. Strong lane with the IO. What else comes to mind? I think Faceless Void, Ursa are heroes they've run before. Still a lot of heroes in pool
I've
for
seen
gaming.
quite a couple of verses. So Shadow Fiend gets banned from Gaming Gladiators. Medusa in return, the final ban from EG. Not wanting Doraccio to play that Dusa. I'm sure Ace has played Dusa offlane before, right?
10 seconds remaining.
I want to say yes, but I'm honestly not too sure.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like I have not seen him play before. He's played Undying offlane. I'm just banning purely to protect the Beastmaster lane. All these heroes really hard to kick out. Don't want your Ench to be playing against this type of turtle-ish playstyle where you can't really kill the heroes they are defending.
Gaiman Gladiators turn to
As
Enigma,
Enigma. Oh.
There it goes.
There it goes.
Matthew did play the pause for Enigma earlier. It's probably the
Oh, did
reason
he?
for the ban, yeah. Gaiman, what do they want here? Maybe something like a Snapfire Faceless Void?
10 seconds remaining.
Something like a Shadow Demon, maybe. Rubik, SD, Snap are the heroes that come to mind for Tofu right now. Some sort of initiation. Sort of multi-purpose to save as well. Decent lane.
Well, thinking about this quite hard. They'll only have 45 seconds left to make their choice right now. This first pick, pretty important here in Return Evil Geniuses. They do have to pick up 2 heroes after GG do decide what they want for this third pick. So what do you think they're going to reveal here? A support here? They're just trying to decide what they want to put this support with, possibly?
I like the Snap. Go for a Clockwork. Okay, so more end kill potential. Bit of more initiation. Maybe even setting up for a potential Darkseer for Gaimin. Gaimin. Gaimin? It's Gaimin, right?
We say Gaimin.
Alright, they Gaimin.
5 seconds remaining.
I think this Clockwork just tells me that Ace wants to play Darkseer here. I feel like if you wanted to play anything else, they would pick a range hero.
Yeah.
Evil geniuses turn to pick. Gaimin gladiators turn to pick.
Dying.
Drow.
With the Drow comes out.
There is still a Lycan in the pool if they want to change things up here. Pretty good against the Drow Ranger. Brood unfortunately already banned.
10 seconds remaining.
Could also go for something that's good against the Drow later in the game. Carry maybe something like a Slark is what comes to mind for me right now. Not much of a Diraccio hero though.
Yeah, just to support my theory as well, because I thought that maybe perhaps it wasn't played very much. Io and Leshrac, they actually are not played very much. I've just had a look at the statistics here. Io is picked up around about 5 times within this group stage compared to all of the games that we've had thus far, and Leshrac is only being picked up 10 times here out of all of the games that we've had. During these
3 of the IO games were from Gaimin.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh really? Oh okay.
Yeah,
So
they always
it's
do.
pretty much just gaming gladiators picking up this hero.
Yeah. So they do go for a Darkseer. EG missing a mid whereas Gaimin they need a hero for Diraccio. What else is in the pool? There's a kind of like anti-mage for Gaimin right now. Good against Beast in lane, you can trade efficiently with IO, you move all his mana, you free farm down here. Good at getting on top of the draw. EG don't really have protection right now for his draw ranger.
Yeah, Drow's a quite rare pick as well. Like it's quite a situational one. Do you think it will be good enough here against these heroes? I mean, Frost Arrow is very nice to stop Leshrac's movement, so he will definitely need a BKB in order to stop that. But then, obviously, of course, you have Clockwork as well, but his focus is going to be this Enchantress, right? So how do you feel about this Drow Ranger?
You also have Hypothermia against less shield. These range heroes that deal a lot of damage are generally good against Leshrac. Sniper, TA, Draw Ranger, you don't want the Lash to be able to run into you without taking a shit ton of physical damage, so hence they go for the draw as their choice. Hero we've seen rising slightly in popularity. I think Monet from Esther has been playing it as well. It is pretty nice with their draft. I don't mind it too much. What else is in the pool? There's like a Swen, a Chaos Knight. All these heroes don't look too bad for gaming right now.
Yeah, Slock gets banned out. Snapfire's gone too. Possibly here we look for a mid laner for Evil Geniuses. So actually not one who could play against a Snapfire C Smile. Return Diraccio needs a carry.
Taking a lot of time on his ban, EG.
They are only 10 seconds left. They will ban out Templar
TA.
Assassin.
Okay, so worried about the pace coming that can come out from gaming. And I feel like TA was pretty much an ignored hero until Parker started
10
owning so hard on it, and then everyone started playing TA.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Parker being one of the top TA players. I mean, we can be assured of that one. Versus the world, Parker is usually on the Templar Assassin.
Turn to pick.
Okay, so Batrider gets banned out.
It's removing initiation. Early fighter. What will EG go for here?
That's a good question. They only have around about 20 seconds left
like
to
pop-
think about what they want.
Go for Pango.
Is that okay against Leshrac on the mid lane?
It's alright. You're decent against Lash mid game, but I think in lane it's whatever. I think either side cares too much. What will gaming go for? Is there Bloodseeker? No, Bloodseeker's banned. They go for the Lifestealer, the Dirachio Classic. So just more ways to enable the Leshrac. You have this aura coming out from Darkseer with Shell. Now you have the Infest save too, so Quinn, a lot of backup on this Lash right now.
So yeah, let's see how this game one will proceed. Some very different picks that we usually get. I mean, quite different compared to the rest of the heroes that other teams do indeed pick up. This kind of uniqueness here from Gaming Gladiators, which they come to prove, I mean, throughout like multiple tournaments as well. But we do have some heroes which we do see quite often, like Darkseer coming out. But Lifestealer is not one of those. I mean, how many times has Lifestealer picked up? I need to have a look at that as well.
Yeah, for sure, but I know Dirachio loves this hero. Hasn't always worked out for them, but it does make a lot of sense with their draft. Lifestealer Lash used to be a pretty old school combo. You're just able to infest this already Giga stack, Giga buff Flash, and you just play around this really strong timing. I think something else he does in this game is they needed a hero that can live in the lane, because Lash wants to run around, invade the opponent jungle, clear your own jungle, clear stacks, and if your carry is AFK farming, not in a lane, it's going to be really bad for your map. So picking up the Lifestealer here, I like it for gaming. I think the draft makes a lot of sense to me.
I can tell you as well that Lifestealer has been picked up once, Adam.
It was gaming too, wasn't it?
It was. Once.
Did they win?
So some uniqueness being shown here. Let's see how it works out. So hopefully the draft is done. I keep on always saying that. Hopefully the game will get underway quite soon. The team's just deciding what heroes to go with what. So from the looks of it here, we do indeed have ourselves Whisper on the Beastmaster, Sea Smile, of course, on the Pangolier. So we'll be going against Quinn on the Leshrac. So we'll be really intrigued to see how this game comes out. Adam, what do you think draft is the best one out of these two here? Who are you feeling for? I mean, even though that there is some uniqueness from Gaming Gladiators, what draft do you feel will come out on top?
I like EG's draft quite a bit actually, but I'm not sure if execution-wise they can outplay Gaming. I feel like Gaming this is their bread and butter. You know, this is what they won tournaments with. This IO Lash, Darkseer Clock, this Dirachio playing some independent hero and stuff. Lifestealer used to be his hero for sure. Now it's a bit less popular, but my man's still playing it. He believes in the hero. But yeah, I will say I do favor EG a bit more here.
Okay. Well, let's see, folks, as we get into game one out of this best of two. Coming in with the game of Gaming Gladiators versus Evil Geniuses. Some unique picks here, as of course always, from Gaming Gladiators. I mean, a Drow coming out from Kaz as well. Which is quite interesting to see also. So see really for sure how this one will turn out.
30 seconds to battle.
What would be the lane of interest here, Adam? What would be a lot of action? I don't suppose the Darkseer lane,
It is
right?
the Darkseer lane, I believe.
Is it?
Yeah, probably around level 2 or 3 we see a lot more action. Maybe starting... I don't know if top lane's action. I think it's going to be a lot of harass, a lot of fighting, but no real kills coming out. Meanwhile, bot lane, I feel like once Ace and Tofu hit this level 3, level 2, there is a lot of threat on this Draw Ranger.
Yeah, I get. Is that because obviously, of course, once Picard reaches level 3, then level 2 Frost Arrows will just start to harass up the Darkseid?
No, I think early on in level 1 and 2, this Darkseid clock whole game, and they always do this, the 3-man cut wave.
Uh-oh.
Trying to mess with the wave here. They're just trying to kill a range creep.
They're all grouped up.
Oh, Pakaz, you
Oh,
need to go
messing with
block
the
the wave, Pakaz.
Yeah, the creep wave ends underneath the tower there. So what is the advantage of this? Because usually they're going to get level 2 and level 3 first here on the side of EG, right? Do they just want these creeps to push into their side of the map?
Yeah, that's the general idea. Especially against this lane, Undying Draw, they can harass you for free. Draw Frost Arrows, obviously not aggroing creeps, and then this Undying Decay on top of you. But with the creep wave in this position, Ace is going to be much more comfortable just farming here. Look at top lane, they're actually taking so much damage. Power of Ench.
I mean, possibly get the sustain quite soon. Healing Salve prepared on Duraccio and Celery. With, of course, the tether healing up over time. Duracio's doing alright, even with the spam here of the Impetus.
Tofu gonna pull the next wave. Might go behind tower with this one. Panda trying to connect it. Oh, nice vacuum by Ace. Doesn't let Panda get the deny on the range creep.
As still top lane, Duraccio will commit that healing salve now to heal. Oh no, it's been cancelled there by the Wild Axis.
Oh, Seasmar mid lane is so low. Out of mana.
He's getting a bit like, he doesn't. No regen either. I mean, just the Tango that's healing him up with the tower protection.
It's 5 CS.
That's it though.
Finally gets his bottle. Is he even going to get a creep? He's not.
Oh, he doesn't even get those range creeps. That's painful. We're getting ourselves level 3 soon on this bottom lane as well. Kaz and Panda. There's this creep wave just pushing in, and the creep pulls from Panda as well into that small camp. And then we're going to get the level 2 Frost Arrows, and then we may see some harassment come out from Kaz. Yep, level 3.
So Ace has 3 CS. Pakas has 17.
Yeah, that's what can happen if you that's what happens, Adam. If you attempt to pull this lane and try and get the creeps to your tower, you can end up like actually just messing up yourself. Maybe perhaps this wasn't the play.
I mean, a lot of it's also because he's trying to last hit and not use mana for shells here. He's trying to play for this level 3 timing where he can actually shell Tofu and be aggressive. I'm not sure if it's gonna come too late. This is a demolishing so far.
It is. Well, meanwhile though, Tofu, with that aggression there, Gush actually leveled. Gush will push back Tofu.
Ooh, Tofu, the grenade
Blood
lands.
grenade though there.
Yes, cogs.
There's no escape. The multi-shot will find the kill there. First blood for Picasso.
That's power treads.
And he actually didn't put a point into the Frost Arrows. Really nice job of him to actually put a point into the Gust in order to get that distance there between the Clockwork to stop this aggression play.
Yeah, very heads up from him. It's understanding that as long as he can keep this distance in his lane, he can never really go down. Top lane doing Whisper and Driatrio pretty even.
Yeah, I see that Duratio is still able to get these last hits here, even with the harass from the Impetus, which is really good stuff, especially when you have this IO at the back just killing you up with the tether. Trying to lay all the damage into Duratio there, Luke, just taking loads of hits here from Matthew. Power treads now for Kaz. We're going to speak about the mid lane a little bit here. Quinn actually doing really, really well here in regards to the terms of last hits and denies. Almost has doubled the last hits here of the Pangolier mid. C-Smile not having the greatest time in regards to last hits. Doratio getting very low again here on this top lane.
Pretty much free farm for Quinn here. It's gonna go back to a base, get a little refill, replenish.
Meanwhile on the bottom, Tombstone, it comes out because does have the multi-shot available. Going to attempt to slow down Ace here. There's the TP there, but obviously, of course, with this Undying and the Drow, no cancel. Of course, Ace able to get himself back, but they do find a kill here onto Matthew.
Can you
Doratio
get both?
holding his
Doratio.
ground. Solari getting very low, but look at this, the Tornado really helping out there in the Wild Axes. Finds the double kill here. Whisper coming out on top.
2 levels in
that
the board.
trade.
Not a very common build, but realizing that no one in the lane can really kill his summons.
That Wild Wing Ripper Tornado is so annoying at early levels. You know when you try and farm the
They're
Wild Wing
angry.
Ripper camp? They are angry. He's going to TP. You know how annoying that is, right? When you try and farm like the Wild Wing Ripper camp.
This
and
one?
Yeah, if you don't kill it in time, then those little ones like summon that blinking hurricane.
I'm a fan of the Ogre stun. Ogre smash where he sits on you. After like
the
2
PTSD.
seconds, yeah.
The PTSD of the Aghanim minigames. Yes.
So much damage.
Celery with an Observer Ward there. Matthew right behind. Trying to go for the Wisdom Rune here. There's a TP from C-Smile to try and get the opportunity to kill Celery. They both get the Mine Runes here on GG, but in return Celery will fall for that.
Yeah, nice steal on the Wisdom Rune by Celery. It's kinda chilling. Forces TP out from C-Smile too. Meanwhile, Quinn just being efficient, clearing the wave, clearing the jungle.
Actually doing really good here in regards to XP, especially with all those last hits and denies. The smoke from Celery though TPing in.
Bot lane.
The head bottom here and try and find Picard as the surge comes out from Tofu here. They want to try and find this Drow Ranger, and I think they will indeed here. Really caught out. There's no need for Quinn or Celery. Tofu and Ace will be enough to take down the Drow Ranger.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, EG
Dire's structure
all rotating here on this top lane to try and find this tier 1 tower. Quinn's taking some stacks here though that have been made.
They wanna defend this though. It looks like they
C-Smile's
will.
going to come forward there with the Rolling Thunder. Will be able to stun up Quinn twice. Coming in for a 3rd stun. Will be able to get it. 4th stun there. Is it enough to take down Leshrac? Yes, it is. Quinn will fall. Lovely initiation there from C-Smile. Off a little bit there with the Rolling Thunder, but nonetheless still got the kill.
Good rotation from EG, punishing the invasion on their jungle. Nice ward setup, spotting it out too. But it does force Prakaz to the mid lane, and I'm not sure if anyone can hold his bot lane anymore.
Themselves a snazzy ward in their jungle. I mean, protective ward from EG.
He's getting pretty low to a shield crash, and Swash here surges away. So a bit of a lane swap. I said because he's coming back down here.
Almost level 6 now on Celery as well, so as soon as we get this, be able to rotate around there with the relocate. Farm up some stacks now. How's it looking on the top lane here? They actually found themselves the Primal Roar onto Doratio, and the damage there was too much for him to sustain. He will be wiped out and taken down once again.
I feel like the last time he played Life Stealer's game was like this too. He's kind of lost his lane. He's doing okay in terms of farm, but I don't know how okay you are as this Life Stealer right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's an attempted gust there. Kaz trying to stop the IO from tethering away, just wasn't able to get it there in time. As what does Duracio want to go? He's still going for the armlet. Slowing down Panda though. The CP relocate here. Where's the stun? Not there in time. The relocate. Oh no, see Smile. We'll have to quit the rolling thunder there. May actually try and turn it around. Where's the rotations from the rest of EG? Whisper is here. All of them will get out as Duracio just hitchhikes a ride there from Quinn, getting tethered out by Celery with the infest. That was a pretty neat trick.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Definitely
attack.
considering staying, but a bit too hard with Whisper there. Start pressuring mid lane now, Damon. You know there's no roll.
We've almost got ourselves a Bloodstone quite soon here on Quinn. If we have a look at the net worth, he is on top. In time with 5,700 net worth. And I wonder what Kaz is going for here. Rushing that Hurricane Pike on the Drow Ranger.
Whisper
This is
being
not
set
it.
up
Meanwhile,
on.
Whisper. He has been caught up here by Tofu. TP here from Quinn. The Primal Roar comes out onto Duracio, but Hookshot's there, going to stun in place Whisper. They will miss the split earth, but nonetheless, kill achieved onto Whisper.
Wait, Whisper actually has a helm against Lifestealer. Isn't this really bad? Don't you just infest the helm creep? I feel like it's kind of bad for you.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
But you do have yourself Enchantress as well, who does enchant creep, right?
No, that's not an ancient, right? He's going for helm 2 on the
No, no, it's-
Master.
Oh, he's going the Overlord. Oh. Yeah, you could potentially do that then.
Middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower.
Stone
is under
achieved
attack.
now, though, on Quinn. Duracio opting to go for a Radiance here next on the Lifestealer, slowing down Panda very slowly thanks to that Ghoul Frenzy, and finds a very easy kill there onto Panda, along with the Courier there too. Meanwhile, relocation on bottom. They find themselves Bakars there within the cogs because of that hook shot. See Smile having to use the Rolling Thunder here to get out as fast as humanly possible.
Is under attack.
Gaming, it feels like they're just able to play both lanes. Ace living down here and Duracio
Yeah, now they're
living
going
on top
top. Look at
side.
this. Getting slowed here by Matthew.
Duracio's
I don't know
coming
if they
in.
can actually follow up. Duracio's coming forward here with the Enrage. Actually going to infest here into the... I don't even know what
It's
to
a
call
pine
that.
cone.
The pine cone. I'm not calling it by its name. It is.
War
literally-
Pine Raider. Respect the warrior that serves the jungle of Dota 2. The War Pine Raider.
He's got a defusal there now. See Smile has maybe perhaps be able to have some impact now on this Pangolier. He's not having the greatest of times at bottom of the net worth between all 6 of the cores. But hopefully with this diffusal blade pickup now, he has a little bit of a spiking, which now he can utilize to try and maybe perhaps help find a kill here onto GG.
Yeah, but Ace already has Crimson Guard. Bloodstone on Quinn too with the
Does he?
mech on Celery. So a lot of auras and heals. There's the infest that can come out as well.
Scanning.
Whoa.
Looking pretty
We do-
scary for EG right now.
We do finally have that 4 staff though onto Picard, who's finishing up this Hurricane Pike to try and get out of these cogs. As Tofu keeps on hunting him down here on the clockwork. Duracio also attempting to farm up as well here a Radiance. Not that far behind the Drow. I mean, Ace is accelerated in net worth here. Doing so well. 7,400. Well, meanwhile, Whisper has been scattered out. Hookshot is going to connect. Relocate as well.
Love TPs from EG. One is fine.
That is a dead Beastmaster. C-Smile did come in with a Rolling Thunder there. Panda is here as well. They'll attempt to try and kill Celery. He has no mana remaining. The rotation here from Bakaz. C-Smile, he doesn't have himself the swashbuckle, not able to get out. They're actually going to try and attempt to TP. They will find Tofu. There's no cancel for the life stealer. So maybe perhaps they'll try and find more. The Tether's there. Celery will be able to get back.
2 cores for the life of Tofu. This feels like Gaming are playing them. Again, just farming more. Quinn clearing all the jungles.
Panda, is he going to die from the same fate again? It looks like he is.
So
what can you do? No TP. Ghoul Frenzy takes him out.
There's the Hurricane Pipe.
Yep.
Misses the wall, Ace, but vacuum.
There's the vacuum. Where's the split earth? It will connect. Bakaz is down from the lightning storm. It's healing up slowly with this bloodstone, but the surge is there from Ace to further pursue Matthew on the Enchantress. Now they go for C-Smile, able to dodge the split earth with the swashbuckle, but another surge once there again. C-Smile definitely in trouble now. Down. Triple kill for Quinn. Celery still alive. A massive tether.
Not anymore.
But it wouldn't be enough to escape the grasp of Panda. They may actually turn it around again as Quinn attempts to go for an ultra kill. The cogs are there. Panda is going to fall. Ultra kill for Quinn. Dealing so much damage here to Evil Geniuses.
Gaming snowballing out of control right now. It's all without the lifestealer. Jirachi still just farming top gang with his Radiance. Quinn 11k net worth, mid 17.
It's just Tofu and not Tofu, sorry. It's just Ace and Celery enabling Quinn so hard here. Has relocate, has surge, always going to be able to stay on top. I mean, apart from what we got here for Tofu. Tofu is going to fall by the hands here of the impetus, but look at that. Iron Shell do its work here onto Matthew. Matthew is gone, so they will at least trade.
Whisper still hanging around here.
Radiant's top tower
We'll back
is under
off.
attack.
Oh, Doratio. Some damage there from C-Smile. Wait, they're going to go in for more here, Quinn.
Oh no,
He wants
Panda
more.
again.
He's going in for Panda. The tombstone's down, but he will fall. Quinn's now out. Look at that. Gets a kill, gets back out. Ace there with the surge, just in case.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
EG, what can they do here? Jirachi again is trying to bait some TPs out, maybe taking a lot of hits.
Radiant's middle
He'll
tower
just get back
is
out
under
and go
attack.
farm. Almost has that radiance. Starting to climb in the net worth now, Quinn is. With an excellent time. Has bottled up a arcane rune as well. Well, they're having an excellent time here. They have themselves the relocate again, should they want to try and find
Radiant's
themselves a
bottom
kill.
tower is under attack.
Don't have themselves any vision, though, on EG at this time, though. Speaking of EG, they will smoke up.
Tofu.
Attempt to try and find themselves something. The smoke is going to break here onto Tofu. Are GG going to respond? It doesn't look like they will. They'll just attempt to try and push the bottom here. Celery and Quinn are out. And Tofu will take one for the team here and fall.
Let's try to reclaim the bot side of the map, but Quinn has already farmed the camps. Farm even more on the way out as much as you can.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Celery and Quinn do get themselves out behind this tier 1 tower.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Radiance
Oh my
for
gosh, an ace.
Jirachi.
Dire's
Blinking
bottom
right
tower
in
is
front
under
of their
attack.
eyes. They are going to attempt to take out this tier 1 tower. The smoke up here from GG. They want to go on the aggressive. They want to try and find a kill. Tofu ready with the hook shot. Does scout out C-Smile. Is he going to go for him? The hook shot will actually miss, but a Vac there onto 2. The Primal Roar comes out in return. Ace will be stunned up, but Whisper in some trouble along with Tofu there also. Tofu, he is going to be taken out, but in return, Whisper will fall. Now they're focusing their attention right now onto the Io. They will finally be able to take out the Io, but Quinn still perfectly healthy, able to find so many kills here with the Pulse Nova, because he's going to get stunned up by the Split Earth, and a team right there, GG, able to come out on top here. As Ace was also able to find 2 kills with the Iron Shell and the Wall of Replica here, so was able to dish out quite a lot, but Duraccio, almost the top damage dealer, along with Quinn there, was coming into the fight with that Radiance.
Yeah, big fight for them. Quinn has his BKB now. They only get 2 supports there for EG. Mind you, that was a fight with a missed hook shot as well. Tofu kind of missing the initiation. We had the wall and only the Beastmaster. But it doesn't seem to matter. Duraccio and Quinn are just so strong right now.
Like they were trying to focus down Celery there during that team fight, but when you try to kill this Io, it leaves Quinn completely unharmed, enabling to do what he does best, stay on top and pursue all of these heroes, being perfectly healthy, and take them out with the Pulse Nova.
Shot for Duraccio now, so even more lifesteal, even more sustain.
Oh, and an Agdim's on Tofu as well on the clock.
It's pretty far.
That was a rush.
There
oh wait, relocate. Here we go, they'll find Whisper. The Primal Roar comes out onto Celery. They will try and attempt to take out the Io, but pretty tanky here. Might be able to get away even. Will they be? Oh, just able to take him out. It's now they want to try and find more EG. They'll go on the hunt with the Rolling Thunder. C-Smile trying to attempt to find something here, but Duraccio and Ace are out of here. They're pretty fast. So what can EG do in this situation? I mean, they're getting these pickoffs here, but not on the right heroes. These cores are perfectly untouched on GG. I mean, Quinn only died once. Ace hasn't died at all. And Duraccio has only fallen twice, but ever since he's got his Radiance here, he hasn't really been taken out at all by the hands of EG. It's just been the supports that have fallen here. So the cores on GG have themselves an excellent time.
Initiating feels really awkward for EG. The Roar a bit hard to run up and use. The roll, no dagger on C-Smile yet. It's hard to chain stun as well. It's going for the Aghanim, so trying to scale a bit more, understandably, against this 15k net worth lead on gaming. You get as much damage as you can. Can't be too all in on Pakaz. He might just die at some point.
Well, we do have those hypothermia arrows coming out now with the Aghanims being picked up here on Pakaz. So we'll see if this has a great effect here on both Celery and Quinn. Quinn is pretty fun. BKB, plate mail as well with 10 extra armor to stop the damage coming out here from the Drow. Pretty scary stuff. Completely taking over Evil Genius's side of the map. They are secluded almost to their base. EG, that
very secluded
doesn't look
right
like
now.
they know what to do.
I don't really know what they can do. Their heroes are not exactly the most mobile to get out. Meanwhile, gaming just... everyone feels unkillable right now. Ace just shoving in with shells.
Quinn, he may meet Pakaz. Pakaz is going to be found here. The Gust is there, but BKB will come out of Vac onto 2. Pakaz is going to try and escape. The Primal Roar will come out defensively. They will find Panda though. C-Smile coming in with the Rolling Thunder. It won't affect GG much. They still definitely have the ability to continue on and pursue.
Rolls down now.
I mean, look at that. All of their ultimates used at him, and what can EG do other than just escape?
They really
Pakaz coming in here, going to try and turn it around with the hypothermia arrows. There's the Gust, actually doing a lot of damage there to Quinn, but in return, in comes the Ratio. Trying to attempt to go onto Whisper. There's Quinn about to fall here, but Picard's taking some damage from Duratio. Is so slow, not able to escape. Will fall. They've lost 2 on here.
He might just call it here.
He's just going to escape with his life. Quinn still trying to lay in the damage here onto Panda. Matthew is going to fall as well by the hands of Duratio. Panda gone. Almost a team wipe here once again from Gaming Gladiators as they just look now to get themselves a middle set of racks here in 25 minutes. This is fastly paced.
They're so
Right out
unstoppable.
from GG.
So much heal, so much aura. Egg is still on Quinn now. EG out.
He hasn't died. He's got a Shiva's God.
How can he die? And they do call it EG.
They do indeed. GG is called. Game 1 will be going to Gaming Gladiators. Well, Gammon Gladiators. Okay. Well, I say Gaming Gladiators. But...
Pretty clean off the laning stage, even though Diracho and Ace weren't doing too well in the silence. Fair to say, they're doing pretty badly. Quinn just stomped him in way too hard, and once the rotations came out, once the draft came into play, it felt like EG had no moves to make.
Yeah, indeed. Do you think that maybe perhaps they'll come out on top? With Game 2, some pretty unique picks coming out, though it just felt like even though that they did have the hypothermia arrows on Drow, they weren't able to utilize them.
He was so far behind into the game. 15k once you get it. I don't know if any item can save you in that position. Especially with how poor C-Smile is, how poor the whole team was. There's just no way of taking fights.
No, do you think maybe perhaps they could have done something differently here on EG, or do you feel like their draft wasn't strong enough and GG, they just got kind of out of control here?
I feel like if you don't know what to pick against this Lash, you need to try to think of a way to get rid of the IO or the Lash. I feel like the Pangolier, it was their response to seeing this mid Lash that, Gaming's gonna run, but Quinn dumpstered him so hard.
Yeah, 100%. Like, Quinn absolutely popped off here on the Leshrac, and just the real big helps in regards to rotating around. It was just the synergy that they had together, Ace and Celery enabling Quinn to just move around the map completely. Like, you don't even need boots of travel. He could just be taken around the map.
Yeah, man, Quinn was enabling himself with the laning phase too. He was so far ahead of the game, of anyone in the game, and EG, they have this kind of snowball, I want to fight you lineup. They did well in the silence, but C-Smile just could not recover. They had no way of initiating. This Helm on Whisper was really a big question mark to me. I felt it was so useless, but it's just because of how far ahead Gaming was.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators. I'm just going to say GG. Screw my dyslexia messing me up, man. It looks like gaming. It just sounds a lot better. Oh, whatever. But yes, GG, they will take themselves Game 1 out of this best of 2. I wonder if they will be given the Leshrac again, because Quinn likes playing it quite awfully a lot here on this stage, along with Celery on the IO. We will see if it comes out again, or will EG respect ban it? That is the question. I don't know, how do you feel like the Game 1 in total went thus far? Give us a conclusion.
It went great for GG and very badly for EG. That's the conclusion here.
Thanks.
It's just so one-sided, man. What can you do? The game even felt even for the first 5, maybe even 8 minutes, but once Gaming started to play the map, it just felt like EG had nothing to do. There was no way for C-Smile to rotate. The Lifesteal pick was paying off. We saw Diracho, even though he lost his tier 1, even though he was poorer than Whisper, he just started kicking people out. He chased Panda, I think, like 3 times in the early game, just got a kill off the walking at him, right click, hands off, like, let's go.
Yeah, it did. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed going to take it for a break here. So we'll be back with Game 2 in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see whether EG will be able to equalize it, or will GG be able to take this 2-0. Find out shortly. We'll be back in a few minutes.
skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru on the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality. Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Bali Major. We're myself, Epidamnos, and joining me is 343 Dota. We just had ourselves game 1 out of the best of 2 with Evil Geniuses versus Gammon Gladiators. And Gammon Gladiators got themselves a pretty big stomp of a victory there. I think Quinn got way out of control there on the Leshrac, just a lot of things to enable him to hunt all of Evil Geniuses, and it didn't look like Evil Geniuses had even a way to take out any of the cores here on GG. What went wrong, Gavin?
Pango went wrong, it felt like, and then Helm went wrong. Other than that, I feel like it was just Gaming's draft just played the map much better. They had this Lifestealer to lane against the Beastmaster. I think going the Helm with the advantage the Beastmaster had meant that he wanted to pressure into the Lifestealer, but it couldn't work because he infested the creep, right? And then you have Ensh, Undying, Pangolier, which do not kill Lifestealer. The silence from Droll is really the only thing that could pressure Jirachi together with the Roar there. Even though they got a kill on him, it didn't really matter, he just kept coming back. Meanwhile, bot lane, once Quinn made the rotation with Io, it took the tier 1 tower, and then Ace just kind of conquered the jungle with Tofu. And we saw a lot of beautiful rotations from Tofu. He just took the portal, he set up top, and every setup was almost a double kill, I feel, with the rotation, with the relocate coming out. They killed top lane, and then they killed bot lane with some reload. The map was just super shut down by game. It was a total outplay.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, especially with the fact that Picard's had to rush himself the Hurricane Pike as well to try and not only, get some extra range on the hero, which is always nice on Drow Ranger, but try and get the Force Staff to get out the cogs, because from what we saw when there was a fight going on top, Tofu was able to get himself a hook shot on bottom against Picard, who was farming underneath his tier 2. We're able to, obviously, of course, trap him within the cogs, and then Quinn just came rotating in with Celery there with a relocate, and were able to get the kill. So they were just able to punish so much. Like, anywhere that they tried to farm here on Evil Geniuses, GG, they just responded and just relocated in, or the hook shot came out from Tofu, so there was nowhere which was safe for them, pretty much.
Yeah, it definitely just felt that way. Just, e.g., their map was so small, and they didn't really have heroes to take a team fight into gaming, especially once this early Crimson came out from Ace, the Bloodstone on Quinn, the mech on Celery. It was just way too much heal. It felt like the damage was very from Draw Ranger, from the roll coming out, but I don't know. I don't know how to put it into words, man. It's just too tanky,
Too tanky. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get into game 2. We have ourselves a draft well underway. Let's see what Gaming Gladiators
GG.
and Evil Geniuses decide to pick up. That's their name though. I don't care. Some people call them that. I have confirmed people do say Gaming Gladiators, so I'm saying it. I don't care. Unless someone gets really, really triggered on Reddit and says, oh, he's pronouncing the name wrong. He's a disgrace. Sorry, guys.
Would you rather
But
go
let's
EG
get...
and GG?
Yeah, we can say EG and GG, but then if you say it really fast, then you can mix it up. So someone doesn't know what the hell. EGGG. Yeah.
5 seconds.
But the ban-wise, Brood and the Techies get banned out once again here from Evil Geniuses. On the other hand, Morphling and the Timbersaw. So pretty much the same bans from what we saw in game 1. And let's see what they pick up now for the first picks. Let's see if there's a change around here. See some interest.
Gaimon Gladiators turn to Enchantress.
And we go Ench again.
Okay. I mean, a lot of they do recognize that this hero can cause a significant threat. I mean, let me give you an example. Blacklist Rivalry playing themselves in the Enchantress, 11 and 5, position 5 Enchantress. The KDA and the damage from Impetus is absolutely insane. But look at this. GG, they pick it up again. They go the Leshrac and the Eye. More than happy to dish out some damage with this once again. But in return, Evil Geniuses, they pick themselves up the Beastmaster once again. So literally the same picks from what we had ourselves in game 1.
Alright, just don't pick Pangolier again, please. That's all. I feel like their draft was fine, but it was not okay that their mid matchup lost so badly to the Leshrac. Because if you think about it, they kind of owned both side lanes, but they didn't have a hero to move around and just get the game going for them because of how poor Seasma was.
And they respect Tofu there. They'll ban out the Clockwork. But what do you think they need to pick up differently here on the side of EG. If they want to try and counteract Quinn on the Leshrac here, what kind of mid laner would you suggest that C-Smile needs to play?
I personally like Kunkka, or I think anything that is good against the Lash in lane can be okay. Just play some Storm Voice Spirit kind of hero. I feel like the problem with this Lash IO is that the Lash, once he hits Bloodstone, is so tanky, and you really need heroes that just pour damage into him. You need this Sniper is probably the top pick against this. I don't know if they are willing to. I think the SF was good, but Gaimin took it out in the ban phase.
So the Bloodseeker gets banned out. In return, Undying is gone. Surprisingly. Maybe perhaps they had themselves some effective tombstones there, but we did see a few solo kills there from Duraccio. Was able to pick off Panda on the Undying. But a few more bans remaining before we get into the second pick phase, where I think it'll be juicy. Hopefully we'll get some different picks this time instead of the similar bans and picks that we had in phase 1 of the draft. As phase 2 gets well underway. Taking some reserve time, Gaming Gladiators are here to think about what they want to ban.
They actually banned the Clockwork this time. I mean, I think Tofu owned on the hero, but banning a Clockwork is really odd because I feel the hero's kind of replaceable. It's like if Gaming changed it to Spirit Breaker Darkseer, for example, is that really any better for you?
I'm really not sure. I mean, Batrider gets banned out now from GG. Bristleback's gone. EG take that out of the pool. What will be picked up finally here? What do they want to ban, GG? What can cause them a significant problem? Especially against this IO and the Leshrac.
High physical damage heroes are what I want to say. Is Sniper move? Sniper? Why can't I think of anything? Terrorblade, maybe?
Possibly. Some South the Sunder. Reflection as well. Can possibly build a Hurricane Pike to gain some distance from Leshrac also.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to pick.
And they'll ban out the Enigma again. Seems like they won't allow Matthew to get it. I think you were saying that, did they have themselves a good time with this Enigma? On Matthew 4?
They won one game with it.
They won one game.
I also think it's just annoying to play against.
10 seconds remaining.
It's also pretty decent against Lash. Midnight Pulse, a lot of
5 seconds remaining.
percent damage. I think an old school hero is Phoenix, but the hero's kinda dead right now.
Let's see. Reserve time being utilized here on GG. Tofu's Clockwork, which they picked third, has been banned by Evil Geniuses. So now we'll see the deciding pick here. So they want to they'll get themselves Spirit Breaker. Now the question is, will they move Celery and Tofu around? So like Tofu would play on the top lane and Celery on the bottom with the IO, depending upon what carrier they would pick. Or do you feel like Celery always stays on the bottom lane?
Celery is bottom lane.
For sure.
Spirit Breaker Darkseer is coming. I have not seen him run IO in the offlane before. I feel like it's always him and Duraccio. So EG, they should be expecting the Darkseer now. I'm not sure what they're gonna pick against it this time. The thing is, they dumpstered the lane just now. Like, so hard. Pakas had 20 CS and like 15 denies. Ace had like 3 CS. I don't think you can do better than that anymore. And they still lost the game. Base was still super farmed. They still couldn't handle this slash rotation coming in. So what's the solution here for EG?
I really don't know. I mean, that's what they're thinking right now. Taking up all this reserve time. I mean, Pangolin didn't work out for them. They're trying to think what maybe perhaps they can get differently here. A support and a mid lane that will have significant impact against Leshrac and IO.
geniuses, Diamond.
And what's it going to be? It's an Oracle. I mean, okay, you have yourself the Fate's Edict there, where you can stop most of the magical damage here, and you're able to actually heal there with the Oracle, and you've got the False Promise too. But Death Prophet comes out here also. A hero that we used to see very, very often.
This hero is good against Slash. Same concept. You don't want to run into this DP with this Exo on Oracle on top to protect. Also Purge against Spirit Breaker. I really like this from EG. Good innovation.
Now, from what I can see, Death Prophet has not been picked once within this tournament. So this is going to be the first time it's utilized here. EG going to be the ones that pick this up.
Gaiman Gladiators turn to ban.
Darkseer, they'll be happy with giving Ace the Darkseer once again. As the bans come out now, Medusa will be banned here from EG. On the other hand, what did GG want to ban themselves?
Game, and what will they go for?
5 seconds
Some
remaining.
assassin type of hero would be really nice against this Oracle and Enchantress. Is it time to bust out the PA for Duracho? And that Scotty heroes. I look at Terrorblade right now against Beastmaster Death Prophet. It's insane matchups.
Evil geniuses turn to
Yeah, I think Terrorblade would be pretty nice. They ban out Anti-Mage. What do you think that signifies here? GG banning out Anti-Mage. Is this just another protection for the Leshrac?
Yeah, Lesh and Darkseer.
Because he would
both-
have a free lane against Darkseer.
Yeah, it's a pretty damn hard lane. Am's gonna bully you, free farm, and then he's able to kill Lesh later on.
5 seconds
Darkseer and Lesh
remaining.
particularly are pretty scared of anti-mage, and EG do like a carry here. I'm just looking at EG's carry heroes.
Gaiman Gladiators
What can they
turn
go
to
for?
ban.
Juggernaut, but I don't really like it. Is SF still in the pool? There is an SF if they want to pick it.
There is an SF.
They have played it before.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
And they'll ban out the Monkey King. So what are they going to give Picard here on the carry? I mean, I don't think they want to go the Drow Ranger again. Even with the Frost Arrows would get targeted here. Don't want to go something that, if you get the jump upon them,
5
will
seconds
be
remaining.
decimated. Needs kind of a carry hero that can withstand a initiation and potentially escape from it as well. Some sort of hero which can take a brunt hit and be able to have the ability to either turn it back around or escape. That's a carry that they need.
Faceless Void. It's a pretty good lane. I don't know if they'll have the damage though in the chrono.
Especially with Celery healing up and potentially getting someone out of chrono with a relocate.
I want some Scotty Buyer, just super high physical damage.
So let's see, only 20 seconds remaining to think about what they want to pick up. What's it going to be? A Huskar?
Oh, very cool.
Is Huskar okay against Lesh mid, or you definitely don't want that against Lesh?
I think it's a safe lane Huskar actually.
10 seconds.
I know. I just wanted to confirm in case Huskar was good against Lesh, because I haven't seen this match. I haven't seen a matchup like that in a very long while. I actually can't remember off the top of my head. I remember when it used to be good, because Huskar used to get loads of magical resistance, didn't he? Back in the day when he got lower and lower HP.
Game
What's the
in
final
here.
pick for
Slark.
GG? Ooh. A Slark here, a very good Eye of Scatty builder. And would be able to avoid most of the damage being outputted here by EG, should he want to use the Shadow Dance or the I think it's no, it's not the dark. The depth shroud. That's it. The depth shroud.
You got him.
So let's see, ladies and gentlemen, how this game 2 will go. Gammon Gladiators versus Evil Geniuses coming out here. Last pick, Huskar. Some quite interesting, along with Death Prophet as well on the mid lane for C Smile. Death Prophet has not been picked at all within the Bali Major. This is something new that Evil Geniuses are going to try and risk and come out with. And see if it works out.
5 seconds remaining.
Game in very color coordinated draft here. Again, just playing to their comfort. You know, this Death Shroud, another save for this Lesh. You have this strong lane with the IO pairing. You're able to close the map out because you have this Shadow Dance that you see wards. You get to clean the map. You get to hunt. It is that assassin type of hero that I was looking for. I like this from Gaming again.
So you feel like Gammon Gladiators draft is a lot better at the moment compared to EG. Well, especially from what we saw in game 1 with the whole relocate with the Leshrac and the surge from Ace there on the Darkseer. You feel like GG has a much better draft than Evil Geniuses.
I feel like GG have no downtime on their heroes, which is a bit of a downside for Death Prophet, right? Like without Exorcism, you want to fight with Siphons, but you have Ench, Oracle, Huskar, Beastmaster, like these heroes, they kind of want to play on this Oracle out, the False Promise, the Roar. You kind of need their spells, and
yeah,
I feel like that's why Gaming is so good at playing their draft. They understand how to punish these timings a lot and how to just abuse the map as much as you can. So I'm gonna go with Gaming again here.
What do you think EG need to do though with this draft in order to try and come out on the roundabout the middle stage of the game to stop Quinn from having this absolute superb time once he gets himself this Bloodstone? What do they need to do on Evil Geniuses?
I feel like DP against Lash is actually pretty DP fair, but I have not seen this hero in such a long time. This Oracle, this DP, you know, on paper it looks to me like EG found a good solution to what Gaming has, but I also in my head thinking like this is Gaming's IO Leshrac. They're a 4-time major winner, and you know, I don't know if they've played against this before, but I'm sure they know how to just farm the map as efficiently as possible. And can DP really run at you in your jungle? I don't think so.
Oh, well, we'll find out, ladies and gentlemen, as Game 2 gets underway. GG versus EG. We are blessed with the game right now. The final game of the day. Will EG be able to equalize this, or will GG get themselves a clean 2-0? We'll find out now as the game is well underway. I'm particularly looking to see what this Huskar last pick would do. Do you think Ace will be able to sustain on this lane against Huskar?
I feel like they'll just pull the wave down here. Probably best to avoid the lane right against the Oracle.
Yeah, oh, as meanwhile, Duraccio taking a few hits here. Celery comes in with the heals. Duraccio is okay. As the horn sounds and begins, Quinn gonna maybe snatch up this battery rune. Never mind. He's like, no, I don't want to risk it. For my mid lane here, I'll leave that alone. See Smile will be able to pick that up. 2-2 bounty runes to either side. So, are you intrigued about this this bottom lane or the mid lane? I mean, especially with the Death Prophet that we haven't seen at all this major, and then a Huskar against the Darkseer, of course, as well.
I mean,
with Oracle.
I mean, the Oracle kind of makes the lane lame. I'm curious to see how Gaming played this lane, because you definitely can't shell waves right against Oracle. Probably just see more wave pulling, Tofu already kind of positioning himself for it. Again, they're actually taking so much damage from this. Blightstone on Matthew this time against the IO.
Yeah, it's quite annoying. I mean, we saw how Duraccio was taking a lot of harass from Matthew before here, but able to sustain through it with thanks to Celery. Oh. Still only level 2 there, so Crypt Swarm won't deal a lot of damage, but this matchup looks a lot more evenly balanced compared to game 1. I mean, last hit wise, Quinn doing a little bit better, has himself 2 denies here. We can still change around here. 6-1 just getting one there. are still level 1 on bottom at the moment. We'll be given some free experience here from Panda. Meanwhile, this is some pretty strong pushing here all of a sudden from GG on the top wave. Meanwhile, on the bottom, kind of a little bit of a cut here from Ace in between this tier 1 tower.
Is under attack.
Still Quinn doing pretty okay here. The water runes spawning up there, both middles. Need to bottle them. Some extra regen. On the other hand, Duraccio trying to be aggressive here. He's already used Pounce. He may actually fall here from the hands of Whisper.
Duraccio, oh,
he
so
won't.
close.
Wait, no, Impetus. Impetus gets it.
I didn't see the animation come out. Duraccio, how do you live there? Probably better off dying, honestly. So low. Didn't have a self.
Back to the lane here.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Just has
under
to be
attack.
careful. Once you get the Dark Pack, though, you are able to
Has been killed.
purge this enchant, which just slows you so slow. 30% slow at level 1. It's pretty nasty. Oh, wait, Duraccio. Is he going to try and pounce from the low ground here to try and find Matthew?
Oh no, that was not.
Like,
the
oh,
bounce.
look at this!
Oh, the block!
Look at this aggression!
He's angry. He wants it. He wants his.
Oh no!
permanent
Look at
agility.
Celery. He's caught. He's caught on this tiny little cliff thing. Here you go. They have missed some CS there, though. Upon trying to chase for Matthew here. 365 movement speed and a gank here from Tofu. Trying to find C-Smile, but thanks to that life drain there, the Siphon, the Spirit Siphon, able to actually turn it around and find a kill there onto Tofu, actually punishing that gank there. And able to survive through.
I didn't talk about it, but DP also one of the old school counters against this Spirit Breaker or melee +4 roaming heroes. You're just able to siphon and just heal back up. So, you know, I talked about a lot about the Puck Ember against the Spirit Breaker, but DP definitely one of the bear heroes as well. Top lane, Duraccio.
It's pretty close to death. He will be able to heal himself up though. It's fine again. Having a great lane though on this top lane. Enchantress and Beastmaster is a lane to be reckoned with, and meanwhile on the bottom, Kars able to get a kill onto Ace here with Tofu, leaving Ace on his own because to rotate mid to try and see if he could help Quinn obtain a kill, but he's actually taken out by the Spirit Siphon. Look, another Spirit Siphon comes out again, just pushing Quinn away here.
Radiant's
Opting to
courier has been killed.
try and max that. And Tofu taking loads of damage again. Look at this. With the Burning Spear.
Dude, look at the CS on Duraccio. Getting bullied up here. The Fort 2 just. Oh my god.
He has to
top
pounce
lane
again.
is so sad. It's X-Spam from Whisper with the Arcane Boots. Level 3.
Oh, and the Wild Axes as well. And Celery's dead from the impetus.
I guess you're mortal then.
As Pounce is available for Duraccio. Supposed to get back, and Panda's actually going to rotate top here, leaving Picard's on his own here on the Huskar. And Ace is going to grab this creep wave and move it around with him behind the tier 1 tower to just try and create some space here between himself and the Huskar, because he's not having the greatest of times against this hero. Completely taking control of the top lane here, EG, both Whisper and Matthew. Having an excellent time punishing Duraccio. Has barely any CS. Look at that, 14-1 on the Slark at 6 minutes. Only level 3 as well. Celery has actually decided just to move mid now with Quinn here. Not level 6 though yet. And look at this, because going beyond the tier 1 there, trying to apply pressure to Ace, but the charge, the rotation from Quinn will punish that aggression from Bakaz, and they will find the kill onto the Husker. That was a bit aggressive there.
Big kill, feeling a bit overconfident, but space for Panda to yoink the Wisdom Rune, so maybe a little bit of glimmer of hope there. Not dying for nothing.
Oh, Ace.
Where's he
Move
going?
forward here with a surge. They have themselves the vacuum to bring back Panda. Good. Get themselves a charge though. Charge is ready. Iron Shell as well. Come out because he's back alive though. And Panda will live through it all. Look at that. The heals come up there. Tofu not able to get the kill.
Dire's turret has been killed. Dire's
Stretchio
top
being
tower
bullied
is
here
under
again
attack.
on the top. Look at this. He's moving to a small camp, but Whisper upping the pressure. Matthew has been found out though by Quinn, who's attempting to take him down with the Pulse Nova. They will be able to get the kill there indeed, and Doraccio will be able to get the assist experience there.
Again, Quinn doing work on this Slash. 2 kills so
Indeed
far.
he is.
How's Doraccio?
Top of the net worth as well, Adam.
No, Doraccio's below Matthew on the net worth.
Dire's
That's
middle
pretty
tower
sad.
is under attack.
Don't worry, Quinn's got this on his lash. He had an excellent game in game 1. He should be able to have an excellent game in game 2. It's now see Smile rotating top, looking to pressure the top tier 1 tower. They will stop the charge from Tofu there beautifully from Panda with the Fortune's End, and they will get the kill onto Tofu. See Smile having a much greater time here on this change of mid lane with the DP.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures
Quinn
are
setting up
fortified.
when Matthew sees him though.
See Smile rotating in.
Dire's
Quinn
top
and
tower
Celery
is under attack. Dire's
able to get
top
away with their
tower
big
is
movement
falling.
speed. They are fine. Still not level 6 though yet on Celery. Neither Panda though. We won't have that relocate as of yet.
Dire's middle tower
It's
is
alright.
under
Follow Quinn and he shall lead you to victory. Seasmall going for Yules. Yes, against a Spirit Breaker, it makes a lot of sense. Also, not too many stuns on the EG lineup.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Exorcism being committed here too. Wants to try and take the tower. Meanwhile, Picard's having a somewhat free time here on the bottom at the moment. Has himself that armlet now.
Dire's middle tower is
So
under
EG looking pretty strong here at the moment. Just really relying on Quinn and Celery to maybe perhaps get themselves some pick-offs here. That's what they need in order to try and come back into this game.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, this looks exactly like game 2, but this time shoes on their foot. Seasmall's the one taking the tower. No real way for Gaming to fight into his death profit right now. Still trying to maximize on the map.
Doraccio attempting to go. Oh no, he's gonna. Oh, Doraccio so close! 8 HP! 8 HP! The Tumbler's toy. Can Matthew get an impetus? No, he cannot.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Now a relocate. They will attempt to try and find the kill here onto Matthew with the Pulse Nova. They will find it there indeed. Lightning Storm claims the life of the Enchantress.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
His ult. Meanwhile, Picard's on the bottom. I did not see this. He's soloing the Roche here with the armlet.
Structures are fortified.
God Gamer, don't get bashed. Don't get bashed. He's okay. Pressure's on. He does get it. He solos the Roshan, gets himself the Aegis.
Alright, looking good for EG so far. Very early, Aegis is gonna stop a lot of Gaming's power to stop them. I'm in recovery mode right now, especially Dyrachyo with a purge.
Ace. His surge is being purged. Kaz is coming in, does not have himself the range though with the life break nonetheless. Ace will be found there by C Smile. He is on a killing spree, having a much better game than game one.
It looks like nothing gaming can really do right now. It's Oracle behind as well. No one to really kill them.
Oh wait, they're going to attempt to kill Whisper here. Whisper's on his own. Never mind, Panda's coming in. The false promise is indeed ready.
Oh, C-Smile's behind.
Will be committed. There's now C-Smile coming forward. Want to try and find Quinn here. Quinn going to attempt to try and run away. Healing up slowly there with the Voodoo Mask. Is Quinn going to be able to get out? Diving beyond the tier 2 will finally be found.
Not in trouble. Tofu's charging in, but
being charged here. He doesn't have himself any more Spirit Siphons, but nonetheless, there's a Crypt Swarm. Will find Celery. Celery down. Will be able to push the silence there. Dyrachyo is going to attempt to escape. Jump to the high ground. He will survive just by the skin of his teeth. Tofu hiding in the trees. What can he do? Other than watch on.
Gaming, they just can't fight into this Oracle right now. EG's heroes are so strong. This Huskar with Aegis, DP with the false promise behind him. Whisper as well, going for the egg, so even more sustain gonna come out for EG here.
As Quinn and Celery are actually heading bottom, though they may meet Pakaz. He's actually going to show himself on the lane here. Well, they're trying to attempt to go for something. They are. There's the split earth. It will come down. Is this enough to take down Pakaz? He will heal up with that magic wand. But the Aegis will be taken out. They will be able to get it successfully. But it just comes to show Pakaz, he's not invincible on this Huskar. They still have a chance here on GG to try and take out some of their heroes. It's just C Smile who is the biggest problem for GG with the Spirit Scythe.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Net worth slowly falling away here. Quinn still attempting to get this blood stone. And another strike there because, oh, the false promise comes out just in the nick of time there. Stun up onto Pakaz, trying to attempt to find Tofu. Will be able to get the kill. And it's this Oracle and this Huskar combination. It's nasty. It really is. I mean, especially with the Fate's Edict as well. It's such an underrated spell, giving yourself 100% magical damage resist. If they're an ally, the only hero that can give 100% magic resist. BKB doesn't even give that. Underrated spell, Adam.
Underrated spell indeed. Pakaz has a Mage Slayer queued up. More magic resist.
Who has a Mage Slayer?
Pakaz, it's on the way soon. It's a recipe away.
Tofu coming in with the charge. They want to try and find Panda. As Quinn rotating in here as well with the relocate from Celery. They'll attempt to try and find Panda. Panda going to attempt to escape. They will find him with the vacuum. Meanwhile, Pakaz trying to take down Celery. He will be able to disarm 4. He's armor toggling, but will finally be found there from the Iron Shell. It will be a 2 for 2. C-Smile not able to join in that fight there, but good pickoffs nonetheless. They'll only lose their support, and they will take out Pakaz here on Garmin Gladiators.
Double kill for Ace. Prince surviving as well, so gaming showing some signs of life here. Meanwhile, Dyrachyo still playing catch up, still very close in nerf to Matthew. Has the Midas. It's a long road ahead.
Oh, Quinn. Been caught out, slowed down there. Celery is going to try and help him here with some heals. C-Smile coming forward. Does have the Yules going to throw up Celery into the air. But Quinn healing back up. Look at this, but the false promise comes out in return. They have heals of their own on EG. Both Quinn and C-Smile perfectly okay with both supports coming out to heal. The heal battles, the heal wars. Though Exorcism will be down. I think they're going to try and utilize this and try and find the tier 2 tower. They will do indeed, but this exorcism is going to expire around about now, and they will force out a glyph too. So this tower will be kind of okay for the time being.
Gaming still just trading on the map. See, EG kind of stuck in this like 4K, 5K network fleet right now.
And Whisper has not gone the Helmet the Overlord that we saw in Game 1 this time. He has actually gone the Drums of Slom.
Waste. Because solo killed by Matthew?
What?
It's the enchant on the Surge and under a ward just right click down.
Power of Enchantress, eh? Basic Dispel. Tempted to go for that Kaya. Do we have ourselves a Mage Slayer on Picard? Yes, we do.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Picard. You can see Quinn here moving around, going to try and attempt to go for Celery. Does not get off the life break. Not in range to get off the life break. Still going to get away. Look at that movement speed go.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Hurricane Pike almost for Matthew here as well. And I don't know whether they're going to be able to provide enough space here for Duracho to farm the items that he needs to come on top of this game, because he has had himself not the greatest time. Like we saw it around about like 5 minutes. Oh, Picard! Is he going to be found here? He's going to try and hold his ground. He will be found indeed on his own. The Lightning Storm takes him out. Quinn and Celery take the opportunity there. And they will further prolong this game with taking out the Huskar. As now mid, perhaps they'll try and go for more here. I mean, Quinn's not perfectly healthy. Does need to be healed up by Celery. There is a mechanism ready, but Tether on cooldown. He is silenced up here. He will need to latch on away. Oh, the Yule's there, mid-Tether. Beautiful stuff from C Smile, cancelling that Tether. They will get the kill on Celery.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Again,
attack.
Paka's going down. I don't know, I feel like Gaming, they're making the right moves, but Duracho is just way too poor right now. They need to keep going at this. Sure, they're growing in network, but at what point is their slot really fight ready? Feels like he needs at least 1.5 more items into this.
It's actually going the Echo Saber and attempting to rush the Eye of Skadi here on Duracho. Uh-oh, Pakaz. He's found out again. Yeah, GG. Pakaz. They want to take this opportunity now. There's the disarm. Rotations coming in from the rest of EG. Is Pakaz going to be able to survive here in time?
Promise,
coming in with a false promise. There we go. As now they'll jump on top of Quinn. Quinn has the surge. Going to try and get away here. The relocate is there. Quinn will survive, but meanwhile the Primal Roar used there upon Ace. Ace is gone. And the relocate now, Aya's going to be coming back, but C-Smile, of course, with that Yule Scepter, will be able to keep Celery in place should he want to tether away. They will just find the kill. Exorcism up, damaging this tier 2 tower, absolutely ripping into it together as a team. And they will find that tier 2 tower.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So now they'll attempt to actually go the high ground here, still with this Exorcism. They don't have themselves a glyph here on GG. No wall of replica either. And Duracho still needs to get some fun. He has cut the middle wave though, but there is still a creep standing here. They need to take out that creep if they want the backdoor protection to come online. There we go. They'll kill the creeps, but they don't have any more backdoor protection because look at this. Duracho still cutting the creep wave on the middle. They're going to have backdoor protection very soon. I think EG, they're aware of this. They are going to bat themselves off. They really need to take down Panda if they want to kill Pakaz. But what can they do? Because Quinn, at the moment, he's the only one that has himself significant impact within these team fights. I mean, even Tofu has gone a Midas, knowing all trust in Quinn to keep this game delayed. They're going for the late game here, GG.
They have to, right? They can't find to EG right now. There's just no way. Not with their start being this poor. Meanwhile, EG, they're itemizing. Look at this. Cheap items, efficient items, Mage Slayer, Sage, Dragonlance. Just playing with this Ench, this Oracle behind them. Pakaz might get his second Rosh here. This Aegis and cheese is a significant
Oh,
one.
look at this. I mean, the relocate as well, and the wave cutting. Look at them all. Ace is cutting mid, Duracio's cutting top, and Celery and Quinn have relocated bot to cut the mid. And he's going to leave Quinn on his own because Quinn's going to cut this next wave here. But they have a creep wave bottom, EG. They're going to try and attempt to take this tier 3 tower, but look, they've lost all the creeps. No creeps now to siege this high ground. What can you do here on EG, Luke? No creeps. I mean, Aegis for Picars, yes, but the backdoor protection is going to be enabled quite soon. There it is. They can't get through. They can't get through because of this creep wave cutting, all from GG. What can you do when you have no creeps? Because Quinn is here once again to cut bottom. They will finally take that tier 3 tower. And see Smile had enough of this. He's going to attempt to try and find Quinn, but it's not in range. Celery going to help him with the tether to gain extra movement speed and the whip from Celery, the bull whip. They'll just move away.
Game installing tactics being put into play. But EG is playing the other game. Follow the wave. There's no
Well, they
real
don't have themselves
out there.
another glyph. They've been heavily relying on this glyph to take down the creep wave. So someone needs to do something about this middle creep wave now. Who's going to respond?
Who though?
Quinn
There's
is going to come
no
in.
deep push.
No deep push.
Oh,
They're going to try and end this game. EG coming in with the exorcism. Aegis on Picars as well. There's an Eye of Scadi though achieved onto Slog. What can they do with this? This is GG chances now to shine.
Sold his Midas. Look at Jiracho. He sold his Midas for this.
Here we go, they come in.
One Picars.
Back onto 2 there, they'll
Aegis,
attempt to
though.
go for Picars, but the false promise does indeed come out. Quinn still trying to lay in the damage here, has himself that shard with the splitter. They
Jiracho.
use the Primal Roar now onto Jiracho, but he will be able to survive that onslaught there. It's now affecting Tofu. Tofu coming in the charge will fall, has himself no buyback there, but look at the emphasis onto Quinn! Quinn taken out by the hands of Matthew. The disarm is there. They are fountain farming right now, EG, to get payback from game 1. Because his courier will be killed, but it looks like EG will come out on top of this game. And there's no way for Gammon Gladiators to counteract and push back EG from their base. It definitely looks to be GG here right now.
Slowly are fighting into his EG lineup.
So just go in now.
Said GG was playing
Tier 4.
signature heroes. The draft that they felt so comfortable with, but boy was I wrong.
Tofu coming in with the charge, Quinn. They want to at least try and find something here, GG. But are they still going to go for the pressuring? Quinn's still pursuing. He really wants C Smile, but won't be able to get him. The false promise, it's still on cooldown for 30 seconds. And the Primal Roar, it is ready. Oh, C Smile getting slowed down there by Duraccio. Primal Roar onto Ace. Ace is still going to be able to live through it all. He will be okay. The Shadow Dance ensues because hopping right on top of Tofu. Tofu in trouble. Tofu to fall. Duraccio has to get out. But the pounce is on cooldown, slowly being boosted down by the Purifying Flames. As the Fortune's End locks him in place, able to dodge the Wild Axes. Able to get a double stun onto 2 there, Quinn, but that's all they can do. Exorcism is online now. They can just end this game, EG. As the bottom creep wave pushes in, the Exorcism is going to be committed. Adam, I don't think there's a game here right now for GG. It's GG for GG.
It does look that way.
The C-Smile comes forward, Duraccio. Going to try and slow down C-Smile here. There's a vac. Along with that split earth onto 2 there, Duraccio has to get himself out. The charge coming in from Tofu. It won't be able to stop the push upon the top set of racks. Draccio coming back again, trying to attempt to take down Picard.
Doing no
False Promise is
damage.
ready. Packard's going to jump forward there onto Quinn.
Finds Panda,
Quinn will
though.
still survive through it all. The False Promise actually applied there onto Panda on itself. Draccio in the backline able to force that out. There's now Draccio. He's stuck in between a rock and a hard place here. He's stuck below the low ground here. They've lost themselves Celery. They've lost themselves Draccio. There's Whisper blinking forward here upon Quinn. Quinn able to heal up slowly. A charge there onto 2. It doesn't help for much as the creeps start pushing in more and more. C-Smile forcing Quinn into the fountain.
Radiant structures.
There's Alt Skull Bash it, but Quinn, because the cars have picked one up, they will find Quinn. GG is called. Fountain dive in the base. Game 2 will be going to EG. So even though they are eliminated, they will go out with a bang, and they will take 1 game from Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, very well played. Nice draft from EG. I was doubting them at the start, but they executed so well, just in every lane. C-Smile going ham on his Death Prophet. I feel like it's such a throwback for him. I don't remember the last time I saw him play his hero. He used to be a god on it. Still is, apparently.
Yep, coming out with the Death Prophet. Hasn't been picked since the Bali Major, and that was the first time we get to see the Death Prophet come out here. So pretty well played there from C-Smile. Chris Luck, as he gets himself that victory there, 9-0. A pretty much turnaround from what we saw in Game 1, where Gammon Gladiators, they did have themselves the victory there in the Game 1, and that was pretty much a stomp, but then Evil Geniuses decided to turn it around and do their own little stomp and have themselves a really great game there. I mean, especially on Matthew as well. Matthew was a beast. Did you see the impetuses during one of the sieges there onto Quinn? Quinn was taking so much damage there from the impetus missiles coming in.
Yeah, EG just playing their lineup really well here. Whisper as well, changing up his item build. I like the egg so much, especially in this game. I feel like the difference was that Draccio could not get to a point in this game where he could fight. Sure, it was a good pick if you're hit, but he was so far behind. The same network with Matthew. In fact, I think Matthew did so much more than him just because of impetus damage and the Beastmaster aura. It was so hard to come back for the Slark. Gaming just kind of playing 4v5, and it was not enough.
No, it wasn't enough. It really was. It was completely 2 stomps. 2 different games, but super well played there to Evil Geniuses, and a valiant attempt there from GG to try and cut the waves, but they were really, really depending upon the glyph there from the tier 3 towers to try and take down the creep waves. But they just went on mid, and they went to go end the game, EG. They had enough. They were like, yeah, we're not going to let you delay this game any further. We're going to stop you here in your tracks and take you out, and that's exactly what EG did. So even though that they, don't go further on into the Bali Major, a big congrats to them for taking a game away from GG. That was a bit of a different pace to watch them just turn it around there. But let's take a look at the standings thus far of the Bali Major tournament, as this is the 4th day of the group stages, ladies and gentlemen. We are almost finished. We have 1 more day of group stages to go on Monday. So, of course, we have ourselves Gammon Gladiators just below Quest Esports here, followed by Bet Boom, PSG LGD, Bleed, and 9 Pandas. They'll be able to qualify further. And on the other side, on Group A, Team Liquid, Beast Coast, Tundra Esports, Team Aster, Team Spirit, and Shopify Rebellion able to qualify that. But we do have a few more games to go for Day 5. Is there any potential that the teams below have a chance at qualifying here, Adam?
Ooh, IG Execration Blacklist Rivalry still have a chance to play tiebreakers against Shopify, right? Shopify 6-10, and they've played 16 games, whereas the bottom 3 have played 14. So any 2-0s there would result in a tiebreaker with Shopify, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay. So potential tiebreakers then, and some of the teams here are in for a chance of actually qualifying to the Bali Majors, which is going to be interesting, guys, which is why you need to keep track of what's going to happen for the final day of the group stages, which is why you need to take very due care of watching all the streams here. But we're going to tell you a little bit about what's happening on Stream D. Of course, we have ourselves Invictus Gaming versus Blacklist Rivalry. That's going to be the first game, along with Gammon, or Gaming, however you like to pronounce it. Gammon Gaming Gladiators versus Bet Boom. That is the second game. That's going to be a pretty big game, I feel, and both of those games are going to be casted by John X Fire and MLP on those. And then after that, I think we have ourselves the tiebreakers, Adam, which we will be doing.
If we get some.
If
To
we
be
get some,
confirmed,
if
we
get
will
some.
find out tomorrow if we have more games after the first 2 series or not by the end of the Gaming versus Bad Boom series, most likely.
Yeah, so, ladies and gentlemen, you do need to stay tuned after the GG versus Bet Boom game, as we may have ourselves quite a bit of tiebreakers, but I don't know if we'll have that many to the point where Stream D will take part in actually having a look at those games, but nonetheless, we'll find out anyway. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you ever so much for watching. Just a shout out to one of our sponsors as well, H&M. The action is heating up over at the Bali Major, so make sure you check out H&M's new summer collection for clothes that suit the action. But a huge thank you to you guys for tuning in on the D stream today with myself, Epidamnos, and joining me was 343 Dota. Adam, do you have any closing words before we say our goodbyes and leave it for
See you
one
tomorrow
final
for
day?
tiebreakers, my friends. See you tomorrow.
Hopefully we get tiebreakers. Hopefully we get tiebreakers. So thank you so much, guys, for watching. Take care of yourselves. Have yourself a great rest of your weekend, and we'll see you on Monday for some more Bali Major action.